So we back. Excuse me. But they just going over the case.
Tired of investing so much into your YouTube channel only to see your hard work go unnoticed? Yeah, we've been there.
That was on June 1st, 2023.
Approximately 3 weeks ago?
Yes.
Okay, so Matthew, we heard Terry before saying the reason this could be significant is, does it not show what
They have nothing on my boy
statement that this was sloppy police work? Remember, their theory was they targeted YNW Melly because he's famous, and maybe they rushed to judgment, and not all the avenues were checked, and not all the I's were dotted or T's were crossed. I always get that mixed up. Sometimes I mess that up, but I got that right there. But you know what I'm saying? Maybe is that what this is a sign of?
Well, yeah, I'm not sure what this does for the prosecution's case, other than,
right? What do that do?
The water a little murky here. I mean, why even bring it up? You have video of Melly getting into the vehicle. What do you need to have DNA or some test done while the trial is going on to show that his DNA is there on the door handle? All that does is muddy the water. It gives jurors some pause. Why wasn't this done earlier? Why take this up so late in this process? And it does point to shoddy police work, which is something that if I were a defense attorney, that I would pound away at. And this gives me fodder to do that. And the prosecution brought it up itself. It doesn't add anything significant to the prosecution's case, but it opens the door to the defense to pound away at this shoddy police work.
Yeah, I think there's something to that in a way, and I think that's what's a little bit concerning. And we know the defense has honed in on this. They brought up an argument, I think it was yesterday, where they said that you couldn't, and the judge, I think, agreed, there was an issue. First, there was a discovery violation that the prosecution engaged in, and the judge was not too happy about that. But then there was also a question of, and that's what it was, right? It was the question of, you can't do a surprise ambush on the defense by bringing in evidence that they didn't see, that you retested current evidence for a new result. And the judge said at one point there was a discovery violation. What do you think of that?
Well, yeah, the judge, ruled that you can't surprise the other side by evidence that you've just unearthed. He said clearly, you can continue to investigate a case, and if you find exculpatory evidence, you have to turn that over to the defense, and it could change, your view of prosecuting this case. But if you find inculpatory evidence that, you discovered after the trial, after the discovery has been completed and the trial has begun, you can't use that. Even if it impacts the case, you can't use it because you can't surprise the other side. You can't surprise the defense. You can't ambush them by bringing up evidence that they've never had any chance to look into themselves. And the judge was adamant about that.
Yep, that's a good point. Let's take a break. When we come back, we're going to see what is happening in court. And if we're not back live, we still have so much more to talk about in the YNW Melly murder trial. We'll be back.
Oh, I'm back. I'm back. I don't know. A Young Thug's case, I think. I don't know if this is old. No, this is not old. So they got this case going on too. That's crazy. Yeah, we're gonna go on DJ Academic page. I know he you know what I'm saying, I know he's talking about it too. Probably gonna put it out later. You know what I'm saying? He's not gonna do it right away. Yeah, we're gonna wait on that per se, you know what I'm saying? But yeah, man, I mean, so they have nothing on this boy for real, for real. They have nothing. Let's go back and see what
If it is, it impacts.
And the judge said at one point there was a discovery violation. What do you think of that?
Well, yeah, that the judge, ruled that you can't surprise the other side by evidence that you've just unearthed. He said clearly you can continue to investigate a case, and if you find exculpatory evidence, you have to turn that over to the defense, and it could change your view of prosecuting this case. But if you find inculpatory evidence that you discovered after the trial, after the discovery has been completed and the trial has begun, you can't use that. Even if it is, it impacts the case, you can't use it because you can't surprise the other side. You can't surprise the defense. You can't ambush them by bringing up evidence that they've never had any chance to look into themselves. And the judge was adamant about that.
Yep, that's a good point.
Mm-hmm.
Let's take a break. When we come back, we're going to see
But it's
what
like
is happening in court. And if we're not back live, we still have so much more to talk about in the YNW, Melly.
I feel it. Hold on, let me go back. Let me go not all the way back. Like
This does for the prosecution's case, other than
because I want to know what the family feel like, especially like the one of their fathers. I know one of their fathers. I think it was Juvie. His name is. His father is on there saying, he hope he gets prosecuted and all that. So how did he feel when they can't find these evidence? I know people still be like, "Oh, I feel he's still guilty," but there's no evidence against him. Well, what? You know what I'm saying? So
and it does point to shoddy police work, which is something that if I were a defense attorney, that I would pound away at, and this gives me fodder to do that. And the prosecution brought it up itself. It doesn't add anything significant to the prosecution's case, but it opens the door to the defense to pound away at this shoddy police work.
Yeah, I think there's something to that in a way, and I think that's what's a little bit concerning. And we know the defense has honed in on this. They brought up an argument, I think it was yesterday, where they said that you couldn't, and the judge, I think, agreed, there was an issue. First, there was a discovery violation that the prosecution engaged in, and the judge was not too happy about that. But then there was also a question of, and that's what it was, right? It was the question of you can't do a surprise ambush on the defense by bringing in evidence that they didn't see, that you retested current evidence for a new result. And the judge said at one point there was a discovery violation. What do you think of that?
Well, yeah, that the judge, ruled that you can't surprise the other side by evidence that you've just unearthed. He said clearly you can continue to investigate a case, and if you find exculpatory evidence.
Points on 3 different hours for both the red and blue film.
they back on this bullshit again. They
The
back
red
on.
phone is 0.29 miles and then 0.68 miles from this tower.
Okay, and in terms of what can you tell about how the phones are related in distance from one another based on this slide?
Distance from one another. Well, both phones moved north and then east. We know that the blue phone and the red phone are both over here, and now they're over here in the analytic period.
Can you have an opinion as to whether or not they separated during this time frame?
During this time frame,
Yes, 417 to 423.
I don't know. To me, I don't think there's enough data here to form.
Now, Matthew, I don't want to take away from the significance of this. I think it's really important. Cell phones are sometimes a great way to track somebody, but we're presuming that Demmons was using one of these phones, right? And that, it places him in the location of maybe his co-defendant and the victims at these key times. I just don't know what the jury might have taken away from this, because it was very dense and very complicated.
Well, yes, Jesse, this kind of evidence can be, very tedious for a jury because it's hard to understand. So they're trying to follow, they're trying to make sense of it. But here, I think, the point that's trying to be made, again, by connecting the dots, is that we know that Melly went to the vehicle with a phone in his hand. He's looking at it. We know that on a surveillance tape. So, we can assume that he got into that vehicle with that phone, and now we're tracking that phone, and presumably he's with that phone, and that phone is with the victims and the co-defendant or the other assailant. So, this is what circumstantial evidence is about. Connect these dots. He had his phone. We know, and jurors know, that people normally don't leave their phone. Their phone is almost an appendage. So we can assume he's in that vehicle because he had the phone in his hand, and now we're tracing where this vehicle went with this phone and with the other phones as well. So this is all part of a process of building a case for the prosecution.
Well, a little bit later in his testimony, he got into the phone records from the day of the murders. Let's take a look at that and we'll break it down.
Now going on to the 772-713-9807 between 12:01 and 12:12 p.m.
So they going over what happened yesterday and shit. That's basically what this is. And they just talking about it.
At 12:01, first there's an incoming call from the turquoise phone, 9158. And then at 12:01, the red phone is in this span, 0.92 miles from the tower. At 12:03, it's 0.68 miles from the tower. At 12:05, it's 0.92 miles from the tower. And then 12:07 to 12:12, it's 1.55 miles from the tower.
Okay, and just to flip back again to the 12:01 to 12:12 for the 954-376-9158. In terms of, can you make any opinions as to where these two phones were located in relation to one another during these time frames?
So they're in the same general geographic area for sure. Right? They're both on the same tower, at the same time, near Pines and US 27. There's areas where there's times when their bands are approximately the same, and there's times where they're different as well.
Okay. Can you make any sort of opinion that they were in the same vehicle?
By the way, Matt, how accurate is this data? Because we know that the defense on cross, they tried to suggest that this is, a rather large radius. We also don't know who was operating the phone. We don't know who was holding it. How accurate is this, and how important is it in these kinds of trials?
Well, it's not precise. It's not exact. It's not going to tell us within, a few inches or feet even where, the phone is and where the phone is in proximity to other phones. But what it's going to give us is a general idea, that these phones were in the same area. So I think, logic sort of dictates if 4 people leave in the car and they all have phones, and this vehicle moves into a general area where we now know that these phones are within, even a mile of each other. I mean, I think we can conclude from that the likelihood that these phones would all be a mile apart after driving away a few miles, their connection to the tower, just wouldn't sort of make sense. So general.
It's part of the building blocks. It's part of this case. It's not going to be the smoking gun, but it is going to help tell part of the story. We will take another break. We're keeping a very careful eye on the courtroom feed. Hopefully we can jump live right after this. Stay with us. We'll be back.
They not, they're really not on nothing. Yeah, he probably gonna see. Yeah, I seen memes all fucking day.
I think he got his highest paycheck maybe when he was with the Wizards when he came back, right? Anyway, let's look at the submarine Titanic. If you don't know, a vessel went missing when a bunch.
No, okay, we just gonna look at this one. Thank y'all for subscribing to the channel.
Are you a man who's looking to overcome the addiction or anything under the umbrella of sex addiction? Anything, right? Maybe OnlyFans or escorts or cam girls or whatever it is.
More help arriving in the frantic search for a missing submersible carrying 5 people that was on a journey to view the wreckage of the Titanic. This Canadian ship with advanced deep sonar now on scene, where crews are scouring more than 10,000 miles of the ocean.
The surface search is now approximately 2 times the size of Connecticut, and the subsurface search is up to 2.5 miles deep. We also have to factor in the ever-changing weather conditions, currents, and sea states that expand the search area every hour.
The U.S. Coast Guard says underwater noises were detected Tuesday morning in the search area and again on Wednesday. The noises described as banging sounds. A team of experts now analyzing the data.
With respect to the noises specifically,
banging sounds.
We're searching in the area where the noises were detected.
Officials estimating oxygen will likely run out by Thursday at 7 a.m. Rescuers fighting the clock but holding on to hope.
We will continue to work as hard and as quickly as possible in an effort to locate them.
The OceanGate Expeditions vessel, called Titan, disappeared 900 miles east of Cape Cod Sunday morning. On board, British explorer and billionaire Hamish Harding, Pakistani businessman Shahzada Dawood, and his 19-year-old son Suleiman, world-renowned Titanic researcher and diver P.H. Narjuleh, and the CEO of OceanGate, Stockton Rush. Mike Reese has gone on 4 dives with the company, telling ABC that during every single one, the sub lost communications.
It is always in the back of your head that this is dangerous and any small problem will turn into a major catastrophe.
OceanGate has faced scrutiny over the sub's safety features. Back in 2018, the year the vessel was built, members of a committee specializing in submersibles expressed unanimous concern about the sub's safety in a letter obtained by the New York Times and authenticated by ABC News. Members say OceanGate did make some changes after that letter, and when it comes to those noises, experts say that it is important to remember this search is focused around the wreckage of the Titanic, which could mean metal and debris from the ship could be causing those sounds. In New York, Roy for Channel 6 Action News.
Why, man? Why would you?
Yes, sir. Please state your full legal name for the record. Danny Polo. Please spell your first and last name for the record. DANNYPOLO. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. And please have a seat.
Thank you.
Detective Polo, what's happened is you're wearing a mask now. Defendants have objected to that.
Yes, sir.
And the state indicated that it's been done in other courtrooms, and there's a predicate for it, I guess because of safety and security is the way I understand it, specifically your safety and security.
Yes, sir.
Is that correct, madam?
Yes, Your Honor.
So I want you to come in here, I want to take some testimony from you outside the presence of the jury just to verify all of this. So, Ms. Bradley, I want to have you inquire.
Detective Polo, how are you so employed?
With the Broward County Sheriff's Office
How long have you worked for Broward County Sheriff's Office?
since 2015.
How long have you been assigned to the Strategic Investigations Division?
Since March of 2018.
In your time in the Strategic Investigations Division, or SAD, have you worked undercover operations?
Since that time and before.
And the undercover operations that you work, what type are they?
Majority of them are narcotics, firearms, violent crimes, gang-related investigations.
How many years did you spend specifically in the gang and organized crime section of the Strategic Investigations Division?
From March of 2018 till 3 weeks ago.
Have there been credible threats on your life?
Back y'all.
Yes.
Is there currently a credible threat on your life?
Yes.
In terms of is there an amount of money assigned to the death of you that has been offered up?
Approximately $50,000.
In terms of your safety and security, why do you wear the mask for those reasons?
To protect my family. So I'm not walking around Broward County, Palm Beach County, Dade County, anywhere, and get ambushed by someone that might be looking for me. We've done cell phone warrants on multiple people in Broward County involved in the investigation where I got a threat. And outside of that investigation, there's photographs of deputies being sent around, people trying to figure out who I am and what I look like. And that's a kind of a concern for me. If it was just one person, I'd probably just write it off. But yeah, after 5 or 6 cell phones got downloaded, and there was pictures of many deputies being sent around saying, "Is this Danny Polo?" I'm like, okay, these guys are actually looking for me.
And so, Detective Polo, with regards to the prior times you testified in court, did you testify earlier this month before the Honorable Judge Martin Fine?
Yes.
How were you attired?
I believe I was wearing this suit, probably.
And in terms of your face, how was that done?
Same mask.
Have you testified before the Honorable Judge Michael Usan in this courthouse?
Yes.
Was that in or around February and March of this year, 2023?
Yes.
And what case was that on?
That was the XXX Tentacion case.
And that was the death of that individual?
Yes.
How many times did you testify in that case?
It was twice.
How were you attired when you testified then?
Different suit, same mask.
And in terms of during that particular testimony, were individuals trying to call your cell phone and get in contact with you during the actual testimony?
Yeah, that happened.
And was this testimony live streamed as well?
It was live streamed.
Okay. Thank you, Your Honor.
You have any questions
Yes,
on this issue? Go ahead.
yes. What time did you get to the courthouse today and sit outside?
Just after 9 o'clock.
And were you wearing that mask?
No, sir.
In fact, you've been sitting out there for at least an hour unmasked as people were walking in and out, correct?
Correct.
Oh, there you go. There you go.
Are you the only expert in dealing with gangs in DSO?
I believe I'm the only one that's testified as an expert at the Broward Sheriff's Office currently.
How about in the state of Florida? You know?
I'm sure there's other experts in the state of Florida.
And for the last hour, you've been right outside this courtroom where the doors are, correct?
Yes.
Unmasked.
Yes.
as people in this group, including myself, were walking in and out, correct?
Yes, sir.
You weren't concerned about your safety then?
No one knows who I was out there. And I was under the impression I wasn't going to be allowed to wear the mask. So I took that one on the chin.
I have no further questions.
Thank you. So, detective or deputy, I'm sorry, which is it?
Detective, deputy.
Regarding, you're telling me that you have fear for your safety.
For my safety, but more for the safety of my family.
And that's if your face was broadcast.
Yes, sir.
And you're indicating
So you fear for your safety.
so that there is some type of bounty or price on your life.
I intercepted it on a court-authorized wiretap through the state of through Broward County. It was a wire authorized by Judge Siegel in a gang investigation. During that investigation, there was conversations about placing a bounty on my head, upwards of $50,000. And since then, we've, as I stated before, recovered several cell phones in that investigation, other narcotics investigations, firearms investigations, an investigation in South Carolina that is tied to Broward, where photographs of deputies were sent with my name attached to it. People trying to figure out who I am, what I look like.
You need a line. You need a new line of work.
Can you step down just way outside?
I'm sorry. You need a new line of work. You need a new line of work. Why are you risking your life, your family's life for what? You can't show your face. You need a new line of work. This is bullshit.
Confrontation clause issue. But in terms of him having a legitimate threat against his life and the safety of his family, just keep the mask on and don't have his face be broadcast. Do you think that there were unfair arguments being made by defense counsel? Matt, I think you might be muted here. Just want to make sure that we got you. You might be muted. So let me see if we can get you back. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
There we go. Yeah, great. Okay, so again, throw it over to you about what you think of the comments regarding the mask.
Yes, so I think what's interesting about this is a state witness. This is a police officer. This is someone who is not necessarily a fact witness. Someone that you have to judge their believability, their credibility, as you would, an eyewitness or someone who has other specific evidence. So I don't know that the argument that you need to be able to see his face, to judge his credibility and believability is so important as it would be with an eyewitness or some other witness, lay witness for the prosecution. So I agree, that this is not so important as it would be if you were talking about a different type of witness in this case.
Yeah, do you think it's going to affect the jury at all in seeing him like that? I mean, it's kind of, I wonder this sometimes if when we have witnesses who don't appear in court, but they appear via Zoom or they appear in a video deposition because their appearance couldn't be made live in court, it makes me wonder if the jury somehow views that testimony a bit differently.
Well, my own opinion is, sometimes, we're so used to watching television. We're so used to watching, streaming video. It almost gives somebody, a witness, a sort of, idea that they're more important because they're on video, because, this is something we're used to watching. We put more emphasis on somebody we see on a video maybe than we see in person. The other argument that I would have made if I was the defense in this case is that this mask, in a way, in a sense, could almost inflame the jury a bit. Hey, this case is this is so serious. This is so dangerous that this guy has to be disguised to testify in this case. To me, it almost makes the defendant look like he's more dangerous because of the potential that this person's identity be revealed in this trial.
Well, I think if I heard it correctly, he wears that mask in any trial he testifies in it. So it might not be something with this case or this defendant specifically, but more the idea of his safety overall. There was a question of, he wasn't wearing it in the hallway. So, but again, he said he didn't know that he would be allowed to wear the mask. We're going to take another break. Hopefully we can jump back live into court and see what happens next in the YNW Melly murder trial.
Yeah, there's so many memes about this submarine, bro.
This game, you're not ready for it.
From the data we were using as a starting point was 96 hours. We know at this point we're approximately about 41 hours. 41 hours left. Yes, correct. On behalf of all the men and women of the United States Coast Guard and our search partners, we offer our most heartfelt thoughts and prayers for the 5 crew members, their families, and their loved ones. Our crews are working around the clock to ensure that we are doing everything possible to locate the Titan and the 5 crew members. This is a complex search effort which requires multiple agencies with subject matter expertise and specialized equipment. While the U.S. Coast Guard has assumed the role of search and rescue mission coordinator, we do not have all of the necessary expertise and equipment required in a search of this nature. The Unified Command brings that expertise and additional capability together to maximize effort in solving this very complex problem.
Why the fuck would they? Why the
Titan was
fuck?
attempting to dive on the wreck of the Titanic, approximately 900 miles east of Cape Cod and 400 miles south of St. John's, Newfoundland. Approximately 1 hour and 45 minutes into the scheduled dive, the Polar Prince lost all communication with the Titan. The Polar Prince conducted an initial search and then requested Coast Guard assistance. The U.S. Coast Guard in Boston assumed the responsibility of search and rescue mission coordinator and immediately launched search assets. Since Sunday, the Coast Guard has coordinated search efforts with the U.S. and Canadian Coast Guard, Air National Guard aircraft, and the Polar Prince, which has searched a combined 7,600 square miles, an area larger than the state of Connecticut. These search efforts have focused on both surface, with C-130 aircraft searching by sight and with radar, and subsurface, with P-3 aircraft were able to drop and monitor sonar buoys. To date, those search efforts have not yielded any results.
Welcome back, everybody. So we're waiting for day 7 of the double murder trial for rapper YNW Melly to resume. They're on a recess right now after proffering an undercover officer with the Broward County Sheriff's Office. Remember, the 24-year-old defendant, Jamel Demons, faces the death penalty for the 2018 shooting deaths of his 2 friends and fellow rappers, Anthony Williams and Christopher Thomas Jr. So as we wait to see what is going to happen with that witness, and it all regards him wearing a mask, and because he's concerned for his safety and the safety of his family, and whether or not he'll be permitted to wear it during the course of his testimony, I do want to go back to something yesterday, and that is when DNA expert Kurt Rhodes was on the stand. Let's listen to what he had to say.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Ms. Rhodes. How are you today?
I'm well, how are you?
Very well. Thank you for asking. Could you please introduce yourselves, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, and tell them where you work?
My name is Kurt Rhodes. I am a DNA analyst. I work in the BSO crime laboratory as a DNA analyst.
And what are the qualifications to be an analyst in the BSO crime lab for DNA?
I have a Bachelor's of Science degree in forensic science from the University of Central Florida. I have completed the Sheriff's Office training program for DNA analysts. I hold certification from the ABC or American Board of Criminalistics in molecular biology. And I am required to complete at least 8 hours of continuing education per year.
And so how long have you been employed for the Sheriff's Office?
I began in 2004 as a DNA technician. I went into DNA training in 2005 and began DNA casework in 2007.
Can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what's the difference between a DNA technician, like you were in 2005, and when you transitioned to 2004, and transitioned to 2005 to be the DNA trainee?
As a technician, I would do instrument maintenance, quality control checks on the chemicals and reagents, do ordering, record keeping, things of that nature.
So you briefly mentioned a little bit of your educational background. What types of coursework and classes did you take when you were getting your initial degree in the sciences?
The program that I did through the UCF was the DNA-based program for forensic science. So there was genetics, molecular biology, biochemistry. There was a statistics course, mainly the coursework towards the end of the degree requirements were mainly geared towards genetics and microbiology, biochemistry and molecular biology.
So do you have specialized training using statistics to interpret DNA?
I have completed the statistics in my college coursework, and I have attended courses throughout my career in the Sheriff's Office dealing with statistics and how they relate to DNA cases.
You mentioned that you're required to do 8 hours of continuing education. Is that on a yearly basis?
Yes, per year.
And approximately how many hours of continuing education have you completed since 2005 when you started your DNA training?
Again, it's at least 8 hours. Some of the courses, use the term loosely, range from 8 hours to 40 hours. So 1 year maybe 8 hours, another year maybe 48 or even 60. It just depends on the year.
So in terms of the DNA section that you work for, what does it do on a day-to-day basis?
As a DNA analyst, I examine evidence that's submitted by investigators in attempts to develop DNA profiles from question samples and ultimately compare them to known standards to see if the individual that is being investigated or even the alleged victim would be included or excluded from the evidence that's submitted.
In terms of the DNA analysis, do you do that yourself, hands-on?
I do.
And the training that you started to talk about, you said you started training in 2005. Could you talk and explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what that training entails?
It entailed readings, hands-on processing of the samples that we did, time, extraction methods, quantitations. There was written tests as well as a mock court. Then there was it ended with a competency test to ensure that I was able to process samples appropriately and then I was allowed to do supervised casework, and then finally independent casework.
So let's explain to ladies and gentlemen, what is a competency test?
A competency test is given to an analyst after they have completed a training program for whatever subject. It could be as simple as an extraction method or maybe a quantitation method. So the laboratory will then provide a test that the analyst would conduct. They would process this test and return the results to the agency to see if the results that they've gotten were appropriate for what was doing.
And do you have to pass these competency tests or examinations before moving on to the next steps?
The competency tests are done to ensure that you are competent in the technology that is going to be employed in casework.
So once you pass that initial testing, is there additional yearly or biannual proficiency testing then?
As a data analyst, I am required to do 2 proficiency tests per year. In my laboratory, the agency will purchase proficiency tests from a provider. I process them, generate my results, my answers, and those are then sent back to the provider to ensure that I'm getting the correct answers.
Are those done in-house in terms of the scoring and completion of that proficiency testing twice a year?
I process it in-house, it's reviewed, and then it's sent back to the test provider. Does the proficiency test require and include statistical interpretations? They do.
And has the statistical interpretations changed as the way they've been doing in the field of DNA over the last time? Ruling from the court on how we're going to do with this witness?
Good. Defense ready to go?
Yes, sir.
All right, so a couple things. Number one is there's 3 different events, I guess, took place this morning. We started off with the complaint about the TV crew and monitoring in-trial conversation between attorney and client. Mr. Jason came up initially and indicated that the microphone was sensitive and picks up everything, and so I had told him to remove it. Then afterwards, they came back with his producer, whose name escapes me, indicated that there is a meter on the microphone that will adjust its sensitivity, and they will adjust its sensitivity so as not to pick up any discussions between counsel and the client. They also indicated that they would not show the screen or take during the session have the camera pointed at defense counsel and or the defendant. It would only be as the jury is entering and leaving the courtroom. And I thought that was a acceptable compromise with the understanding that they cannot capture any of the conversations, confidential, privileged communication between the attorney and client. They indicated they would make sure that didn't happen. And they're also going to adjust the location of the microphone the way it's pointed. The second issue that came up was the mask, and the detective, although indicates he's a police officer detective, operates undercover. There's a bounty on his life, was picked up in wiretap communication. There's fear for his safety of him and his family, and with the understanding this trial is being live streamed, I understand his fear.
Why are you here? Your family's on a life. You need another line of work, bro. I got ice in my mouth, so sorry, but what the fuck? It's dumb as hell. To me, it's dumb. Like, dumb. It's dumb as shit, bro. Why are you here?
Defense counsel asked that we just wait for her and just adjourn, not be in session today. But I have no idea. This is the second hospitalization for her. She was not admitted the last time she was in the emergency room, and it was something that was, the way I understood it, dehydrated, something minor, food poisoning or something like that. But now she's admitted to the hospital because so it's a different situation. We have witnesses here. Juries already asked us questions about how long the trial's taking and when we anticipate it's going to be resolved. So my thought is we're moving on. Ms. Claudia Calvizano Mena is going to be replaced by the alternate, whoever the first alternate is. All right? So you have your witness here?
Yes, I just need to give a drive back from the defense and then husband in order to make sure they reviewed the evidence before the witness begins testifying. I also sent copies of all of the text messages and what she's relying upon as well. And so if there's any specific instances or any other changes in terms of the testimony from the defense, if they wanted to say it provided the AKVC.
Oh, my boy looked the cup like that.
With regards to the fact that the state, as a requirement under this proceeding, has to prove that there are other individuals that are associated with a criminal street gang that are committing other such crimes. So the defense had mentioned stipulating at certain points. So before I call the witness, I wanted to make sure we had a final discussion before the state proceeds forward as planned.
Now, Judge, with respect to the series, I think it takes the form of 3 separate sets of exchanges. I actually think it's 4, but 2 are subsumed within one exhibit. With respect to those, we maintain our objection that it lacks the foundation to be introduced. We have presented the court with cases that for social media and text exchanges to be admitted, one party to that conversation needs to be brought in, or which is the preferable method, or there's some other method of establishing the receiver and sender, authenticating those communications to be what the state represents them to be, or the offering party, whoever it is. So we object on those grounds, lack of foundation, and hearsay.
Thank you. Well, this is a different hearsay objection. You're trying to offer them for the truth of the matter asserted?
Yes, Your Honor. In terms of that, there is case law and approach on the copy to the defense. State v. Torres 304 781. This was a case in which the Honorable Maria Garcia Wood, Broward County bench excluded text messages and was found to be an error.
And what's the theory? What's the exception to hearsay?
It is a statement by a party opponent. They are statements of the defendant. The other statements from the other parties involved give context to those responses from the defendant.
Concerning it being a statement of a party opponent, that's where it requires some authentication to establish that it is a statement of a party opponent. And I think the phone handle for each one of these texts is Sack Chaser Howard. Sack Chaser being the nickname, as we have indicated before, of one of the decedents. The phone is not registered in the name of our client, Mr. Devins. The phone was not retrieved.
Are these all from the download? The extraction that was done?
Yes, sir.
So you're maintaining, again, you're maintaining that it's not his phone. So, and that's why previously, you said it was hearsay objection. I overruled that because it goes to who's using and controlling the phone, circumstantial evidence of that. That's why I let it in previously. If you're saying that you want to demonstrate or document that it's his phone and you're going to show some of these texts or emails, we'll see where it goes. You make your objection, we'll see where it goes.
Okay. So that was with respect to the admissibility of it. Also, I think the state is just made a comment of trying to shift to the defense the burden of establishing the relevance of that which it proposes to introduce in evidence. Instead, we have here about 200 plus pages of documents. The defense can go through and tell me what they don't want me to include. That's not how it works. They have to establish the relevance of each one of those communications in order to introduce them. So again, we take exception and object to this reversal of roles. The proponent of testimony has to establish its relevance to introduce it. The state is saying, let the defense tell us what they don't like and we'll consider taking it out. That's not how it should work. That is an ominous and unreasonable burden on the court and on the defense to go through and ferret out that which is not relevant. They have to establish its relevance. So we would respectfully request that. I think the state indicated earlier that each one of these communications has to be gone through, and that's why this witness is going to take as long as they said it's going to take. And so when they do it piecemeal, we'll be in a position to make our objections as the evidence is being adduced.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Feel free to jury. Get your witness, please.
One more thing, Your Honor. I think the state yesterday had proposed to us the alternative of clearing the courtroom and letting this witness testify unmasked, and we think that would be much preferable to the masked situation.
Thank you. Then again, the news media has a right to be here as well. That's my concern, is you're trying to just a balancing thing. I understand that was, I thought Mr. Adelstein indicated that was something that was preferable to him. I ruled. All right, we'll move it forward.
Is the court going to give any type of curative instruction?
Excuse me 1 second. Hold on. You have some instruction on the read?
Yes, Your Honor. I think we would have to include that the court has made a determination that balancing the interests of this defendant's constitutional right to confrontation is superseded by the media's right to be in the courtroom, and therefore he's being allowed to testify in a mask because those are the two interests that are being balanced. This defendant's constitutional right to confrontation and have the jury have an opportunity to discern the credibility of the witness versus the right of the media to have a camera in the courtroom. And so we would want that to be a component of any instruction that's given to the jury, and we'd like time to craft one because the court just ruled, and we'd like to come up with one proposal.
Go ahead.
Okay. Can we have some time?
So what I get from this, what I'm getting from this is they don't want the dude to be masked. They want him to show his face, because him being masked is now the jury is going to be like, oh well, he seems like he's threatened for his life. Which me personally, why is you in this line of work going on trial? You was in the XXX joint. Like, what? Why? You know what I'm saying? Like, I feel like why would you put yourself in that predicament. You know what I'm saying? And now I feel like he's saying is he need to take off the mask so he could show his face. So you know what I'm saying? That's this is this is crazy. This is crazy by far. As that going on, we're gonna look at this, man. Heard about Andrew Tate.
Is she texting someone behind your back?
Um,
A single Spokio search can help you find out who she's messaging.
Bruce Rivers, he's the criminal lawyer.
Certified criminal defense lawyer. Why is that important? Because you're looking at this through an expert. I'm an expert in criminal law, expert in trial law. I'm board certified by the National Board of Trial Advocacy and board certified by the State Bar Association of Minnesota as a criminal trial and a criminal law specialist. What does that mean? It means I've had a lot of trials. I've cross-examined a lot of experts. I've had 4 judges, 4 lawyers, 4 prosecutors, and some other people that I don't even know vouch for me. I've taken 2 exams. I've demonstrated a proficiency and an efficacy in the area of criminal law. I'm an expert in this field. And I'm not saying that because I'm all that in a bag of chips. I'm saying that because when you hear my opinions on what happens on these cases, it's with some 25 years of experience as a criminal trial lawyer, okay? So, so I'm not just another talking head. And plus, we have the content genius Michael Rivers to thank. He is behind the camera, and everything I do, it runs through him, and he is just a genius. And I love him to death. So let's get into this. Today we are reacting to Andrew Tate. Andrew Tate has been formally charged, and we're going to get into that in a second. But, you guys know all about my grandparents, right? Well, here's the other thing. You don't just use e-sign, for, give him an e-sign contract. E-sign business. They need to show force, fraud, or coercion, right? So he and his brother.
Oh yeah, bro. I gotta do some handle something real fast. So, I'll be right back. Just real
Tristan
fast.
and the 2 women all got charged with forming a
I
criminal
can watch that at
gang
the time
to
being,
that end.
though.
Sex trafficking, by its nature, involves force, fraud, or coercion. There is some evidence of force, apparently. There is evidence of coercion in the form of debt, and I'll get to that in a second. And then there's also the fraud, the lover boy, trying to get them to come, because you're going to get married and all these promises. And he gave these videos out, or he created these videos to say you need to control the women and make them think that they're the only one and blah, 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 make them loyal. That whole scheme, by his own words, are a form of fraud. And whether it's force, fraud, or coercion, or a combination of the 3, that's going to be a problem for him. And here's the other thing. So now the judge has a file, and he's got 60 days to review this file. And I'm not exactly sure what that process entails. We're going to look into that a little bit more so we can kind of better inform you as to what that is. But right now, I don't exactly know. This is brand new information. But think about this. And I'm not sure who his judge is going to be for this trial. But if it's the same judge that's been denying him bail and has been reviewing, how are you going to get a fair trial with that guy? Because he's already made a determination that force, fraud, and coercion and all this stuff exists, right? So remember we had that 80-page order that detailed a lot of the crimes. And so you don't get a jury in Romania. What are the allegations that they're trying to extricate themselves from? So according to the BBC, the alleged victims were taken.
Oh shit. Excuse me. Sneezing like a motherfucker. Bless me.
to buildings in Guilford County, where they were intimidated, placed under constant surveillance and control, and forced into debt, according to a statement from the Romanian prosecutors. The defendants allegedly then forced the women to take part in pornography. Well, we know they did that, with the OnlyFans and that kind of stuff. So let's just look at the other things that they took from, aside from the cars, because we already covered the cars. Remember, they took all their fucking Bugattis or whatever they had, how many ever cars they had. They took 14 luxury watches, a Bitcoin. Remember in his videos he talks a lot about Bitcoins? He had 16.10 Bitcoins, which is worth $294,000. 4.97 Bitcoins worth $90,000, and 0.003 Bitcoins worth $58.44. I don't know why they put that in there. But so they're going after him pretty hard, and they're trying to take everything. Anytime you get assets from illegal means, that they become subject to forfeiture. And so that's why that's an issue for them. So, in response to this news, Mr. Tate decides to so eloquently put out a piece. I don't know what you want to call it. He makes an official statement after he gets charged. Let's just take a look at this. This is so odd.
So I'm gonna do my own reaction to that. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna look at it a little later. I'm gonna do my own reaction to that shit. Excuse me. I'm gonna do my own reaction to that shit. Excuse me. I'm gonna do my own reaction to that shit. You feel me? I'm just clicking on videos.
No clue that in 2023
Basically skip the time. You feel me? Because they on break.
with physical product.
As we turn our attention now to the North Atlantic, as the search for the submersible that went missing while headed to the Titanic.
I don't think they're gonna find that shit, bro.
Experts estimate they have already run out of oxygen on board the Titan. About 30 minutes ago, the Coast Guard gave an update. They say a remotely operated vehicle deployed from a Canadian ship has reached the seafloor. Now, ships and aircraft are continuing to search an area roughly the size of the Dallas-Fort Worth Metroplex. The Coast Guard says it investigated underwater banging noises, though they have no idea if those noises actually came from the Titan. Veteran explorers say the crew's conditions are dire if they happen to be on the ocean floor where temperatures are near freezing.
Your body will start shivering to generate heat, and that will use up more oxygen. So that's not a good thing.
After that submersible lost communication Sunday, experts question why Titan didn't trigger a buoyancy device and float to the top of the ocean.
Yo, I see so many fucking memes, bro. This shit, like, but like, why? Why? And then you using a fucking, it looked like an Xbox controller. And then I seen a joint, and you could buy that controller right off of Amazon for $30 fucking. What the actual fuck? Like, what? What the hell is going on here? Like, for real, what is going on here, bro? Like, oh no, I can't. I can't. Out back. See what they gonna say. Right now they trying to fight. I guess with the witness and his face being covered, he has a mask. Me, I wouldn't even want to be in that line of work because you just putting your family in danger anyway. Like, no. I'm gonna.
Thank you. Proceeded. Let the record reflect the defendant, the defendants, his counsel, the assistant state attorneys, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. First of all, sorry for the delay. That's my fault. No one else is, and I apologize for that. Based on the court's ruling, the next witness will be testifying wearing a mask. You are to listen and to view and weigh this evidence as you would any other witness. All right, is this your next witness?
Yes, Your Honor. The state would call Detective Danny Polo.
Sir, you want to stand up, raise your right hand, and be sworn?
Yes, sir. You solemnly swear or affirm my testimony you should give in this case should be the truth, the whole truth, but nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
Please state your full legal name for the record. Danny Polo. Please spell your first and last name for the full report.
First name is D-A-N-N-Y. Last name P-O-L-O.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So that microphone in front of you, just up or down, but not back and forth, all right?
Yes, sir.
Ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
You may.
Good morning, Detective Polo. How are you today?
Good morning. Well,
Can you please introduce yourself to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
I'm a detective with the Broward County Sheriff's Office. My name is Danny Polo.
Prior to working with the Broward County Sheriff's Office, do you have any other law enforcement background?
I worked for the City of Hollywood Police Department.
And how long did you work for the state of Hollywood?
Approximately 2 years.
How long have you worked for the Sheriff's Office now?
Since 2015, so approximately 8 years.
Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what division or unit you were assigned to currently?
I'm assigned to the Strategic Investigations Division.
What does Strategic Investigations Division, or SID for short, cover for the Sheriff's Office?
Within the Strategic Investigations Division, within SID, we have multiple county-wide units, such as Major Narcotics Unit, Organized Crime Unit, Gang Investigations Unit, Money Laundering Unit, Internet Crimes Against Children, Joint Terrorism Task Force, Bomb Squad.
So with regards to the SID, you do undercover investigations.
Yes, ma'am.
Is that why you're wearing a mask today?
In part, yes.
So going to the Gangs and Organized Crime Unit, what years were you assigned to that specific unit?
I was transferred to the Organized Crime Unit in March of 2018, and I was there up until about January of 2021.
Can you just pause just a moment?
Can we approach very briefly?
What just happened? Oh, what the fuck? I don't know what the fuck.
Okay, Detective Polo, so we left off, you were talking about you'd been in the Gang and Organized Crime Unit since 2018?
Yes, March 2018, I was transferred to the Organized Crime Unit.
Okay. Prior to going to the Organized Crime Unit, did you have a background in gang investigations?
Yes, I've been gang liaison for the city of Deerfield Beach since approximately, I'd say, the end of 2015.
And were you ever part of the Multi-Agency Gang Task Force, or MAGTAF?
Yeah.
What is that?
It's a county-wide task force with multiple agencies, not just Broward County. The way the Broward County Sheriff's Office is divided up is different districts. So the city of Deerfield Beach is its own district. Pompano Beach is its own district. All those districts have assigned liaisons that are to communicate with the gang investigations unit, as well as liaisons for other jurisdictions such as Sunrise PD or Hollywood PD, the non-Broward Sheriff's Office districts.
And what are the investigational goals or aims of the Multi-Agency Gang Task Force?
Gang reduction, reducing gang violence, reaching out to the youth and trying to stop it before it starts. and just gang investigations.
So for the last approximately 3 weeks, where have you been assigned?
I was just transferred locally to the money laundering task force.
And as part of the money laundering task force, do you still have an aspect of organized crime and gang violence that you focus on?
Yes, it all overlaps. The only difference is I'm now working the money laundering aspect of these criminal enterprises and gangs.
In terms of during your time from 2018 to 2023 in the organized crime and gang unit, how many times did you have a chance to work as an undercover agent?
I lost count. Many times I've done everything from street level narcotics deals all the way up to international narcotics trafficking cases, firearms cases, stolen property cases.
More than 10?
Yeah.
More than 50?
Yeah.
Are you also credentialed by any other law enforcement agencies?
I am a task force officer with the Drug Enforcement Administration, the DEA, and I'm also a task force agent with the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Explosives, that's ATF.
And in terms of your responsibilities for those two agencies, what are they?
As part of being a task force officer for the DEA, I can conduct federal investigations related to narcotics. I can, instead of just charging and investigating cases on the state side and going through the state attorney's office or statewide prosecutor's office, I can file cases with the United States Attorney's Office like any other federal agent would. We have the same powers. And with the ATF, it's the same thing. The powers of the ATF would be the firearms violations. So I can work firearms investigations on the federal level.
Okay, so you talked about doing gang investigations. What does a gang investigation entail?
You initially start, a lot of times you start by, you get complaints from the neighborhood, or whatever neighborhood is being affected by gang violence, or just you observe shootings that are happening in a certain area, and you start looking into it to see if it's random or if there's something more organized going on. A lot of times we find that these violent crimes are being committed by members of criminal gangs, and once we've identified the criminal gang, the main goal is to identify which criminal gang it is. That way we know how to approach it. Some gangs are more structured than others. Some are very informal and don't have much structure at all.
So Detective Full, if we could just go on a little bit on that as the types of criminal gangs.
Sure.
Can you define for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what would be a national organized criminal gang?
So the national, they're called national gangs because they're found in multiple states. Doesn't mean every single state will have every single one of these gangs. So that most people see on TV, the Bloods, Crips, Gangster Disciples, the Mafia, biker gangs, motorcycle gangs. These are national gangs. They have chapters, sets, they call them sets, or lineups in multiple states, multiple jurisdictions, all over the country.
So Detective Foley, you also mentioned that sometimes they're a little less organized. Could you explain what a neighborhood street gang or hybrid gang is?
Neighborhood street gang is just that. When you have a neighborhood that hasn't, you have a group of 3 or more individuals involved in criminal activity, ongoing criminal activity, and they decide to take on common hand signs, colors, symbols, clothing, anything to unify them and show that they are a group. And they operate sometimes within a city, or they can operate within multiple jurisdictions, but they're working together and they've adopted these common identifiers. These gangs sometimes eventually will report to or turn into national gangs, but for the most part, there's many neighborhood street gangs. You can have one neighborhood, one 10 by 10, apologize, 10 by 10 blocks of neighborhood where you have 5 different gangs operating within that neighborhood. They might get along, they might not get along.
Okay, so in terms of the amount of time or resources that you put into a gang investigation, how long does it take?
We work every case differently because some of these cases require years of investigation because the gang might be very, very structured or just have a lot of financial support due to whatever crime they're committing, and those gangs are a little harder to tackle. So you have to invest a lot more time, a lot more money, a lot more resources.
Not guilty got 7-8%, bro.
Some of the more disorganized gangs, it's a little easier. You can go out there and find out first of all what crime they're committing, whether it's robberies, burglaries, narcotics trafficking, or just low-level narcotic sales, firearms trafficking or firearms sales. And then if they're very disorganized, it's easy. You just work individuals instead of the entire organization. You just start picking off different individuals, get criminal charges on the people you can, identify who within these less organized gangs has the most, the stronger presence, because there's always someone who's not necessarily in charge, but the person that has the most respect. And you start.
Somebody said, "Hurry up, dirty cop!" Oh shit!
Violence stops. That's the main concern is violence.
So Detective Polo, what training and education do you have in the area of gang and gang organization?
At this point, I think I'm probably upwards of 500 hours of just specialized training in gangs, organized crime, and money laundering. Like I said, it all kind of intersects. These are trainings.
People saying he's a crooked cop, y'all.
Gang investigations and specialists?
So I have a advanced gang specialist certification from the Florida Gang Investigators Association, and I have a gang specialist certification from the National Gang Academy.
Can you explain how you are certified and what requirements you have to pass before you can be certified by the Florida Gang Investigators Association?
Every year, the Florida Gang Investigators Association holds conferences. During this week-long conference, they put on a multitude of classes. They bring in either reformed gang members or gang members that are currently in custody. We can do interviews with them. They'll teach you about what it was like for them to join these different types of gangs, why they join these different types of gangs, the risk factors for the youth, how they think, the gang mentality, so that way we can better understand how to approach gang members when we're working with them. Because a lot of times we're not just arresting them, we're also trying to, in a way, befriend them so that they maybe understand they need to stop doing what they're doing.
This man was in X trial. So is he gonna be in Thug trial too?
That you've done the training, what about in terms of hands-on investigative experience? Can you list for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury some of the different specific gang organizations you have investigated?
So, for most people in the general public wouldn't realize it, but Broward County and many cities and counties have huge gang problems. They just operate under the radar. Broward County has almost every gang you can think of, from the Bloods, Crips, Gangster Disciples, Sir 13, which is a Hispanic gang that originated on the West Coast, Norteños, another Hispanic gang, outlaw motorcycle gangs, different gangs within the outlaw motorcycle gangs, not just one specific group.
Have you investigated, for example, white supremacy groups as a gang or organized crime?
White supremacy groups, yes. I mean, they operate way under the radar. They try to.
I bet they do.
Strange groups.
So you mentioned Bloods, and that's what I want to focus on.
Sure.
Personally, how many Blood gang-related investigations have you done?
So I think they're gonna try to put Melly in the Blood. You know what I'm saying? But
this last year, probably over 30.
430?
No, over 30.
Over 30. Oh.
Just maybe this last year.
And that's just in 2022?
Yes.
Oh. Have you ever testified in court on the subject of gangs and gang violence?
Yes, I testified in both the state and federal court.
Approximately how many times?
Maybe 6 times.
Okay. In terms of the sources of knowledge on gangs, you mentioned a couple at the conference, and interviews with documented gang members. Could you tell us a little bit more about those type of interviews and the different types that are out there?
So, as gang investigators, we gain this knowledge not just through doing search warrants and finding documents that these gang members, but these gangs generate. They create documents with their creeds, their codes, their oaths, the rules, bylaws, all that. So there's a lot to learn from that because it's written documents that they pass on from member to member. Because like every organization has rules, right? The sheriff's office has rules. You work for Publix has rules. They have a code of conduct. They have the way you have to dress. They have appearance guidelines. That's the same thing with gangs. It's no different. The national gangs have that a lot more structured. Some of these, we call them Bibles, gang Bibles. They're very lengthy. Some can be over 100 pages. So we learned a lot from those. The other side is interviewing and speaking with gang members. Sometimes it's gang members that we interview because they decide to cooperate with law enforcement to avoid either being prosecuted or to get a lesser sentence. So they're working on charges. Sometimes we interview gang members on an arrest. They don't want to cooperate with law enforcement. They don't want to reduce their charges. They don't care. They're okay with going to jail or seeing how the legal system works out. And if you build a good enough rapport with them, which is the main goal, speak kindly to everyone, just be polite, treat everyone like a human being. I've had great success in interviewing many, I wouldn't even be able to tell you how many gang members.
Can you explain what is a field interview or FI card?
Field interview is it's done commonly in the field. You approach someone on the street, maybe they committed a traffic infraction, some kind of infraction, and you make contact with them, or it could be consensual. You just see someone you want to talk to, approach them, talk to them. If they don't want to talk to you, you can walk away, that's fine. But like I said, if you treat people with respect, most of the time they'll talk to you.
When you're doing a field interview, what types of data are you collecting or aggregating at that point?
The first thing I do if I'm talking to someone is, as I'm gathering their information, if they decide to give me their information, there's times that people will decide to talk to you, but they won't give you their name, and that's fine. But I'll be looking at their person, at their body, to see if they have any tattoos, if they're wearing any specific colors, especially if I know that they belong to a specific gang. So if I see a member of a neighborhood street gang that wears military colors, right, camouflage, and I see a person walking in this neighborhood where primarily this is what they wear, and I decide to make contact with them, and they decide to talk to me, then I'll start noting those things. Okay, he's wearing a bandana with the camouflage colors, or he's wearing a belt with camouflage colors, or he's got this type of tattoo that's indicative of this gang. So even if they don't talk too much, sometimes their body tells you a lot. The way they're dressed, the way they stand. all those things are things you take into account.
You mentioned sometimes people would testify. Do you review testimony of various criminal cases across the country for gang information?
Yeah, we review testimony of gang members that are testifying in court. We review testimony, not even just testimony, we review indictments and indictments on the federal side and the state side, and read about these gangs and how they were investigated. And then we learn about the different types of ways that the gangs operate in different parts of the county, or different parts of the state, because just because you're a member of the Bloods doesn't mean that the Bloods operate the same in every city or every county or every state. The rules are the written rules, but the rules are bent.
So with regard to, you also mentioned intercepted communications, like wiretaps. Can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what is a wiretap and how you use it in a gang investigation?
Wiretap is a lengthy process where you first identify someone who's committing criminal acts. So in the case of a gang member who's committing criminal acts, they're involved in criminal activity. And once you've developed enough probable cause to believe that they are using their phone to conduct this criminal activity, you start drafting a wire intercept application. It's a very lengthy document. It's not an overnight thing. How you see on TV where you just ask a judge for a signature and they give it to you. You have to show that you have exhausted every means of investigating this person or this gang. So you can't just go up on this person's phone and start listening to their communications. You have to be able to explain that you weren't able to conduct an investigation because surveillance wasn't possible. Because let's say on a gang case, the neighborhood is controlled by the gang. You can't do surveillance at these neighborhoods sometimes. As soon as you walk in or drive in, they'll know your car doesn't belong and you'll get approached. Many times that's happened to me.
So Detective Polo, specifically on wiretaps, once a wiretap is authorized, what do you have to do for the communications that are intercepted?
You pick a schedule based on the person's activity. So if the person is on the phone 24 hours a day, then we try to cover 24 hours a day of communications where someone is sitting inside a room on a computer just monitoring live phone calls. As the person makes a phone call or gets a phone call, you are getting that phone call too. You're listening to it. You're identifying whether it's criminal in nature. If it is criminal in nature, you continue to listen. If at any point in the conversation it becomes non-criminal in nature and they start talking about, the basketball game or what they're doing over the weekend, then you stop listening. It's called minimizing. You turn off the call and you follow the rules of minimization. So you spot check the call at that point. Then you check the call. The rules are different for every case, so I can't say it's this many minutes here, this many minutes there. But you would stop listening for a certain amount of time, the rules that were determined by the prosecutors, and then you begin listening again. If you start listening again, you hear evidence of criminal communications, and you continue to listen for the amount of time that they're.
So Detective Polo, for wiretaps, how many hours do you think, can you tell the jury, you've spent listening to criminal conversations on wiretaps?
Hundreds, if not 1,000, maybe more.
Is there a special vocabulary that you learned during the course of listening to wiretaps?
So every gang, every culture has their own way of speaking. So a lot of gangs come up with codes, code words. Some organizations that aren't gangs have the same thing, and you have to decipher them basically. And with gangs, in these Bibles, they sometimes put their codes, and it's easier to identify what certain things mean. So they might be speaking in slang, but we know what they're saying because we either have basically a dictionary that they've created that we already firearm possession, context, you start understanding what they're talking about.
Okay, so sounds like a good segue to go into, you mentioned the Bibles and things. Have you had the opportunity as a gang member to conduct search warrants and seize some of these printed materials?
Yes.
Could you explain some of the things that you've gotten out of, like, for example, email accounts?
Yeah, so a lot of gangs that are sending these Bibles around, they don't want these Bibles, these books of knowledge. They call them knowledge. They don't want these things in the hands of law enforcement. They don't want law enforcement to understand their inner workings. And sometimes every couple of years they'll revamp their books of knowledge and they'll change their codes. They'll change a lot of the rules. The original history within the books of knowledge is going to remain the same, right? You can't change the date the organization or the game was established. It was established in 1996. It was established in 1996. You can't change that in your Bible. But you can change your codes. You can change the language you're using. You can change some of your rules depending on what's been going on in the world. It's a lot of gangs. Most national gangs were started a long time ago in the 60s and 70s, and they were racially divided. Now, they're not. Now you have white people, black people, Hispanic people, Asian people, all working together in the same gang. That used to just be a black-only gang, or a whites-only gang, not including white supremacy gangs and stuff like that. Those are
Okay, so you mentioned sometimes it's seized through email accounts and search warrants on that.
Mm-hmm.
What about the interception of cell phones or extractions of cell phones from known or suspected gang members?
So if we have enough probable cause to seize a cell phone during an investigation, and it's let's say a gang member's cell phone, we'll do a download of that cell phone, make a copy of it basically, and then we can go through the content of that cell phone. Sometimes we can go through the entire phone, sometimes just specific things that you're looking for. And in those phones, it contains, a lot of times it'll contain photographs of these books of knowledge, because that's how they're also sending it to each other. You need to learn this oath, here's a picture of my knowledge. Or it's just communication back and forth, and just texting each other and explaining to each other, this is what you need to know when you talk to this next person who's going to quiz you on your knowledge. And if you don't know your knowledge in these national gangs, there's usually some repercussions. Maybe early on in the game when you're brand new, they take it a little easier on you. But as time progresses, the more time you spend in these games, you're expected to know these things off the top of your head, and you can't mess up.
So when you say things you're supposed to know off the top of your head, are there questions and required responses?
Yeah, so that's something that a lot of games do. It almost feels like they all kind of copy each other. There will be greetings, and the greeting has a specific response. And the purpose of that is to know if someone is really a member of this gang. So a lot of times gangs have national gatherings where they'll host a large event for all the gang members in the country. Whoever wants to come, to just come, meet, socialize, and network with other members of this organization. So as an example, there's a Bloods gang, Bloods set called 5-9 Brims. They host their national day on May 9th, because May is the 5th month. They're the 5-9 Brims. So May 9th, 5-9, it's all symbolic, right? So they'll meet up, and they'll usually go on videos, on live streams, and post up these events, and just everyone's wearing their colors, and you'll hear a lot of the language, you'll hear a lot of the slang, and that's another way that we pick up on how these gangs operate.
So Detective Hull, you're telling this juror that people go and put criminal gang activity online?
Well, the criminal gang activity would be the crimes. They're not. Maybe sometimes they post up the crimes on YouTube to show that they're strong, or to instill fear in neighborhoods, but sometimes they're just showing their presence. Hey, we're here, this is who we are, this is what we wear, and don't forget that we're here. They're not necessarily doing anything illegal in those videos, they're just, it's a gathering.
Is it illegal to be a member of a gang?
No.
How would you differentiate a criminal street gang versus the sheriff's office? Y'all wear the same uniform, you have a hierarchy at the sheriff's office. How would you differentiate that from a criminal street gang?
So the definition per the statute, Florida state statute, and most of the statutes across the country read the same. It's a group of 3 or more persons with common signs, symbols, colors, identifiers who are, as the primary activity, are engaged in criminal activity. So the key word is, as part of their primary activities, they are conducting criminal activities. Doesn't mean all their activities are criminal activities, but a good portion of them are.
Okay. So going back to a little bit more of your training and experience, you mentioned about the conferences and trainings that you've done. Approximately how many of those have you attended while you've been in the gang unit?
I think my first conference was in 2016. I've attended every conference since then. The next conference is this August. I'll be attending the national conference in Chicago. I'll be teaching courses at that conference.
Can anyone sign up for that conference?
People in the field, prosecutors, attorneys, law enforcement, corrections officers, victim advocates, youth counselors.
So how many times have you taught at those types of conferences in the past?
This will be my first time teaching at the conference. I teach at the Broward County Sheriff's Office. We teach the new recruits, the new deputies that are coming in. We teach them about the gangs that we have in Broward County so that they're not oblivious to what's going on around them. We'll show them a map of which gangs operate in which areas, what to look out for, hand signs, identifiers, tattoos. So that's something we teach to our recruits. We teach, I've taught at the Broward College at the Police Academy, where we taught the school resource officers, because gang involvement begins at a very young age for the most part. Most gang members join their gangs at early ages, 11, 12, 13, recruited very young. So school resource officers need to know what to look for so they can stop juvenile gangs from forming, because a lot of times these juvenile gangs that are starting in a school will then expand and join larger neighborhood gangs or national gangs, and then that's when we start having problems, because the juvenile gang members have something to prove, and they usually get a little more violent.
So you also mentioned some of the social media content before. Are there individuals who put out videos or commentary about gang activities?
Yeah, we're in the era of social media, so everything's on social media right now. Gang members across the country are posting stuff that probably would have never been posted years ago. Their knowledge, history, things they did when they were incarcerated, how the gangs were formed, the leaders and the founders of these gangs that are now no longer in prison do podcasts and talk about how the gangs were formed, when they were formed, who did what kind of violence they had to commit, why they were created, whether they were created because they needed to form to protect themselves against another gang, or whether it was just they unified based on race or based on location, geographical gangs. We have that here in South Florida. So this is all publicly available, and it's national leaders and national founders of these gangs that are putting out these videos, as well as just regular gang members on the street that are not of any special rank. They post up videos. If they find out someone is claiming to be a Blood or a Crip and they're not, they'll confront them on social media to get views. And some of these confrontations turn into physical assaults. People get called out for being for false flagging. That's what we call it, false flagging, or just pretending to be, claiming to be part of a gang but they're not.
Okay, and so I think the last aspect of gang knowledge that we haven't yet discussed is the undercover investigation.
Yes.
Could you explain briefly how those are conducted and what types of information is brought back?
So we do undercover investigations on most gangs that we can do them in pretty much almost any gangs. So some gangs are a little more trickier than others. What the requirements are, obviously, very organized gangs do background checks sometimes, stuff like that. That makes it a little more difficult. But we've infiltrated gangs. We have detectives within the Broward Sheriff's Office and within the other agencies that we work with. We've actually infiltrated gangs, been blessed into these gangs, become gang members, been put on the national books, and no one knows. I mean, that's we can't say those names, but
Understood. Is this something that's done for like the Bloods, the Crips, as well as the Mafia and things that's been done for many years in this particular area of investigation?
Yeah, the Mafia is a great example. That was done a long time ago with the Mafia. It's been done with Bloods, Crips, outlaw motorcycle gangs have been infiltrated multiple times. Most recently, we infiltrated several Blood gang sets. We have several detectives that are Blood gang members in their undercover lives.
Do they bring back and share the knowledge with the other members of the Organized Crime and Gang Task Force?
That's the best part about those investigations, is that it's not just that we gain this intelligence, but we corroborate everything that we're getting from either informants or from people that just want to talk to us on the street. We're not just taking their word for it. They're telling us exactly what to do. Hey, you need to learn X, Y, Z. The next time we meet again, you need to learn this oath. You need to know this handshake. You need to know what to wear. You need to know what to say when you meet this guy. You're going to meet the next boss up, because everything is it's organizational. So you're going to meet the next person up, and they're going to keep quizzing you. They're going to find out where you are in your process with the game. So if you're a very young gang member, not of an age, but young in the game, you might have some leeway. But we've had those instances where we're meeting other gang members and our undercover might have messed up the handshake, and everyone just kind of freezes. So looking at that person like, who is he? Because that's the first thing he should have known. How did he mess that one up? And that we kind of have to recover from that. Little things. So these are things that have corroborated all this information that we gain from phones, emails, social media, interviews. That's the icing on the cake for us.
You're at this time of tender for defense to Water in the area of expertise in gang knowledge. And
Thank you. Council, before we do, we're going to take a short recess. Do not discuss the case. Don't form any opinion about the case. Don't allow anyone to discuss the case. Certainly no research. Just need to know depends on it. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Defendant and the witness, detective, the court reporter saying she has having a little difficulty because you're facing the jury a lot, so if you could just speak up, all right?
Yes, sir.
Can I see counsel sidebar, please?
yes, sir.
step outside for a moment, discuss this. Thank you.
I'm back.
That's the handshake, and everyone just kind of freezes. So like, looking at that person like, who is he? Because that's the first thing he should have known. How did he mess that one up? And that we kind of have to recover from that. Little things. So these are things that have corroborated all this information that we gained from phones, emails, social media, interviews. That's the icing on the cake for us.
Here, I just have a tender for defense to Roger in the area of expertise and gang knowledge. And
Thank you. Council, before we do, we're going to take a short recess. Do not discuss the case. Don't form any opinion about the case. Don't allow anyone to discuss the case. Certainly no research. Just leave no heads on it. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Remain along with the defendant and the witness. Detective, the court reporter saying she has having a little difficulty because you're facing the jury a lot. So if you could just speak up, all right?
Yes, sir.
Can I see counsel sidebar, please?
yes, sir.
All right, academics. Yes, sir. And he on
I don't
early.
belong here.
Well, not early, but
Brianna, Roger, they don't belong here. And Jemmy shouldn't be here. But yet here we...
Which was lost on an underwater expedition to view the Titanic shipwreck on Sunday, June 18. The live will air.
Gangs, but we'll see how it ties more into the trial and this case. Stay with us. We'll be right back right after this.
not even. That's crazy, bro.
Them niggas ran out of oxygen. Play that shit. You can imagine how they're rocking with this. This is crazy to me. But hey, you know what I mean? You gotta let the white people do the white people shit. You feel me? The interesting part, I was watching this thing about it. This shit was crazy. they were basically saying that this ship, like the dude was explaining the ship. He was just like, "Yo, we got household parts on the ship." The ship, it was like crazy. I don't know if I can find. Let me see if I can find it. I'm trying to find the thing. I don't know. I don't want to sit here searching for it, but actually, I could probably find it quick. Somebody says, "Guess what? The shark's eating for dinner." I'm gonna be honest with you. I think the vessel is still sealed. I just think they're trapped somewhere, or the propellers or whatever can't get out. I seen somebody ask the question, why wasn't there like a rope connected to it? Well, based on what type of vessel this is, if you have a rope connecting to it from the surface, it's also meant to be nimble to get in and out of shit. If there's a long ass rope connected to it, you might wrap yourself around some shit and fuck yourself up in a type of way. You get what I mean? So it's not like it's just going there and just kind of hovering above. Let me see.
Them motherfuckers dead, man.
Somebody says, "Oh," somebody said they only had AA batteries. Jesus Christ, y'all are hell, man.
Nah, real shit. You see him. Oh, hold on, yo. Let me take my dog out real quick. He, you know.
It's like the nigga was showing in there, and he's like, "Yo, yeah, we just use like this like remote controller." It's got one button. Look at this shit. And that's it. Yeah, so we run the sub with this game controller. It's made by Logitech, but it's basically a Sony PlayStation style controller. If you want to go forward, you press forward. If you want to go back, you press back. If you want to turn the... Yo, I ain't gonna lie. This shit is crazy, son. I seen some niggas... Y'all niggas be just ruthless with the jokes. Yo, you ever seen that meme? You ever seen that meme where it's like, yo, you could tell what quarter and how much a nigga losing by on 2K if he playing like this or he playing like this. Imagine the nigga in the sub, you know what I mean? He's just cooling back, yo, we about to go look at the Titanic. When he go like this and turn his hat back way, nigga, and he like this to the small ass window with the joysticks, what the fuck are you thinking as a passenger? What the fuck? This nigga's mashing buttons while you like, yo, where are we at? Nah. Oh, man, nah, this shit is crazy. To the left, it's like that. You want to turn to the right, you turn to the right. It's got one button. And that's it. Yeah, so we run the sub with this game. Oh, there's another video. Inside the Titanic submersible. Turns me toilet. I've never. Wait, nah, I gotta show you that nigga giving the breakdown of it. It's this nigga right here. Turn up the music, and it's very popular. We have our control screen here, our sonar screen here, and we can put any image we want in the back. Taking a completely new approach to the sub design, and it's all run with this game control. Now there's another privately funded operation, and we're funded by we call mission specialists who help support the mission. So they take quite a bit of money to come and join us. Years ago, the Russians took tourists out to the Titanic. Decks are collapsing. The promenade deck continues. Oh, maybe this is.
I'm curious. On your voyage, you are on the surface somewhere, bobbing.
assistant state attorneys, the juries in the jury room regarding the two messages I received from one of the jurors. I don't know how you want me to proceed. The second message, we just took a break right away. She just said she needed a moment. So I don't know what you want me to do.
Okay. We have a list of proposals in order.
You talk to the state about anything?
No, not yet.
No, I know the state's okay with the first one, which is allow this for the court to reconsider its position with respect to this witness testifying with a mask. The state had indicated to me yesterday that they would agree to him testifying without a mask. And as a matter of fact, I think the witness said that he anticipated that's what he would have to do. And the only proviso would be that the courtroom would have to be cleared and the phones of all people present during the testimony would have to be confiscated. We would suggest that that would be remedy number one that should be employed.
So I think the problem with that logic is it's assuming that it's the witness's mask that is making her uncomfortable, not the testimony about gangs. Because if she is uncomfortable and upset because she was robbed by a gang member when she was young, and that's the concern, we need to know that. So I think that's the first problem that we have, because we have to get the actual reason as to why she's
I'm back.
Well,
My bad.
within
My bad
context,
for having it on the
first
screen,
note
man. I'm
indicated that
sorry about that.
was a question.
Y'all could skip
Why does
ahead from that.
he get to see us and we don't get to see him? So I think that lets us know that it's the mask that's of concern and that the presumption of being robbed was being robbed with a mask. If it's gangs, we did a thorough voir dire during which the issue of gangs was addressed, and she's passed that hurdle, so it's not a gang issue, it's a mask issue. So that would be our first proposal. And if the court's willing to do that, I guess we don't need to get to a second proposal.
My concern is the second message that the juror sent over, where she asked for a woman. But so the record's clear. It says, "I need a woman. I can't listen properly. When I was a child, I've seen someone get robbed, and I am having an anxiety attack." So my question is, if she's able to proceed with it, or if this is going to somehow color her thinking. That's what I'm mostly concerned with respect to counsel.
Sure.
And that's a sword that can cut either way.
Oh, I understand. But
that's what I'm more concerned, and I'm also concerned about trying to interfere somehow with the jury's process. And if she just needs a moment, maybe we just send them to lunch now and not worry about it. But I'd still like to find out as to if she's going to be able to follow law and whatever happened. I don't know if she's already on the jury. She's already been accepted. You asked all your questions. I think we've crossed that bridge already.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I'm concerned, and I don't know how to.
And I understand and appreciate the court's concern, but the question is, what is precipitating her anxiety? And it's the mask. And yes, we can clarify that with her. I have no problem doing that. But it can't be gangs, because we discussed that at length during voir dire, and she cleared that hurdle and was put on the jury. Okay. But that would be our first proposition. If the court would consider that, that would be great. The second proposition would be, the first of her two notes was a question. And it was, why can he see me and we can't see him? Which goes to the heart of the confrontation clause. And also lets us know that her concern.
It should be on my page now.
This is why I like to go back and forth and shit.
That boy in the court looking like this. Feel me? So this is a nigga in court testifying like a motherfucker. Get what I mean? He's just chilling. So he don't want nobody to see who he is. He just want to do his thing, get his snitching on, and just dip out. Because he got to get back to the streets to really incriminate niggas. You heard me? All right, anyway, let's play it.
Since March of 2018.
And your time in the strategic.
Is that correct, Matt?
Okay. So they're gonna unmute in a second, and basically he's gonna say, "Yo, so you're doing this for your safety, right?" Let's see. Okay, this is about to come back. What up with y'all, man? By the way, I'm in all the chat rooms.
Let's go on
here. Mr. Melly, I think our client has a right to a jury of his peers, one which has been selected and is seated, and his right to both confrontation and to a juror that has been seated supersedes all of the rights of the media, of the state to have an expert or a witness who could have been, and when they could have chose any other expert. But our third proposition would be,
as a YouTuber, vidIQ is one of the most powerful tools that I use. I spend a
after lunch, after the jury
proceed, just see how she feels. If she's not suffering from anxiety anymore, if it's strictly an issue of the mask, then we'll know where that stands and we'll address it. And I can ask the witness then how he feels. So we'll take it one at a time. All right. So let's do this. We're going to take our lunch and recess now. Any objection, Gary? I told the jurors not to discuss the case. Just tell the juror to come back at let's say 1:15. All right, or 1:30. Say 1:30. All right. Give her a chance to relax, and jurors back at 1:30. Okay. So.
Quiet.
Attorney needs to be back at 1 or 1:15.
I want some further discussion with you because counsel raised an issue about these text messages that are on the phone, and I'd like to see about getting some clarification with that. All right. So, Gary, you tell the jury to proceed back at 1:30. All right.
Okay. And there's one other thing, maybe, and I figured the last part of the jury instruction would be that with which the court took exception. And that's why I put it at the end, so it could be easily excised. We do propose that as the proper instruction, but we'd like maybe to copy the rest of what we have proposed so that the court can look at it over the break and the state can look at it over the break. I have excised that last portion, and maybe we'd be better informed to discuss it upon return.
That's fine. So regarding this witness, let's just, I don't know what the documents are, but I'd like to proffer basically how this is getting in. I understand there's an extraction, and I understand that was done, but I haven't seen what the proposal or the summary from the extraction was.
And I have those if you want to look at them over lunch, I'd be happy to provide them.
Sure. You gave a copy of this to counsel?
Yes, sir.
Yes, we do that.
These would be the ones I'd be trying to introduce as the color copies. They're easiest to read.
So these are for what you intend to introduce at the time of trial?
Yes, sir.
All right.
There's also...
And so counsel's objection basically was, and again, to reiterate, I let the extraction in because it was taken from the phone. Defense's position is that there's no indication that it's the defendant, Jamel Demons' phone, and your position was that what's on the phone is evidence of who's had care.
My biggest thing is a dude on trial for Melly? What is he on there for?
That as well. So there are some for undercover operations that you work. What type are they?
Majority of them are narcotics, firearms, violent crimes, gang-related investigations.
How many years did you spend specifically in the gang and organized crime section of the Strategic Investigations Division?
From March of 2018 till 3 weeks ago.
Have there been credible threats on your life?
Yes.
Is there currently a credible threat on your life?
Yes.
In terms of is there an amount of money assigned to the death of you that has been offered up?
Approximately $50,000.
In terms of your safety and security, why do you wear the mask for those reasons?
To protect my family. So I'm not walking around Broward County, Palm Beach County, Dade County, anywhere, and get ambushed by someone that might be looking for me. We've done cell phone warrants on multiple people in Broward.
Most poignant and striking evidence of that is that the phone comes back to the name Sack Chaser Howard. What that means, I know that my phone doesn't come back with the name Christine Bradley because I wouldn't do that. And I think that is a clear indicator that that phone was being used by others. And so the issue is not whether or not, if we can show that it was used by Mr. Demons at some time, everything comes in. The issue is, if you want to get in conversation A, prove that conversation A, lay the foundation for conversation A. Prove that conversation A was being had between Mr. Demons and somebody else, and that would be at least some measure of authentication. The case law does indicate that one of the two parties to the conversation is the way to go, and that's the way to authenticate it, but it's not exclusive. But each single conversation as it's coming in should be authenticated, because the fact that the phone was passed around and used by several others, we have presented the court with evidence that that phone was being used while Mr. Demons was in custody. We know it's being used by several other people. It's not in his name and it wasn't recovered from him. And so the issue isn't whether or not he's ever used it. The issue is each conversation that you're trying to put in, authenticate it, lay the proper foundation so that we're not risking misleading this jury.
Thank you. And counsel, this is on this extraction report is all on the phone with the 9807 phone number, correct?
That's correct, Your Honor. And just so.
And that's the subscriber of that was Jamie King?
Yes, the defendant's mother.
The information that's from T-Mobile, I forget the exhibit number, but which had the subscriber showed that this 9807 line was signed or used by Mr. Dennis, the defendant.
There's other information that the state has introduced, including the pawn receipt in which Mr. Demons is identifying that as his personal phone number.
I realize that, but I'm trying to go back to the subscriber information. I thought that was and I don't have it in front of me, but the plan was a family plan or something, and Ms. Jamie King had one phone, is that correct? And Mr. Demons had a different phone?
There are multiple phones on that plan, including one of the victim's phones that was used by the victim. Mr. Anthony Williams was on that same phone plan that Ms. King was paying for, but the defendant was using. And so in terms of any evidence that anyone else was using that phone, Your Honor, there's been proffers of things that were supposedly be said by the defense. However, there is no evidence before Your Honor that anyone else other than the defendant used that phone. And I'd be happy to put together over lunch a compilation of every single one of the screenshots that the defendant took on almost every FaceTime call that includes him in this small box, which would be indicative of who is using that phone, and the other individuals that he is calling as the larger picture.
Your Honor, some of the evidence is before you now, which is Mr. Williams, who was also on that plan, was also using that phone. His nickname was Sack Chaser. Right before you, you will notice that all of those messages are coming from Sack Chaser. I'm not claiming that that means that all of those messages are from him. I am saying it's proof is positive that the phone was being used by him at times, or that would never have materialized in that way. And this notion that you go to a pawnbroker, yes, maybe the day that Mr. Demons was at the pawnbroker, he gave that phone number because he knew it was one he could reach. Just like last night when I went to go buy face cream for my wife, they asked, do you have a number with us? And I gave them her number because that's the number that is associated with our Walgreens account to get credits. And when I go to Total Wine and they ask me, I give my number. And that's how that works. And so the fact that he may have identified that as a phone that he could be contacted at when he did a certain pawn transaction is not dispositive proof that he's the exclusive user of that phone. The fact that Sack Chaser's name is associated with that phone is dispositive proof that he was using that phone. And the fact that the phone was being used after Mr. Demons was incarcerated is also dispositive proof that the phone was being used by others. And the way that we can solve this is that the state can lay the foundation for each conversation they want to get in. And if they can't, it means they don't have the proof that it is him. If they can, then they do have the proof, and it should be admitted. But that's all we have.
Thank you. And the phone itself, when was the extraction done?
The extraction was done February of 2019. I believe February 23rd or 28th. I don't remember exactly. It's on the analysis. The report that is generated, which is what's been put in evidence, is generated in June of 2019. This was the phone that the defendant's manager brought to the state attorney's office and was identified during that conversation by the defendant's manager as being the defendant's phone that he was given after the defendant went into custody. There are multiple messages and things that I'm happy to show the court because that item is in evidence, and I can put together a composite over lunch to show exactly the number of times the defendant is pictured on that phone, including the various accounts that have already been.
They still trying to use his phone because that's the only evidence they got.
And his family, and with the understanding this trial is being live streamed, I understand his fear for safety, and I understand the defendant's objection to overruled. He'll be allowed to testify. This is something that I think, again, is trying to balance it, what we're doing. And my thought is that based upon the testimony of the detective, that this would be an acceptable way to proceed. And I understand it's over the defense objection. The last thing has to do with the juror who's ill is Ms. Claudia Calzana. And again, as I indicated, she was, my phone was indicated that sure that didn't happen. Again, it's trying to balance today, but I have no idea. This is the second hospitalization for her. She was not admitted the last time she was in the emergency.
Trying to see if he's going to say something, but
telling her how to and what code is associated with the phone. That is how the state attorney's office, with the help of law enforcement, was able to get the full extraction that we have, because this defendant, on a recorded jail call, gave the passcode to his mother.
A couple of things, Your Honor, in retort. One is if if YNW Melly is like any other artist, the person who does their bookings is their manager, the person who had phone in hand. So if it's coming back to YNW Melly booking, that would suggest that it's the manager who has possession of that phone. The other thing that suggests he had possession of the phone is he had possession of the phone and he turned it over. Now, the fact that Mr. Demmons knows the passcode is, again, not proof dispositive. That phone was being used by others while he was incarcerated. So other people clearly knew the password to the phone or they could not have used it. And third, I'm not sure that Mr. Francois coming in here and saying it's Mr. Demmons' phone would be sufficient. I don't know that that would not be some form of hearsay, but at least that might start to approach some sort of foundation. All the foundation that's required by law to be adduced and elicited and put into the record is coming from the state attorney's mouth at that desk, and it's not in evidence. So all the things that she's saying establishes it as his phone are the very things that the case law and rules require be adduced before that jury. And so the fact that she understands that is evident from the fact that she is presenting it as the foundation for why she's trying to introduce this information. But this is not the forum to do it outside the presence of the jury. Do it in front of the jury if you have the witnesses, because otherwise it's hearsay. Her saying that Joe Blow told her that somebody else owns a phone is not legal foundation sufficient to satisfy the rules of evidence.
All right, so counsel, I'd like to see what you have and show me, we'll talk about how you, what evidence you're going to have introduced to authenticate it and how to come in. All right? So we'll see everybody back at, let's see, 1:15.
1:15. God damn. Let's go back on here.
I actually think it's 4, but 2 are subsumed within 1 exhibit. With respect to those, we maintain our objection that it lacks the foundation to be introduced. We have presented the court with cases that for social media and text exchanges to be admitted, one party to that conversation needs to be brought in, or which is the preferable method, or there's some other method of establishing the receiver and sender, and authenticating those communications to be what the state represents them to be, or the offering party, whoever it is. So we object on those grounds, lack of foundation, and hearsay.
Thank you. Well, this is a different hearsay objection. You're trying to offer them for the truth of the matter asserted?
Yes, Your Honor. In terms of that, there's case law and approach on the
Hold on. Let me listen to this shit real quick.
Anxiety with this juror as the detective was testifying.
Well, there was a lot of anxiety in that courtroom. There was a voir dire of the witness. He was, wearing a mask, and they wanted to talk to him about why he had that mask on before the jury came in. He testified that he had the mask because there was a bounty on his head for $50,000 and he was in fear of his life. For those reasons, Judge Murphy said, okay, you can wear your mask. Now we have a juror who has some concern about the witness wearing the mask. There were a couple of questions. One was, I'm very uncomfortable. The other issue was, why is he wearing a mask? We're not wearing masks. So they are trying to determine what to do with that issue. The judge said, we'll take that lunch break. We'll determine over the lunch break what we're going to do. There were a couple of options that were proposed. One option is to clear the courtroom and have the witness take that mask off so he would not be intimidating any of the jurors with the mask on. And another proposal was simply have a jury instruction that is more detailed. The first jury instruction that the judge gave basically was, look, this witness will be wearing a mask and you are not to infer anything with that. This second jury instruction, if that's the way the judge decides to go, will be much more detailed. So he's thinking about that over the lunch break, and we'll have some sort of resolution when the break concludes.
I want to bring Brian Buckmeyer into this conversation really quickly. Brian, you were a public defender doing homicide cases. This is pretty unique. We are getting
previously, if you're saying that you want to demonstrate or document that it's his phone and you're going to show some of these texts or emails, we'll see where it goes. You make your objection, we'll see where it goes.
Okay. So that was with.
Yeah, because they on that phone, bro. They on the phone. And they don't got no other evidence but that phone.
This guy, he says he's got a bounty on his head, but also we do have that confrontation clause issue where the defendant has a right to confront his accuser, and also it does impact possibly how the jurors are able to evaluate this person's credibility.
Yeah, so let me pull a lot of that apart. First of all, the confrontation clause doesn't say you have the right to confront your accuser. You have the right to confront the witnesses against you. And the way that the constitutional law looks at that is you're allowed to be in court with them, you're allowed to have them present, you're allowed to cross-examine them. It's not like when we've had sovereign citizens in the past saying, well, the state is accusing me, so why isn't the state coming in? It's not really accuser, it's more witnesses. Also, it's not literal in the sense that you have to see their face. While this is rare to hide someone's face during testimony, and especially during the pandemic, many defense attorneys, including myself, made the argument that we cannot test the credibility of this witness if they're wearing a mask on their face, because that's the way that people perceive truthfulness, honesty, dishonesty, whatever it may be. It's a balancing act. And I mean no disrespect to this witness, but the life of a person and potentially the life of their loved ones, whether it be husband, wife, children, parents, whomever it may be, because we know that gangs don't just go after one person, they could potentially go after a family. That risk, at least in my mind, far outweighs any discomfort you may have from seeing someone testify with a mask. I think the witness explained it very well. I think everyone is a reasonable person in that room. Also, most of us have lived through the last 3 years of seeing people with masks. I don't think this witness testifying with a mask should be that big of an issue. Give a curative instruction or some kind of instruction come time for deliberation, but I side on the side of safety for this person's life over another person's discomfort.
Yeah, most certainly. I mean, I don't think any of us can imagine what having a bounty on our heads is like. This guy, people want to kill him, and people will be paid to kill him. So a lot of us are not able to actually put ourselves in that position. So it'll be interesting to see what happens. The concern really is what's going on with this juror as well.
Man, that's his choice. He wanted to do that shit. You know what I'm saying? Why are you up there? What, like?
From YouTube, will they have enough evidence and prove him guilty? Me, I think no. So, we got to be careful with that because the case is not yet over. But Afi, what are your thoughts so far on how the case is going?
First of all, thank you, EJ, for your question. If I can tackle really, really quickly what you guys just addressed with respect to the witness, I would like to say, find me an expert witness that can testify without a mask. I think it's highly prejudicial and inflammatory, and that would be my first objection as a defense attorney, because as a juror, I would start thinking, what in the world have I gotten myself into? What is the defendant involved in? Is anybody going to come after my family? Now, with respect to EJ's question, has there been enough evidence, or is there enough evidence to convict Melly? Maybe there is. I don't think that enough has been presented yet. I think the prosecution is definitely, circling with the helicopter, and they haven't landed yet, but it looks like they are trying to land, and they're just trying to piecemeal a lot of the evidence that they can put together as best they can to bring about a conviction.
Well, let's keep in mind, though, this officer, this detective, he's on the stand testifying about wiretaps and stuff like that. So, he has involvement in the case. So we need to keep that in mind as well. And there is a gang aspect of this case. So it'll be interesting to see how this all unfolds after lunch. The judge may do what Brian just suggested as curative instruction. All right, Kirsty Walden from YouTube. What does this have to do with the case? Asking about undercover detective Danny Polo. So Terry, what does this have to do with the case? Clear that up for Kirsty, if you don't mind.
Okay, so good question. The prosecution is bringing on undercover agent Danny Polo because they have alleged that Melly is involved with a gang, and so they are trying to make that connection with the gang, the Bloods basically. And so this witness is testifying about his undercover operations, what happens generally, and right now we've only heard about general undercover operations. We have not heard anything specific about this operation. So I think what the prosecution is going to try to do is to say, what did you do in connection with this case? What did you do in connection with Melly? What did you do in connection with any sort of wiretapping? And if in fact they learned any information, this would be the witness to get that in. They've alleged that he's involved in the gang. They've stated as an aggravating factor that he's involved with the gang activity. And so that's why they're bringing this witness on the stand at this point in time.
Sure, go ahead, Brian.
Yeah, so gang life, like any other.
Somebody just said in the chat, is so XXX was in a gang? He said, because he did say that.
People articulate themselves in a gang or in that environment is very different than what people may know in their everyday life. It's like lawyers and non-lawyers. We have our own language that you may not know about. So you put on a witness like this to educate the jury to say, hey, what you saw there in that video isn't just a handshake. That's something gang related. What you saw here or what we're trying to present here isn't just some kind of awkward happenstance. It's gang related. And so they're trying to associate what might go over some people's head because they're not knowledgeable in gang life and try to educate them. Even the tattoos on YNW Melly's face and his body, that can be an educational way for the jury to learn about why there's a gang connection based on the prosecution's perception.
And let's keep in mind, just so the viewers are aware, and we thank everybody again for joining us, and keep the questions coming to us on social.
Thank you.
So that microphone in front of you just upper.
Good morning. Well,
Can you please introduce yourself to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
I'm a detective with the Broward County Sheriff's Office. My name is Danny Polo.
Can't wait till I meet Marco Polo.
Prior to working with the Broward County Sheriff's Office, do you have any other law enforcement background?
I worked for the City of Hollywood Police Department.
And how long did you work for the City of Hollywood?
Approximately 2 years.
How long have you worked for the Sheriff's Office now?
Since 2015, so approximately 8 years.
Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what division or unit you were assigned to currently?
I'm assigned to the Strategic Investigations Division.
What does Strategic Investigations Division, or SID for short, cover for the Sheriff's Office?
Within the Strategic Investigations Division, within SID, we have multiple county-wide units, such as Major Narcotics Unit, Organized Crime Unit, Gang Investigations Unit, Money Laundering Unit, Internet Crimes Against Children, Joint Terrorism Task Force, Bomb Squad.
So with regards to the SID, you do undercover investigations.
Yes, ma'am.
Is that why you're wearing a mask today?
In part, yes.
Okay. So going to the Gangs and Organized Crime Unit, what years were you assigned to that specific unit?
I was transferred to the Organized Crime Unit in March of 2018, and I was there up until about January of 2021.
Can you just pause just a moment?
Can we approach very, very close?
It's a county-wide task force with multiple agencies, not just Broward County. The way the Broward County Sheriff's Office is divided up is different districts. So the city of Deerfield Beach is its own district. Pompano Beach is its own district. All those districts have assigned liaisons that are to communicate with the gang investigations unit, as well as liaisons for other jurisdictions such as Sunrise PD or Hollywood PD.
I don't think he gonna make the So now I don't think he's gonna make it worse for Melly. I think he's gonna make it more harder for the prosecutor for the jury, because it's like, bro, we can't look at your face. We don't know if you telling the truth. They might say not guilty. You know what I'm saying? Cause now how could we, trust you? You know? And the dude was like, oh man, we wear a mask for 3 years, but we not wearing masks no more. You know what I'm saying? We can see each other's face. So I mean, there's a lot of arguments you could say when he said that. You know, we gonna say what's going on.
From 2018 to 2023 in the organized crime gang unit, how many times did you have a chance to work as an undercover agent?
I lost count. Many times I've done everything from street level narcotics deals all the way up to international narcotics trafficking cases, firearms cases, stolen property cases.
More than 10?
Yeah.
More than 50?
Yeah.
Are you also credentialed by any other law enforcement agencies?
I am a task force officer with the Drug Enforcement Administration, the DEA, and I'm also a task force agent with the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Explosives, that's ATF.
And in terms of your responsibilities for those two agencies, what are they?
As part of being a task force officer for the DEA, I can conduct federal investigations related to narcotics. I can, instead of just charging and investigating cases on the state side and going through the state attorney's office or statewide prosecutor's office, I can file cases with the United States Attorney's Office like any other federal agent would. We have the same powers. And with the ATF, it's the same thing. The powers of the ATF would be the firearms violations. So I can work firearms investigations on the federal level.
Okay, so you talked about doing gang investigations. What does a gang investigation entail?
You initially start, a lot of times you start by, you get complaints from the neighborhood, whatever neighborhood is being affected by gang violence, or just you observe shootings that are happening in a certain area, and you start looking into it to see if it's random or if there's something more organized going on. A lot of times we find that these violent crimes are being committed by members of criminal gangs, and once we've identified the criminal gang, the main goal is to identify which criminal gang it is. That way we know how to approach it. Some gangs are more structured than others. Some are very informal and don't have much structure at all.
So Detective Bull, if we could just go on a little bit on that, as the types of criminal gangs.
Sure.
Can you define for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what would be a national organized criminal gang?
So the national, they're called national gangs because they're found in multiple states. Doesn't mean every single state will have every single one of these gangs. So that most people see on TV, Bloods.
He's way behind.
Cases where you really tune in because you don't know what could possibly happen next. And I agree with you, Afi. I think David Howard is very good attorney, really on his toes. Brian, let's send this question over to you. Bree Wetz from Facebook asks, why drive to the hospital and not call 911? I think that's a very good question. And Cortland Henry Bortland is the only one who can answer this.
Yeah, it's a good question. I don't know if it's ever going to be an answer for it, at least in this case. Maybe Cortland Henry takes a stand and testifies. I would assume if you have two people in the back of your car bleeding out, driving to the police is going to only amount to questions and not getting medical aid or life-saving aid. While driving to the hospital, you would get aid and then questions. So I think it's the emergency of the situation. People are dying, you go to a hospital, you don't necessarily go to a police precinct.
Well, and to be fair, none of us know how we would react in such a situation. But the prosecution would tell you he did this because they were staging this whole thing, he and Melly. The defense, we don't know what they say about that part of it. Roddy Dreco from Facebook, Terry Austin asks, why does the prosecutor think Melly was the only shooter when YNW Bortland was also inside the car?
Well, I think the reason the prosecution is focusing on YNW Melly is because he was sitting in the back seat, and according to their forensic experts, the bullets that were the kill shots
Which was
came
bullshit.
from the back seat. So Anthony Williams was in the front passenger. The bullet that killed him came from the back, and Christopher Thomas was in the back seat, and they're saying it came from the side. Now, of course, their bodies were riddled with bullets because it was, according to the defense, a drive-by shooting, and there were lots of bullets in the bodies, in the car, and so the kill shots. And that's exactly why I say I want to hear what the medical examiner has to say. They are going to testify according to the prosecution. What she said in her opening was that you're going to see that these bullets came from inside the car, and they're not saying that Henry was the one who shot that gun because of the angle of the bullets. They're saying that he was the driver. And if you remember, they are charging Melly with not only, 2 counts of first-degree murder, but they are asking for the death penalty. They are not asking for the death penalty in connection with Henry because he is not the shooter, or at least I'm assuming that that is the rationale why they're asking for the 2 different punishments.
Yeah, I think you're right on that one. Also interesting to point out that the medical examiner, according to Christine Bradley, is going to testify that those shots fired from outside the car hit the victims when they were already dead. So I think that will be very interesting testimony to hear once we get to that point. Another question now, Brian, I'll send this one over to you. It's from DiorMe_me, who we had on yesterday as well, asks, what is allegedly the key evidence connecting him to these murders for a conviction? I'm only hearing strong possibilities like a flipped coin.
Well, Dior, thanks for coming twice. Enjoy people coming back to watch the trial continuously. I think you're right. What you're hearing is what they've got. The strongest bit of evidence would probably be the video from the recording studio where they go into the car, because without that, there is not really an argument as to who is sitting where, and then they attach then the trajectory of the bullets. But that's all they've got. I mean, I could go up there and say, all right, we had the cell phone video that was played, and when you see that these 2 cell phones were traveling together and then all of a sudden they're separate, what's to say that Cortland didn't stop the car after Melly got out, went to the back seat like he was pretending to look for something, and then shot them from there? Because it'd be easy for them to be distracted for him looking for something in the back car than to sit in the front seat, turn around, and shoot. There's no evidence to say that he didn't do that. There's no evidence to say that he did. But it's reasonable. It could create a doubt. I think they're just going with little bits and pieces of our argument and trying to piece it together as best as they can. And as best as they can is probably the title of their trial at this point.
Afi, I'll send this next question to you. NNQ family from YouTube asks, him and friends were in the same gang. So what is she trying to prove? Why would he kill his friends that's in the same gang as him? This is the question from NNQ, Afi.
That's a good ass question.
Thank you, NNQ. So I think that's what we all want to know, right? So the prosecution is saying that the drive-by was staged. So explain to me, if the drive-by was staged, what was the motive for staging the drive-by? What was the motive for killing these 2 gentlemen who they were in the maybe same gang, had the same affiliation, they were friends? What was the motive? When did you stage the drive-by? Why? At what point, when they left the studio, everybody seemed friendly, everybody seemed to have a good attitude. No hostility. Yeah, I don't really know where they're going with it, but they need to show me why. When was this staged? Had you been planning it? Did you plan it when you left the studio? I don't think that they've done the job yet, but I think it's coming, hopefully.
Well, let's keep in mind, too, we've heard from the father of YNW Juvie that apparently there have been some...
That question right there. That's what I want to know too. If Melly was the shooter, why he didn't shoot the driver? Why he didn't shoot what's his name?
Something physical that happened in the days before this between Melly and Anthony Williams. Whether or not we will hear about that in testimony is a totally different thing. So I'm waiting to see if we hear anything about that type of thing as well. Let's see. At KnicksFan821 from Twitter, Terry Austin, what happens next if the jury convicts Melly for murder? And what does happen next if that happens?
Well, we will then have the sentencing phase where that jury is going to determine whether or not he will get the death penalty, and that's going to depend upon the aggravating factors that the prosecution has already listed. They think that it's, cruel and unusual. They think that it is premeditated. They think that it is gang-related. Those are just some of the aggravating factors that the prosecution has said they think should apply here, and that jury is going to apply those aggravating factors. And don't forget, we've mentioned this before, it used to be in Florida that you had to have, and in most states, a unanimous decision as far as the death penalty is concerned. Governor
A couple at the conference.
with 8 members of that jury, they could say, yes, we would like to impose the death penalty. But we're still far from that. We have to see the rest of the prosecution's case, obviously the deliberation, then we'll have the decision of that jury. And of course, even if the jury does decide on the death penalty as far as Melly is concerned, there will be appeals. There's no doubt about that. And the process would take a very long time. So we have some ways to go before that.
Yeah, most certainly. And that law, Governor DeSantis just signed it in April. So this is very new. It came in response to the Parkland school shooter, getting life in prison rather than the death penalty, which many people believed he deserved. Our next question from TikTok comes from Sunglass Kid. And Brian, Sunglass Kid asks, why did Melly stay in jail when Bortland had gun residue on him?
Yeah, well, thank you, Sunglass Kid, for the question. I think it comes down to the allegations. So it's a number of reasons why someone has bond or bail. It's a number of reasons as to why it might be higher than your co-defendant. I think the major reason here is that the evidence, at least at the point in which bond or bail was being decided, appeared to be stronger towards Melly being the shooter, and therefore there being greater aggravating circumstances there than that of Henry, who's the driver, and merely, according to their theory, was a co-conspirator or helped after the fact. And so with those two distinctions, they would have asked for more bond or more bail or even remand, meaning that there's no amount of money that can get this person released, than as opposed to his co-defendant. And that's based on their participation in the crime, the evidence that they have, the likelihood of success based on the evidence, as well as the punishment, one facing the potential death penalty, the other facing life in prison. I think that's why one is still in jail and one was able to bond or bail out.
Afi, this next question is going to you. All-American Allison _ from Instagram asks, can they use Melly's song against him as a confession? I think she's referring to Murder on My Mind.
I think that was already brought up. And first of all, thank you, All-American. I think that was already brought up maybe pre-trial or maybe even after the trial started. And the prosecution is precluded from introducing that. And I believe it was released or it was created before the murders. So I don't believe that that's going to be introduced.
Yeah, most certainly. It was written while he was doing time on another case and released before the homicides. That is certainly true. All right, we are going to keep taking your questions, so keep them coming to us. YouTube, Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, and TikTok. We'll get to as many of them as we can, but we have to take a quick break. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
This break ain't till 1 something, man. That shit crazy.
Military colors, right? Camouflage. And I see them.
I'll be back.
Person walking in this neighborhood where primarily this is what they wear. I decide to make contact with them. They decide to talk to me. Then start noting those things. Okay, he's wearing a bandana with the camouflage colors, or he's wearing a belt with camouflage colors, or he's got this type of tattoo that's indicative of this gang. So even if they don't talk too much, sometimes their body tells you a lot. The way they're dressed, the way they stand, all those things are things you take into account.
You mentioned sometimes people would testify. Do you review testimony of various criminal cases across the country for gang information?
Yeah, we review testimony of gang members that are testifying in court. We review testimony, not even just testimony, we review indictments indictments on the federal side and the state side, and read about these gangs and how they were investigated, and we learn about the different types of ways that the gangs operate in different parts of the county or different parts of the state, because just because you're a member of the Bloods doesn't mean that the Bloods operate the same in every city or in every county or in every state. The rules are the written rules, but the rules are bent.
So with regard, you also mentioned intercepted communications, like wiretaps. Can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what is a wiretap and how you use it in a gang investigation?
Wiretap is a lengthy process where you first identify someone who's committing criminal acts. So in the case of a gang member who's committing criminal acts, they're involved in criminal activity, and once you've developed enough probable cause to believe that they are using their phone to conduct this criminal activity, you start drafting a wire intercept application. It's a very lengthy document. It's not an overnight thing, how you see on TV where you just ask a judge for a signature and they give it to you. You have to show that you have exhausted every means of investigating this person or this gang. So you can't just go up on this person's phone and start listening to their communications. You have to be able to explain that you weren't able to conduct an investigation because surveillance wasn't possible. Because let's say on a gang case, the neighborhood is controlled by the gang. You can't do surveillance in these neighborhoods sometimes. As soon as you walk in or drive in, they'll know your car doesn't belong and you'll get approached. Many times that's happened to me.
So Detective Polo, specifically on wiretaps, once a wiretap is authorized, what do you have to do for the communications that are intercepted?
You pick a schedule based on the person's activity. So if the person is on the phone 24 hours a day, then we try to cover 24 hours a day of communications where someone is sitting inside a room on a computer just monitoring live phone calls. As the person makes a phone call or gets a phone call, you are getting that phone call too. You're listening to it. You're identifying whether it's criminal in nature. If it is criminal in nature, you continue to listen. If at any point in the conversation it becomes non-criminal in nature and they start talking about, the basketball game or what they're doing over the weekend, then you stop listening. It's called minimizing. You turn off the call and you follow the rules of minimization. So you spot check the call at that point. Then you check the call. The rules are different for every case, so I can't say it's this many minutes here, this many minutes there. But you would stop listening for a certain amount of time. The rules that were determined by the prosecutors, and then you begin listening again. If when you start listening again, you hear evidence of criminal communications, then you continue to listen for the amount of time that they're.
So Detective Polo, for a wiretap, how many hours do you think, can you tell the jury, you've spent listening to criminal conversations on wiretaps?
Hundreds, if not 1,000, maybe more.
Is there a special vocabulary that you learned during the course of listening to wiretaps?
So every gang every culture has their own way of speaking. So a lot of gangs come up with codes, code words. Some organizations that aren't gangs have the same thing, and you have to decipher them basically. And with gangs in these Bibles, they can sometimes flip their codes, and it's easier to identify certain what certain things mean. So they might be speaking in slang, but we know what they're saying because we either have basically a dictionary that they've created that we already have in our possession. Context, you start understanding what they're talking about.
Okay, so then a good segue to go into, you mentioned the Bibles and things. Have you had the opportunity as a gang member to conduct search warrants and see some of these principles?
Yes.
Could you explain some of the things that you've gotten out of, like, for example, email accounts?
Yeah, so a lot of gangs that are sending these Bibles around, they don't want these Bibles, or these books of knowledge. They call them knowledge. They don't want these things in the hands of law enforcement. They don't want law enforcement to understand their inner workings. And sometimes, every couple of years, they'll revamp their books of knowledge and they'll change their codes. They'll change a lot of the rules. The original history within the books of knowledge is going to remain the same, right? You can't change the date the organization of the game was established. It was established in 1996. It was established in 1996. You can't change that in your Bible, but you can change your codes. You can change the language you're using. You can change some of your rules depending on what's been going on in the world. It's a lot of gangs. Most national gangs were started a long time ago in the 60s and 70s, and they were racially divided. Now, they're not. Now you have white people, black people, Hispanic people, Asian people, all working together in the same gang. That used to just be a black-only gang or a white-only gang, not including white supremacy gangs and stuff like that. Those are
Okay, so you mentioned sometimes it's seized through email accounts and search warrants on that. What about the interception of cell phones or extractions of cell phones from known or suspected gang members?
So if we have enough probable cause to seize a cell phone during an investigation, and it's let's say a gang member's cell phone, we'll do a download of that cell phone, make a copy of it basically, and then we can go through the content of that cell phone. Sometimes we can go through the entire phone, sometimes just specific things that you're looking for. And in those phones, it contains, a lot of times it'll contain photographs of these books of knowledge, because that's how they're also sending it to each other. You need to learn this oath. Here's a picture of my knowledge.
They got to establish some factual basis before they start asking about Melly stacking and all that shit. That's what I think.
Explaining to each other, this is what you need to know when you talk to this next person who's going to quiz you on your knowledge. And if you don't know your knowledge in these national gangs, there's usually some.
Bit more because they're not doing it at this point.
Terry, our next question comes from Latasha Gaffney from YouTube. She asks, so is the motive gang related?
Well, I think the prosecution is trying to say that the motive is gang related. That is the only motive that they have presented thus far. And without the witness who's currently on the stand, Danny Polo, who was an undercover agent, he is trying to establish that this was gang related, that it could have been, and we haven't heard all the testimony yet, but it could have been a motive for these killings, that perhaps he was trying to prove.
How?
Gang was concerned. He talked about national gangs. He talked about local gangs. And so I think that that is the only motive that we've seen thus far. We could see other motives. You know, often crimes like this, it could be financial. And Jeanette, you actually interviewed Christopher Thomas's dad, who thought perhaps it could be something related to their brand and selling the brand and splitting the money, or perhaps it could be that there was an argument. So, you know, right now we haven't seen any of that evidence in trial. The only evidence we've seen so far as motive, as far as the prosecution is concerned, is this gang. Now, by the way, they don't have to prove motive, but it does make it much easier for that jury to understand why the prosecution thinks this crime occurred.
But they don't have to give a motive?
Most definitely. And you know, Terry, there, as you said, there could be a couple of things going on here. Maybe it is a gang thing. Maybe there is money involved. I mean, who knows? We are waiting to see that. And, the prosecution, as you said, too, does not have to present a motive, but it sure helps when the jury's trying to wrap their heads around this stuff. Red drop, exclamation point from YouTube. Brian Buckmeyer, what's the main reason why YNW Melly would get the death penalty, even though there are artists that have worse issues but don't get the death penalty?
I would have to know what artists we're talking about. Just kind of throwing a dart out there, I would guess either it depends on jurisdiction. If an artist committed a crime in New York, for example, we don't have the death penalty. It would depend on the aggravating circumstances. So the reason why they're looking for the death penalty here is because they're saying that YNW Melly's crime was so heinous or so callous, and also that there was a gang affiliation. And then kind of touch on that gang affiliation aspect as well. They have to prove it is to some extent, because not only as it helps in their trial in terms of answering the question of guilt or innocence, it's also going to help in terms of sentencing or the penalty phase when they ask for those aggravating charges to reach the death penalty. And I think the circumstances of what the prosecution has in their head as to what YNW Melly did is why they're saying this should be a death penalty case. The other artists that you're referring to, if they were murders, I think it would depend on the circumstances in those murders.
Definitely. All right, Big Dog 59 from YouTube. Afi, how important is it to put Demons in the car at the time of the shooting?
Thanks, Big Dog. I don't know that it's important to put him in the car at the time of the shooting. I think the focus isn't Portland, the focus is Melly. And we already know that Devins. It's very important to put him in the car at the time of the shooting because we're trying to say that he is the person who pulled the trigger. And I think that's what the prosecution has been doing with the phone situation. And that's why yesterday's testimony was so important by the testimony made by the custodian of the records, because we are trying to say that Melly had this phone and he is the person who was in the car because we know the phone was in the car at the time of the shooting. So it's critical to put him there at the time of the shooting.
Yeah, most certainly, because they're saying it occurred, that these shots were fired from the back seat. So it's critical. It doesn't get any more critical than that. Doriha from YouTube asks, isn't the witness's identity already compromised since he's being live streamed and viewers know his name and location? And this, of course, Terry, is about the undercover detective Danny Polo.
Well, so far, we have not seen Danny Polo on the stand without his mask. And I will say it is a full face coverage other than the eyes. You can see the eyes. And I think the issue really is here that it is being live streamed. He does walk around, and when defense counsel asked their questions prior to the jury entering, defense counsel did say, look, you're walking around without a face mask. I saw you sitting outside without a face mask. What's the difference coming in here? The judge then said, it sounds as though you're concerned. You have this bounty. This is live streamed. More people would see him as far as his facial features are concerned without that mask. So I do think that at the end of the day, I don't know how the judge is going to resolve this issue. We had a juror who said she was uncomfortable with the mask. We might see a jury instruction that is more detailed, saying you should not feel uncomfortable. This is for his protection. You all are not at risk. I think right now the attorneys are trying to draft an instruction that will ease the uncomfortable, how uncomfortable this particular witness is at this point in time. So the mask is a big issue, and I think Danny Polo will be able to wear it, but it's a guess at this point, and if he is, it'll be a serious instruction.
I'm very interested, for one, to see how the judge rules on this issue. We're going to take a quick break, so keep those questions coming to us on YouTube, Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, and TikTok. We'll get to as many of them as we can in this hour. I'm Anjanette Levy, and you're watching Law and Crime. We'll be
turn into physical assaults. People get called out for being for false flagging. That's what we call it, false flagging, or just pretending to be, claiming to be part of a gang member.
Okay, and so I think the last aspect of gang knowledge that we haven't yet discussed is the undercover investigation.
Yes.
Could you explain briefly how those are conducted and what types of information is brought back?
So we do undercover investigations on most gangs that we can do them in pretty much almost any gangs. So some gangs are a little bit trickier than others based off what the requirements are. Obviously, very organized gangs do background checks sometimes, stuff like that. That makes it a little more difficult. But we've infiltrated gangs. We have detectives within the Broward Sheriff's Office and within the other agencies that we work with. We've actually infiltrated gangs, been blessed into these gangs, become gang members, been put on the national books, and no one knows. I mean, that's what we can't say those names, but.
Understood. Is this something that's done for like the Bloods, the Crips, as well as like the Mafia and things that's been done for many years in this particular area of investigation?
Yeah, the Mafia is a great example. That was done a long time ago with the Mafia. It's been done with Bloods, Crips, outlaw motorcycle gangs have been infiltrated multiple times. Most recently, we infiltrated several blood gang sets. We have several detectives that are blood gang members in their undercover lives.
Do they bring back and share the knowledge with the other members of the Organized Crime and Gang Task Force?
That's the best part about those investigations, is that it's not just that we gain this intelligence, but we corroborate everything that we're getting from either informants or from people that just want to talk to us on the street. We're not just taking their word for it. They're telling us exactly what to do. Hey, you need to learn X, Y, Z. The next time we meet again, you need to learn this oath. You need to know this handshake. You need to know what to wear. You need to know what to say when you meet this guy. You're going to meet the next boss up, because everything is it's organizational. So you're going to meet the next person up, and they're going to keep quizzing you. They're going to find out where you are in your process with the game. So if you're a very young gang member, not of an age, but young in the game, you might have some leeway. But we've had those instances where we're meeting other gang members and our undercover might have messed up the handshake, and everyone just kind of freezes. So looking at that person like, who is he? Because that's the first thing he should have known. How did he mess that one up? And that we kind of have to recover from that. Those are little things. So these are things that have corroborated all this information that we gain from phones, emails, social media, interviews. That's the icing on the cake for us.
Do your research, literally, nigga.
You're at the Center of Tender for Defense to go out there in the area of expertise and gang knowledge. And
Thank you, Council. Before we do, we're going to take a short recess. Do not discuss the case. Don't form any opinion about the case. Certainly no research. Just leave your heads on your shoulders. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
All right, the jury's leaving the room, but I think the judge is still on the stand. Let's get to it.
Thorough voidar.
There we go.
Agreed to him testifying without a mask. And as a matter of fact, I think the witness said that he anticipated that's what he would have to do. And the only proviso would be that the courtroom would have to be cleared and the phones of all people present during the testimony would have to be confiscated. We would suggest that that would be remedy number one that should be employed.
So I think the problem with that logic is it's assuming that it's the witness's mask that is making her uncomfortable, not the testimony about gangs. Because if she is uncomfortable and upset because she was robbed by a gang member when she was young, and that's the concern, we need to know that. So I think that's the first problem that we have, because we have to get the actual reason as to why she's concerned.
Well, within context, the first note indicated that was a question. Why does he get to see us and we don't get to see him? So I think that lets us know that it's the mask that's of concern, and that the presumption of being robbed was being robbed with a mask. If it's gangs, we did a thorough voir dire during which the issue of gangs was addressed, and she's passed that hurdle, so it's not a gang issue, it's a mask issue. So that would be our first proposal. And if the court's willing to do that, I guess we don't need to get to a second proposal.
My concern is the second message that the juror sent over, where she asked for enrollment. But so the record's clear. It says, I need enrollment. I can't listen properly. When I was a child, I've seen someone get robbed, and I am having an anxiety attack. So my question is, if she's able to proceed with it, or if this is going to somehow color her thinking. That's what I'm mostly concerned with respect to counsel.
Sure.
And that's a sword that can cut either way.
Oh, I understand. But
that's what I'm more concerned, and I'm also concerned about trying to interfere somehow with the jury's process. And if she just needs a moment, maybe we just send them to lunch now and not worry about it. But I'd still like to find out as to if she's going to be able to follow law and whatever happened. I don't know if she's already on the jury. She's already been accepted. You asked all your questions. I think we've crossed that bridge already.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I'm concerned, and I don't know how to.
And I understand and appreciate the court's concern, but the question is, what is precipitating her anxiety? And it's the mask. And yes, we can clarify that with her. I have no problem doing that. But it can't be gangs, because we discussed that at length during voir dire, and she cleared that hurdle and was put on the jury. Yes. But that would be our first proposition. If the court would consider that, that would be great. The second proposition would be, the first of her two notes was a question. And it was, why can he see me and we can't see him? Which goes to the heart of the confrontation clause. And also lets us know that her concern is the mask. And the jury instruction that was proposed by the state and accepted by the court doesn't address the question at all. It says, consider him like everybody else. Well, how are they going to do that? They're going to be instructed the way that they consider him as judging facial expressions, which they can now not do. We made we proposed a jury instruction, which the court rejected, and we would ask that the court at least consider whether or not it would offer some variation of that, such that the answer to the juror's question can be met, which is why. That's why. And I think they need to know that the why does not concern any issue with respect to this particular defendant. The third is the problem that we had before, which is, as brought out during Mr. Adelsein's questioning earlier, the state could have chosen any expert in gangs. They elected to choose one who has threats against his life that don't concern this case and is undercover. And therefore that they have precipitated this problem. I think Mr. Mr. Melly, I think our client has a right to a jury of his peers, one which has been selected and is seated, and his right to both confrontation and to a juror that has been seated supersedes all of the rights.
Thanks, Anna. I doubt it very much. Defense attorneys usually do not they do everything they can so that their client does not have to take the stand, because of course the client has the right not to testify. But also, I've said this thousands of times, defendants are under so much scrutiny. Anything they do is going to be picked apart from how they breathe, how they speak, whether they sound remorseful, if they sound remorseful, why, whether they're talking or speaking assertively, whether they're speaking gently. Anything they do is going to be highly scrutinized, and depending on how you lean, you are going to interpret it positively or negatively. And it doesn't matter what they say. It's all about behavior, mannerisms, and what you expect a guilty man or an innocent person to say on the stand. So it's just troublesome. And not only that, when a defendant takes the stand, you don't know what you're going to get all of the time. They can open the door to admitting evidence or admitting a line of questioning that previously would not have been admitted. So you don't want to do that. There are also, prior bad acts that may be able to come into play that they may be questioned on. So it's just a minefield, and a lot of times it's just not worth it.
Yeah, certainly. And defendants open themselves up to a lot of cross-examination when they take the stand. Let's get to our next question. Terry, we have less than a minute, so it has to be quick. Kick It's Mackle from YouTube. Does the court know that the undercover detective is known for making false accusations? This seems like this person's making a statement here. We don't know anything about that.
Oh.
Well, certainly the court may know, but I don't think anyone else in that courtroom knows. For instance, the jury or anyone in the audience that I'm aware of, that has not been introduced. They did the voir dire of the undercover agent, and none of that came up during that voir dire. The only issue that came up and the only issue that mattered to that judge was whether or not he was in fear of his life and whether he could wear that mask.
Yeah. Well, Terry, thanks so much for being with us. Thanks, everybody, for being with us as well. Brian, Offie, thank you. I'm signing off. And Michelle, you will be taking over. We'll be back right back. You're watching Law and Crime.
Let's do this. We're going to take our lunch and recess now. Any objection, Gary? I told the jurors not to discuss the case. Just tell the jury to come back at, let's say, 1:15. All right? Or 1:30. Say 1:30. All right? Give her a chance to relax. And jurors back at 1:30. Okay?
So I'm really thankful for
Quiet. I want some further discussion with you because counsel raised an issue about these text messages that are on the phone, and I'd like to see about getting some clarification with that. All right?
I kid you not. I seen somebody say in the chat, being a judge doesn't seem all that easy. It seems like you got to deal with a lot of shit, man.
I figured the last part of the jury instruction would be that with which the court took exception. And that's why I put it to be easily excised. We do propose that as the proper instruction, but we'd like maybe to copy the rest of what we have proposed so that the court can look at it over the break and the state can look at it over the break. I have excised that last portion, and maybe we'd be better informed to discuss it upon return.
That's fine. So regarding this witness, let's just, I don't know what the documents are, but I'd like to proffer basically how this is getting in. I understand there's an extraction, and I understand that was done, but I haven't seen what your proposal or the summary from the extraction was.
Here, I have those. If you want to look at them over lunch, I'd be happy to provide them.
Sure. You gave a copy of this to counsel?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, we do.
But these would be the ones I'd be trying to introduce as the color copies. They're the easiest to read.
So these are for what you intend to introduce at the time of trial?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right.
There's also...
And so counsel's objection basically was, and again, to reiterate, I let the extraction in because it was taken from the phone. The defense's position is that there's no indication that it's the defendant, Jamel Demons' phone, and your position was that what's on the phone is evidence of who's had care, custody, control of who was using the phone. Am I understanding the argument correctly?
Correct, John. And so those messages go to show that as well. So there are some, for example, some pictures and things where pictures of the defendant and the other person involved in the chat are talked about. That they're acknowledging that is who is communicating with one another. One of those photos has already been introduced. That was the photo that was authenticated by Felicia Holmes. That was the photo of the defendant and Frederick Gibbons, which is also known as Frito Bang. That is the approximately 50-page
Look at this nigga, man.
statement that you have in front of you. Other ones include, there's photos of the defendant with other individuals that are identified, and they're also cross-referenced with the emails that are sent to the defendant's email and retrieved on that same phone, as well as hundreds of photos, selfies, screenshots of the defendant using that phone.
With respect to the authentication, Your Honor, I think there's a little bit more nuance to our argument, which is it's not sufficient to say that the defendant used that phone at some point. I think there's ample evidence that that phone was used by more than one person.
Hold on, I want to go back.
You need to know what to say when you meet this guy. You're gonna meet the next boss up, because everything is
literally, nigga.
I just gonna.
What you say?
in your process with the game. So if you're a very young gang member, not of an age, but young in the game, you might have some leeway. But we've had those instances where we're meeting other gang members and our undercover might have messed up the handshake, and everyone just kind of freezes. So looking at that person like, who is he? Because that's the first thing he should have known. How did he mess that one up? And you know, that we kind of have to recover from that. Little things. So these are things that have corroborated all this information that we gained from phones, emails, social media, interviews. That's the icing on the cake for us.
Do your research, literally, nigga.
You're just going to tender for defense to go out there in the area of expertise and gang knowledge. And she is uncomfortable and upset because she was robbed by a gang member when she.
Summary from the extraction.
And I have those.
I don't know if he really breaking it down. That's why I'm on act shit, because he usually.
So the issue isn't whether or not he's ever used it. The issue is each conversation that you're trying to put in, authenticate.
Thank you. And counsel, this is on this extraction report is all on the phone with the 9807.
Oh, they back?
Phone.
Oh yeah, they back.
The witness's mask that is making her uncomfortable, not the testimony about gangs. Because if she is uncomfortable and upset because she was robbed by a gang member when she was young, and that's the concern, we need to know that. So I think that's the first problem that we have, because we have to get the actual reason as to why she's concerned.
Well, within context, the first note indicated that was a question. Why does he get to see us and we don't get to see him? So I think that lets us know that it's the mask that's of concern, and that the presumption of being robbed was being robbed with a mask. If it's gangs, we did a thorough voir dire during which the issue of gangs was addressed, and she passed that hurdle, so it's not a gang issue, it's a mask issue. So that would be our first proposal. And if the court's willing to do that, I guess we don't need to get to a second proposal.
My concern is the second message that the juror sent over, where she asked for a moment. But so the record's clear. It says, "I need a moment. I can't listen properly. When I was a child, I've seen someone get robbed, and I am having an anxiety attack." So my question is, if she's able to proceed with it, or if this is going to somehow color her thinking. That's what I'm mostly concerned with respect to counsel. Sure. And that's a sword that can cut either way.
Oh, I understand.
But that's what I'm more concerned, and I'm also concerned about trying to interfere somehow with the jury's process. And, if she just needs a moment, maybe we just send them to lunch now and not worry about it. But I'd still like to find out as to if she's going to be able to follow law and whatever happened. I mean, I don't know if she's already on the jury. She's already been accepted. You asked all your questions. I think we crossed that bridge already.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I'm concerned, and I don't know how to.
And I understand and appreciate the court's concern, but the question is what is precipitating her anxiety? And it's the mask. And yes, we can clarify that with her. I have no problem doing that. But it can't be gang because we discussed that at length during voir dire, and she cleared that hurdle and was put on the jury. Yes. But that would be our first proposition. If the court would consider that, that would be great. The second proposition would be the first of her two notes was a question. And it was, why can he see me and we can't see him? Also, lets us know that her concern is the mask. His name is associated with that phone is dispositive proof that he
he's behind.
The way that they consider him is judging facial expressions, which they can now not do. We made we proposed a jury instruction, which the court rejected, and we would ask that the court at least consider whether or not it would offer some variation of that, such that the answer to the juror's question can be met, which is why. That's why. And I think they need to know that the why does not concern any issue with respect to this particular defendant. The third is the problem that we had before, which is, as brought out during Mr. Adelsein's questioning earlier, the state could have chosen any expert in gangs. They elected to choose one who has threats against his life that don't concern this case and is undercover. And therefore that they have precipitated
That's a good
this
question.
problem.
They could have choose anybody. They choose somebody who's damn, I don't even know the name of it. Have a threat against his life? You know what I'm saying? Like, why would you choose that person instead of choosing a person who probably know about the gang life a little bit better, a little bit more, and not got threatened with his life? You know what I'm saying? Like, and why would you take that stand? Why would you do that if you know your life is in danger? You know, like, there's questions that need to be answered, you know.
That we take the break and address this after lunch, after the jurors had an hour or so.
Yeah, this is old.
Position, it's making a lot of noise down there. It's not quiet. It could have been a maintenance guy.
Okay, hold on. They said there's a debris field found. Actually, I could probably play this, right? What the fuck? There's no audio? Give me a second.
Field near the search area for a missing submersible near Titanic's wreckage. Thanks for joining us. I'm Paula Eben. Now, the Coast Guard says teams are examining that field right now to see if it is actually connected to Titan, which was the submersible vessel carrying those 5 crew members. We're expecting a news conference from the Coast Guard at 3 o'clock this afternoon. WBZ's Nick Giovanni shows us how some newly arrived technology is helping out in the search effort.
In a race against time, an active search for the missing submersible Titan continued Thursday morning with a pair of ROVs, or remotely operated underwater vehicles, deployed from French and Canadian vessels bound for the seafloor.
It sends out a ping of sound that bounces off all the things around it, and it comes back, so you can kind of generally see the shapes of things.
Search crews trying to zero in on the underwater noises picked up by sonar buoys over the last 2 days, thought to be periodic, possibly rhythmic banging sounds. While estimates suggested the Titan, with 5 people on board, was set to run out of oxygen this morning.
This estimate of
Damn.
6 hours is coming from an assumption of a average consumption rate.
So yeah, that was quite the hot topic before the lunch break in Florida, to mask or not to mask. And with that as the backdrop, I'm joined by Law and Crime Network's Brian Buckmeyer, as well as criminal defense attorney Natalie Whittingham-Burrell. Natalie, I'm going to start with you here. What do you make of the defense's argument? Do you think the mask should have been allowed in the first place? I mean, this witness has testified in other cases in the same county with the same mask on.
I absolutely agree with the defense attorney. I don't think any witnesses should be allowed to testify with masks on, because one of the ways in which a jury is able to interpret the veracity of a witness's testimony is the manner in which the witness testifies. And that way you can see their facial expressions and kind of gauge whether or not you believe that they're telling the truth. By covering up someone's face, you're obfuscating or obscuring some of that. And so I don't think that that is the appropriate thing to do. And I think it violates Mr. Demmons' right to confront his accusers, to see that person testify on the stand. There were less intrusive means to be able to let that witness testify while protecting his identity from the media. They could have just turned the camera away from his face while the jury could see him. It prejudiced demons in so many ways. I don't know why that was allowed. And I don't care how many counties allow it and how many states. I don't think it's ever appropriate to let a witness completely obscure their faces.
Brian, what do you make of the jurors' note and their anxiety about the witness's mask?
I mean, it's fair. Jurors are people. They come in with their own baggage. And so you having a fear of what happened to you as a child and seeing someone being robbed makes sense. But I think there's a deeper question here is, let's say we try any one of the 3 options, right? We remove the cameras, let them speak only with the people there. Does him taking off the mask relieve her anxiety? When she goes to deliberate, is she still going to think of the guy as, oh, he's the guy with the mask who then took it off? Is that going to color her testimony? Is just taking the mask off going to just absolve all this altogether, even though we took this break? And if the answer is no, unfortunately, that means she's got to go. And I know that creates a whole other issue that we have only 3 alternates. They'll go down to 2. Maybe this trial extends a little longer. Someone gets sick. Kids need childcare, whatever it may be. And that's where it gets really scary, because if you drop below that 12, then you have a mistrial. But at this point, unless she tells me, yeah, once he takes off the mask, I'm good. All that anxiety is gone. I can wipe it from my mind. This whole experience is gone. In my mind, I'm thinking, I don't think you can stay.
Well, that's very interesting, Natalie. How big of a deal do you think this could be in everything that Brian just pointed out?
I think that it comes down to they have to voir dire this witness and see whether or not she is so prejudiced by watching this witness testify with a mask on. And if they voir dire the witness and the witness says, yes, take it off, I'm fine, and neither the defense or the prosecution thinks that the juror is lying, then sure. But if the juror expresses any hesitation in being able to be fair and impartial after watching this person testify in a mask, they're going to lose that juror more than likely, and they should lose that juror. You know, no judge wants a mistrial. They want the case to go through to its end, but you also do not want to prejudice the defendant. You want to make sure that they get a fair trial, and it's possible that that did not happen here because of the manner in which this witness testified.
Well, there definitely has been a lot of twists and turns in this case already. Another one popping up today with this mass issue. They're supposed to have it rectified after the lunch break. They are currently going to come back from lunch very soon, so hopefully we will see a resolution and see what happens next. We are going to take a quick break here on Law and Crime, but much more to cover here on this Melly trial when we come back.
And
It's just kind of it's scary. It's scary. Again, what those people were into, them wanting to see the Titanic. That's not my that's not my neck of woods or whatever the case is. But I do understand and empathize because of what just that claustrophobic beneath the surface in a metal tube. I mean, I have anxiety on a plane. Like, y'all gonna call me bougie, and maybe I'm bougie, but I actually want to blame it because I think I've just gained weight and I'm fat now. So, nigga, I can't fly if it's not first class. If it ain't first class, I actually ain't going. Like, and I'm gonna tell you why. It's not just the comfort or whatever the case is I think once I started getting on a plane a lot, I developed this anxiety, which I've never had anxiety in my whole life. But I developed this anxiety of I'm like all my mind could think about, you're trapped in this metal tube, and especially if you're in economy, like I had like a middle seat one time in the back of the plane. And it was just like, yo, you can't go left, you can't go right. You like there's a seat right in front of you, like you're fucking trapped. You're looking outside, it looks mad open, but you can't go there. And like I don't know, like nigga, I almost like acted a fucking fool to get off the plane. And that's just like my anxieties. You get what I mean? But yeah, that's why this shit kind of like piques my interest a little bit. But let me click into this and see what they talking about.
Guy, it could have been somebody doing maintenance on one of the ships in the area.
Some of the questions. Let's go to Cloud next.
I just see a lot of memes and shit with this shit. It's funny. Memes just for no reason, bro. For no fucking reason, this shit funny. Like, not the whole situation of the people getting trapped and might possibly be dead, but just like they saying a whole bunch of shit like, oh, they seen the bikini bottom and shit. Like, come on. I never been on a plane, so like, hey.
Either very easy or nearly impossible. It just
They should have did more work on that before just letting it go in the ocean like it did. They should have did like a big ass tub, put it down there. You feel me? If they get stuck, they could have something to lift it back up. But what they doing? They did. Oh, fuck, still don't know. Crazy as hell. Be back.
I gotta bring back in. This is crazy.
All right, I think they're back. I think they are, but I don't want y'all to see me eating, so I'm gonna be here. I'm gonna be talking. Maybe not.
You have photos of the defendant, for example, I'm trying to for the screenshots where he is taking, there are selfies, there are images that are taken from various phone conversations in which he is doing a FaceTime. For example, this one right here, if it ends in .png, Your Honor, that is indicative and can be testified to that is a screenshot. When an iPhone takes a screenshot or a capture of whatever is on the screen, then that's going to be a .png format. So that's what we have here. In this one, you have a photo of the defendant in the small top of the screen, showing that he is the person making the phone call, and then the person he's speaking to on the video chat, his little brother, is there in the larger one. So here's another example of that, and this also shows that the defendant made FaceTime video calls as his regular course of conduct, which goes to show and explain why, for example, there's not a data call, there's data used, but not a cell phone or a CDR. Here's yet another one of the defendant, and this is also consistent with being on the T-Mobile LTE network, which are the records that the records custodian testified to and are in evidence. So that is just one example. I have the full printout of what I just showed, of the 59 pages with all the thumbnails of every image as well, to show for Donna on that. There's more, counsel. Yes.
Well, maybe should we take the arguments piecemeal, or?
I'm sorry. What is, this is a different...
Those are the 300 photos that I provided to Your Honor. Yes, that is now showing the path of the directory location where each and every one of those photos was found, whether it was came to the device as something that was sent to the device as an attachment on a message, or whether it was actually created by one of the devices themselves.
And how about at or about
300 pictures of nothing.
Murder in question?
There are images that predate that, including, and then there are text messages and conversations that are done at or about the time of the murder, including conversations with the defendant's mother. So, for example, I'll show Your Honor now what has been extracted from that same cell phone. And this is also information that predates the murder. So there's no reason or motive to lie or anything at that point, because at this point the victims are still alive. And so we also then have the defendant's conversations before and after, which show the same pattern of speech, the same way he is communicating on these, which show that he is the individual that had care, custody, and control of that phone at the time. So I'm going to start, and I appreciate Gary's help on this one. And this is from a phone number that is identified as...
Your Honor, before we continue, I would respectfully suggest that we take my retort to their argument piecemeal so that we don't lose the significance of each.
She's going to, counsel's going to proceed with her argument and her thing, and you'll get a chance to speak.
Thank you.
So we have, this is prior to the homicide, this is going to be August 30th of 2018. The phone number 772-501-6942 that's said to a crazy lady. Again, we'll get into why it's a B shortly with the next witness. In this case, this is the defendant's mother. This is Jamie King. Because if you go to State 63 on the subscriber records, that is the other phone number that is subscribed to Miss Jamie King at that time. Additionally, defense counsel provided Jamie King's records to the state to show that that is her phone number and represented it as such. So this is discussions and where he is calling her mom. about and talking about the argument and the fight between the defendant, Sack Chaser, and as he's referred to at this bottom message, where she is talking to Mr. Demons about that person, showing that it is not Sack that is on the other end of this line or this particular phone call. Moving on, and then we also have where a discussion, this is still August 30th, and we're talking about how, I don't know what all going on, he's talking, making a live video talking about your mother. It's going to make people hate you. That's why I have never and would never do that. I love you, and that's your best friend. This is not for social media. And
Sorry,
then,
hold on one second.
sure.
Can you repeat that, please?
Of course.
Fast.
Sure. So, if you go through this whole conversation here, starting with, how is his sister going on social media talking about punching me in face, my fault, from the individual that's been identified as Jamie King by the phone records, by the subscriber records that are in evidence already. Then going on to reply is, you started it by texting his mama, it's gonna be problems, and not even knowing what you're talking about. You a grown-ass lady doing childish shit, ain't nobody tell you to text her, she minding her business, going to work, you effing with her. The response then, she could have called me or texted me back, not have you or daughter all on social media talking about fighting me like I cussed at her. I didn't even say one cuss word when I texted her. I said nothing disrespectful and you know it. I wish you took up for me like that when Aunt cussed me out and tried to fight me. Again, this is talking about Anthony Williams on that. So like I said before, the next message on August 30th, I don't know what's all going on. He's talking about making a live video, talking about your mother. It's going to make people hate you. That's why I have never and would never do that, because I love you and that's your best friend. This is not for social media. So continuing on, next page. In this particular page, this is again referring to these social media conversations on that with regards to Anthony Williams and the defendant's mother. So for here, no, I'm not your actions I take up for you. I have people telling me your son doesn't.
She's doing all this to prove that this is his phone. They don't have no other evidence that he did this shit. They don't have no other fucking evidence. The only evidence, they got is the phone. They don't got no gun. They don't got no fingerprints, no DNA, no nothing. They don't got nothing, bro. They don't got nothing.
Love you so much. He then sends a return the location showing at or about the time of the crime as to who was using and doing that. Okay.
Hold on. Before, I just want to say, is that the Island Boys?
You guys are wrong, bro. Look, she said I never called the cops and I went to the hospital. You guys are wrongfully arresting me, bro. Why she said she never called the cops on me?
Oh, that's his girl. Yeah, they're gonna be back together. Did he slap her? Nah, I don't know about that. But shit, they gonna be back together, nigga.
You went to Holy Cross. They didn't walk out.
Babe, why are they arresting me?
Why? Put him on the phone. I don't want him to arrest you. Fuck, he's getting arrested. No, don't arrest him.
I can tell you her name.
Yeah, I know, but I didn't do nothing, bro.
Listen, these are the allegations she made against you.
Bro, what allegation? Bro, I put this on God. I put this on God, bro. I didn't. Bro,
How'd you tell the cops you put it on God?
What's your VENEGAS?
Too bad.
This does not go to the heart of our objection. This is being done for the cameras.
Counsel, I asked her to put on a proffer of what she anticipated is what she's telling me and how it's relevant. Go ahead.
Continuing on, there's then discussions about other witnesses. I'm waiting on track to cash at me the $1,000. And then she asks, is someone threatening you? To which he replies, no, Ma. This is his mother that he's talking to. And he's saying, I'm not scared, just listen. This is clear proof and evidence that this is Jamel Dimmon's phone because he is speaking with his mother on that one. So on the last one that shows November 3rd, 2018, love you too, Ma, and yes, son, on that, where she is identifying that as the phone that is being used by her son,
bro,
and that is on the subscriber records. However, that's not the only thing. In addition, the defendant also, in other conversations at or about the time of the homicide,
that don't mean shit. People say he's done. That don't mean
to
shit.
Someone to be able to authenticate and show specific items in terms of going through and setting up a rental, and even has so much as puts the address of 805 Northeast 4th Avenue.
What's the date of that, Counsel?
That one is September 28th of 2018. That shows that the defendant has previously been to the studio and knows that. Also talks, and this is a conversation with Adrian Davis, in which he is using this phone, sending in pictures of his driver's license from this phone. And some of the other pictures and items that Your Honor has in front of you, there's pictures of credit cards, front and back, with the defendant's name on them. There are multiple things that show that this phone was being used by the defendant, Jamel Dimmons. There is no evidence before Your Honor that it was being used at the time of the crime by anyone else. In addition, the defendant is seen on camera in possession of a phone as he is leaving the studio on October 26th of 2018. At that
She ain't cooked nothing.
phone in his hand,
Somebody says she's cooking. She ain't cooked nothing. It don't really prove.
Call detailed records and all of the
It still don't prove nothing.
show that this phone
It don't prove nothing.
and is consistent with the phone of Anthony Williams, which is the other phone that's on there on T-Mobile, and all the way out to the scene of the crime. Then it continues until, at which point the phone separates, and Anthony Williams' phone and Christopher Thomas's phone goes to the hospital, and that is what is consistent with that, and they are recovered at that location.
And Counsel, I don't understand this Celebrite, why that would put a different name on the text messages.
So in terms of that, if there is any time that anybody else has used the phone for whatever purpose on that, if they have logged in on a other social media account, that could put that name on there. However, it is who was using the phone at the time that is important. And so this
At the time was important, but that don't prove nothing, bro. She ain't eat nothing. She ain't cook nothing, bro. She ain't cook. She ain't cook, man.
show.
She ain't
For
cook.
example, defense counsel brought up and showed images of a very intimate nature. that
Yeah,
was
even the
shown
judge know it's no evidence at all. That's why he's like, it don't.
That someone would allow photos of his penis to be accessed and sent out by friends and other people is absolutely ridiculous. So just the conversations that you have read as well include pictures of the defendant, and those are in there, with other people in which he is acknowledging interaction with them and the contents of the photos. Those individuals,
You could tell the judge is so sick of her, y'all.
as the gang members that he is associated with.
Thank you. Anything else?
Mr. Defense. Yes, sir. Thank you. What we have said, which is the gravamen of
Go ahead,
our
bro.
objection,
Go ahead, bro.
is that this phone was
Preach.
used by others as well. The first question the court put to the state was, how come it says Sack Chaser Howard. I was told that was the nickname of one of the decedents. The state's answer is, I don't know. And that answer is not good enough. The court circled back to that question and asked, and the state just said, I don't know if you, on Celebrite, it might capture it like that with T-Mobile, and it could capture it like that if anybody else ever uses the phone, ever. That, first of all, she's not an expert. We have not heard testimony to that effect. And if she is offering testimony as to how a phone can get identified by a certain moniker, that is not the defendant's, and her answer is, I think that that's how it might be if somebody used it ever, would run in direct contravention of this notion that he used the phone exclusively. So the state is conceding by its very contention that somebody else used that phone. They're just saying, I don't know when, and I don't know how the name got there. If what the state says is true, that if somebody uses it once, it will thereafter identify the phone in that person's name forever, we would need an expert to say that, not Miss Bradley, somebody who actually has knowledge about it. It would also be curious that if several other social media accounts and what have you are being accessed by Mr. Demons, how come the multitude of times that he has accessed these accounts did not cause the phone to affix his name to that phone? Again, our contention is not that the phone was never used by Mr. Demons, it's that it was not exclusively used by Mr. Demons. So the state wants to show that Mr. Demons used it, and they put up a screenshot of a FaceTime call showing Mr. Demons up in the top corner. That particular call, the state, by that photo, has established the foundation for that photo. The state then makes mention of Jamie King and saying that the phone number that is being communicated with in a certain message is the other phone number that was on that account. The state conceded before the break that there were several phone numbers on that account. So it's not just one, there were several. However, if for some reason this court were to find some self-authentication by reference to a person as mom, maybe that phone authentication for that particular, and I think actually the state conceded it, not on purpose, but when discussing a message, she said that's proof that that particular message or phone call was between Mr. Demons and his mother. That is how evidence works. Now, because she has proved that there are certain photos, and if the court notes, I mean, I have photos on my phone. Everybody here, I'm sure, has photos on their phone. It's not all of them. And some of the photos that were displayed for the court are clearly not selfies. So somebody else took the picture. Did somebody else take the picture because he was a celebrity? Did somebody else take the picture because he was a friend? Did somebody else take the picture because it was one of the people that he associates with, that he's friends with, that takes a picture of him because they're hanging out? That does not establish that it's his phone. That doesn't even begin to establish.
Oh, he cooking. He cooking.
In somebody else's hand at the very moment that picture is being taken. So,
oh, nah, you bugging, bro. He's cooking.
What is admissible? The state, if what is clear, is that for all the gang stuff that the state is now trying to seek to admit, all of this identifying information that she can point to for all these other conversations, she cannot point to for the ones that she's trying to put in that this hearing is about. So she's asking the court to extrapolate I can prove that he had this phone in his possession sometimes, maybe a lot. I can't explain why it has somebody else's name on it. Could be any reason. And I'm going to offer my expert opinion as to why it has Sack Chaser Howard on there that I can't back up by any expert I've ever spoken to. And previously I just told you I don't know how it got there. Conceding that it's not in his name, that it's clearly been used by others, which she said is why Sack Chaser Howard was there, but she figures, I guess it got Sack Chaser Howard there the single time that somebody else used it, and every other time it was Mr. Demons. That's not logical. It doesn't make sense, and even if it did, the state does not have the evidence to establish that. The conversations that are at issue here are all these gang conversations that the state seeks to put in. I'm not saying that they can't authenticate and lay a proper foundation for any of those exchanges. If they can, they should do so in accordance with the rules of evidence. But they can't say, ignore the rules of evidence as to everything I want to put in because I'm going to show that he spoke to his mother on this phone and spoke to his girlfriend on this phone and spoke to his younger brother on the phone at some other time. That's why each conversation is independent. Each exchange is independent because each exchange is an item of evidence that requires a foundation for its admissibility. So what we're doing is inviting error when we say, okay, we can prove some things. We can't prove the stuff that we're trying to admit, but we want you to extrapolate and infer that since this phone was in Mr. Demons' hand at some point, at a lot of points, then we get to put in everything and call it his conversations. And the state said Mr. Demons was seen leaving the studio with a phone in his hand, and that phone was tracked. How do we know that that's the phone that was tracked? How do we know that that was the phone in his hand? We do not. That is an inference they're making. It's an argument they're making, and they're entitled to make an argument if they can lay the foundation for the evidence upon which such an argument would rest. But just saying it doesn't make it so. There's nothing that identifies the phone that's seen in his hand as he walks out of that studio as the one they tracked anywhere. And, Your Honor, the problem with doing this wholesale, if this witness is going to testify to a particular exchange, lay the foundation for that exchange like every other trial that we have ever been in, instead of saying we can just obviate the need for that because the foundation is going to be laid outside the presence of the jury by hearsay from the prosecutor without a witness. And so the actual particular conversations at issue here are the gang conversations, or the purported gang conversations that the state wishes to admit through this witness. If this witness can establish them, or if the state can bring another witness in here to establish each one of those conversations as being out of the mouth of Mr. Demons or out of his fingers in a text, then they're admissible. Otherwise, they are not. And they're hearsay.
So I'd point out that the cell phone records that have been introduced from T-Mobile.
Hey, we don't try to hear that shit, bitch.
Phone number and the MSDN, which is the identifying phone number for that phone. All of that information, again, correlates with the other information that's already been put in there showing that this phone was, in fact, Mr. Demons, including, not limited to, what this defense has also been provided, which are all of the Apple records, which show that the defendant, on October 29th of 2018, then took and bought the phone with which has been introduced.
Oh, he on the same part?
Including, not limited to, what this defense has also been provided, which are all of the Apple records, which show that the defendant, on October 29th of 2018, then took and bought the phone.
I can't explain why it has somebody else's name on it. Could be any reason. And I'm going to offer my expert opinion as to why it has Sack Chaser Howard on there that I can't back up by any expert I've ever spoken to. And previously I just told you I don't know how it got there. Conceding that it's not in his name, that it's clearly being used by others, which she said is why Sack Chaser Howard was there, but she figures, I guess it got Sack Chaser Howard there the single time that somebody else used it, and every other time it was Mr. Demons. That's not logical. It doesn't make sense, and even if it did, the state does not have the evidence to establish that. The conversations that are at issue here are all these gang conversations that the state seeks to put in. I'm not saying that they can't authenticate and lay a proper foundation for any of those exchanges. If they can, they should do so in accordance with the rules of evidence. But they can't say, ignore the rules of evidence as to everything I want to put in because I'm going to show that he spoke to his mother on this phone and spoke to his girlfriend on this phone and spoke to his younger brother on the phone at some other time. That's why each conversation is independent. Each exchange is independent because each exchange is an item of evidence that requires a foundation for its admissibility. So,
phone number and the MSDN.
Half of the artists don't get on the phone and make these arrangements themselves. That's why they have managers. Here's a transcript that shows Mr. Howard was speaking on June the 21st, so therefore he must have been the person speaking several months ago, would be preposterous. This example is tantamount to that. And so the thing is, again, I am not contending that there are no exchanges that can come in. I am saying with the gatekeeping function of this court, it is incumbent upon the court and the state to make sure that the foundation is laid for each exchange that is being adduced. We cannot, none of this, I just mentioned, they have none of the exchanges that they're seeking to put in, they can tie to him. Why don't they start with those? They're telling you about stuff that happened months before, months after, not the ones that they're trying to put in. Those are the ones that need to be authenticated, and each conversation needs authentication because it identifies a speaker. And therefore, when the speaker is a defendant, it circumvents any hearsay objection because it is non-hearsay by definition. Hearsay objection because it is non-hearsay by definition because it's a statement of the defendant. And also in terms of establishing the foundation.
No, I'm trying to see if DJ Academics won't say anything. He probably just gonna let it rock.
Each individual conversation needs to be, a foundation needs to be laid for each individual conversation. It cannot be dumped in wholesale. And if they can establish the foundation, it comes in. If they can't, it stays out. But if we just sidestep the whole procedure by saying we're going to let it in because we're saying this is his phone when we have several indications that the phone was being used by others before, after, and during the entire period at issue in this case.
A couple things, Council. Number one is I don't have any evidence before me that the phone's being used by other people at any time. I haven't heard that evidence at all. What I do know is that and what the state's indicating to me and what she's just proffered are pictures on the cell phone which appear to be the defendant, as well as conversations which appear to be between the defendant and his mother, which is extrinsic evidence of circumstances surrounding the use of the phone and the pictures on it. And it seems to me that that's sufficient to show what the state is claiming, that this is his phone. I don't understand, and I still don't understand how young Chaser Howard is on that. And to be candid, I don't have an adequate explanation, but some of the texts that are between the two phones, the 9807 and his mother's phone is clear. The two phones, the
I've been drinking since 11.
9807 and his mother's phone is clear to me that is a discussion between he and his mother, and that he's using the phone. Also, the state provided a certificate 6 weeks or so beforehand from the pawn shop that showed that Mr. Demons was using the phone, identified this as his phone. I have that, as well as the subscriber information showed that the mother is listed on the account, and there's multiple phones on the account. In any event, we're going to proceed and see where it goes, but it seems to me that there is extrinsic evidence, circumstantial evidence that this is Mr. Demons' phone. What about the juror? I want to bring the juror in. I want to talk to her just to find out as to whether or not she's okay to proceed, and just find out a little bit about that. All right, so we're going to do that now. Can I have those two messages?
Your Honor, while we bring her out, can I just say this? Yesterday I presented, and for some reason the internet access is not booting up. It will shortly, I'm sure. I presented the court with evidence that that phone. And just let you know that I did present you with that exact information that you say does not exist.
Bring the jury. Ms. Leacock, the reason I brought you in is I had two messages during the last witness's testimony, and the first one said, I don't feel comfortable. Why does he get to see us, but we can't see him? Mm-hmm. That's your message to me?
Yes.
And the second was, I need a moment. I can't listen properly. When I was a child, I seen someone get robbed and am having an anxiety attack.
Yes.
And I guess my concern is, are you able to sit as a juror, or you think this is too much for you? I'm trying to figure out. And that's why we took a little extended lunch break to figure out whether you feel comfortable and you're up to it.
Yes, I feel comfortable, but I just don't think it was appropriate for someone to be masked up like that. And plus, you guys didn't even tell us. You don't know what people have been through, so it just it's shocking. It's shocked. So yeah, but I do feel like I can do it. But that just wasn't appropriate.
I'm sorry?
I said I don't believe that was appropriate.
Well, some things I make certain decisions about things, and then we go forward with it, and I instruct jurors. And are you think you'd be able to follow those instructions and you pay attention to the evidence, or do you think that you're concerned about the masking that is going to affect your ability to follow the instructions and follow the evidence?
Yes, I can listen and follow the evidence now that I know he's going to have on mask. I can listen.
And the anxiety issue, we're past that, you're okay?
Yeah, I took my medication.
Thank you. Let the order reflect the juror stepped out. Counsel remain along with the defendant. Counsel, she indicated she's still curious as to why the witness is wearing a mask, but she said she's able to follow the instructions, she's able to listen to the evidence, and she feels
Oh, Lee, she voting not guilty.
Follow the instructions, she's able to listen to the evidence, and she feels comfortable going forward. Anything you want to?
Yes, sir. We believe we again move for the court to employ the procedure of clearing the courtroom and allowing this witness to testify in a manner that will allow the jury to assess his credibility as it would any other witness. We also believe
You gonna deny it, bro? You've been denying this shit.
that the instruction that we offered, which answers her curiosity, should be given. The court indicated that it declined to give the defense instruction because of the component of the proposed instruction that referenced the court balancing and prioritizing the media's right to be here over the defendant's right to confrontation.
You checked that
We
before.
do think that
See, I'm
that
not
is
doing
an
that.
appropriate part of the instruction, but short of that, the rest of the instruction, which excises that portion, we believe to be called for, especially in light of this witness's persistent curiosity. We answer all their other questions, and this is a pertinent one, because this is one that goes to the heart of why she is being denied the opportunity to make the observations pertinent to his credibility.
Thank you. What's the state?
Judge, I think we can come up to an agreement. I think we just need to more closely track the instruction. And going off memory that it's 3.9, so I'm pulling that up now as to exactly.
Yo, Towers, you think the lawyer doing overkill? You think it's too much?
Reads as follows. You should consider how the witnesses acted as well as what they said. There's nothing about demeanor or facial expressions in any way, shape, or form in that jury instruction. So I think if it read that the court has ruled the next witness will be permitted to testify with his face concealed with the exception of his eyes, the court has made this ruling because this witness has expressed that there have been threats made against his life by people unrelated to this case. Your jury instructions advise you to, and then to edit it to comply with the standard, to consider how the witnesses acted as well as what they said. One moment to confer, Your Honor. So Ms. Smith had a good point that it would not be appropriate for Your Honor to explain the logic behind your ruling or to say that it's because of this, but if you wanted to instruct them that the witness has said that there have been threats made against his life by people unrelated to this case, that would be fine.
Thank you. So my thought is, as far as the instruction was prepared by defense counsel, the first page reads, the court has ruled that the next witness, I'm just going to say Mr. Detective Polo, Danny Polo, will be permitted to testify with his face concealed with the exception of his eyes. The court has made this ruling because this witness has expressed that there have been threats made against his life by people unrelated to this case. And we're going to leave it there, and I'll tell them that further instruction on how you judge credibility of witnesses will be given at a later time. All right? So let's bring the jury in. Let's get the witness back up.
The witness is in the BSO office down the hall, so that we're going to grab him so they aren't anywhere. Can we approach to grab anything, Ms. Sherman?
Without having a hearing, having them come and bring their lawyers down here and everything else. It's a whole, it's a major move.
Understood, Your Honor. We believe the stakes of this matter are as high as they get.
Jury entry. Thank you. Please be seated. Let the record reflect the presence of the defendant, his counsel, the assistant state attorneys, and one of our jurors, we need to get the witness. So, ladies and gentlemen, in your absence, I was asked again to instruct you regarding the witness Danny Tello and the fact that he's wearing a mask. I have ruled that Danny Tello would be permitted to testify with his face concealed with the exception of his eyes. The court has made this ruling and this decision because the witness has expressed that there have been threats made against his life by people unrelated to this case. The court's going to instruct you at a later time as to how you judge credibility of witnesses, but that is why he was permitted to conceal his face except for his eyes. All right, can we get back to Mr. Tello, please?
One of the case I've argued.
What about us? Like that's a really good point. We're gonna see. Obviously the.
Understood, Your Honor. We believe the stakes of this matter are as high as they get.
Jury entry.
Yeah, they don't even show Melly no more type shit.
Thank you. Please be seated. Let the record reflect the presence of the defendant, his counsel, the assistant state attorneys, and one of our jurors, we need to get the witness. So, ladies and gentlemen, in your absence, I was asked again to instruct you regarding the witness Danny Tello and the fact that he's wearing a mask. I have ruled that Danny Tello would be permitted to testify with his face concealed with the exception of his eyes. The court has made this ruling and this decision because the witness has expressed that there have been threats made against his life by people unrelated to this case. The court's going to instruct you at a later.
Rock the mask or whatever the case is, but shit, I think that's a big thing. Imagine you're on trial, looking at you every day.
Yes, sir.
It was on February 17, 2022. You recall?
Objection, Your Honor. This point non-responsive.
Sustained.
What was the objection?
I sustain the objection. Next question.
Did I take your debit?
Yes, sir.
What date did I take your pick?
I don't remember the exact answer.
Exception of his eyes. The court had people unrelated to this case. We're going to leave it there, and I'll tell them that further instruction on how you judge credibility of witnesses will be given at a later time. All right? So let's bring the jury in. Let's get the witness back up.
The witness is in the BSO office.
Exception of his eyes.
Testify? Because he, like, you know, the jury, they only know what they know. You might be thinking, damn, he's scared for his life. What about us? Like, that's a really good point. We're gonna see, you know, obviously the judge is not ruling with Melly's camp when it comes to this particular situation. They're literally saying, yo, we're allowing him to rock the mask or whatever the case is, but shit. I think that's a big thing. You know, imagine you're on trial and the people who are talking about you, the reason for them to either not be in a courtroom or be hidden or whatever is like, yo, they are scared of threats on their life. Like, even this juror right now, this juror may be like, yo, bruh, hey, I just want to make sure that if I do my job as a juror, I don't get killed behind this because you got the fucking cop. Remember the guy who's sitting up there, he's a cop. How is the cop up there saying, I'm scared of my life, and you not a cop, and you're the juror, and everybody looking at your face, Melly looking at you every day. Melly looking at you like, every day. You're not supposed to be scared of your life, but that nigga's scared of his life, and he the cop. Ain't a bitch when the cop's scared of their life, and you supposed to be brave? So I completely understand that part of it. At first I was like, nah, this nigga just not letting him get away with anything. Then I started thinking about it. I'm like, yo, bro, like, bro, a nigga with a shiesty mask and a suit and a badge is crazy.
That is crazy, bro. That is.
Nigga, I would expect some shit like that at El Chapo's trial. You get what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know. Let me see. They still.
Thank you. Counsel, may proceed.
Yes.
You just saying what he's saying, bring it.
Okay. But you can't tell us, as you said.
So he still got the mask on? That's tough.
And can you tell us how much of your training was actually gang related?
The majority of it, bulk of it.
How much? Time-wise? Do you
Exact
know?
hours? Over 400 hours.
Over 400?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So 400 was gang. And you have certifications that indicate that?
Yes, sir.
Did you bring them with you?
No, sir.
And you were telling us that you also have a certification from an association of some sort. What's the name of that association?
The Florida Gang Investigators Association.
Is that a law enforcement exclusive organization?
I think, do you mean, do people other than law enforcement go to those trainings?
No, I mean, can someone other than a law enforcement officer get certified as a Florida gang by the Florida Gang Investigation Association?
Yes, sir.
You know of that happening?
Yeah, prosecutors, other attorneys that go to the conferences, victim advocates, they all go to these trainings.
I'm asking if they can get certified.
Yes, sir.
And you're saying prosecutors can?
Yes.
And police officers can?
Yes.
And you're saying defense attorneys can?
I don't see why not. I'm not sure if they would bar a defense attorney from going to the training. I haven't seen that in their website.
Okay, but you can't tell us that?
No, I can't, sir.
And when you said other attorneys, then you mean civil attorneys?
Yeah, attorneys like the attorneys that represent the victims in certain crimes. I'm not sure what they fall under.
Okay, and you're representing that civil attorneys that represent victims in crimes can get certified by the Florida Gang Investigation Association?
They can take the trainings, yes, sir. And then the trainings result in getting your certificates.
Okay. And how many hours do you need of training to get certified by the Florida Gang Investigation Association?
The exact hours I'm not sure of, sir. They put on basic courses and they put on intermediate courses, they put on advanced courses. You take them, you get certificates for those, and then they put specialized courses on specific gangs. You do all those as well. So exactly the amount of hours I don't know exactly the amount of hours, sir.
How many hours did you go train or get instructed with the Florida Gang Investigation Association before you got certified?
Close to 100 hours, maybe more. It's an estimate.
Okay. So it could be less than 100, you're saying?
It's around 100.
Okay. And the other, you said there was a certification that you have from some academy of some sort?
It's called the National Gang Academy. It's a 8-week-long gang specialist course that's put on by a company called the National Gang Academy, a training company.
And the National Gang Academy Training Company?
It's called the National Gang Academy. It's a training company. They provide training.
Okay, and the National Gang Academy Training Company, who are the people who give instructions? What is their experience?
The person that runs the academy, I'd have to look at his bio. I don't remember exactly what his experience was, but usually the people that run these organizations have 20, 30 plus years teaching in gangs. Like I know the Florida Gang Investigators Association, their president is one of the lead gang detectives in the state of Florida.
Okay, but where I was asking about the academy, you don't know the credentials of the people who give instructions and credential you?
I don't recall, sir. I don't recall the exact credentials of this person.
Okay. And were they gang members?
No.
Okay. So it was some other people who professed to have expertise then conferring certification upon you?
They're putting you through a course. You have to pass tests. You have to, it's not just multiple choice tests. There's written exams, there's videos, there's interactive portions of the class where you have to call the instructor and discuss what you've been doing in your game training. So it's an 8-week interactive course.
Okay, 8 weeks you said?
8 weeks, sir.
Okay. And you said that some of the knowledge that you gleaned in order to deem yourself an expert is from gang members that were in custody trying to work off their time?
Some of the interviews are gang members in custody. Some are gang members not in custody.
Okay. Let's start with the gang members that are in custody trying to work off their time.
Not all of them are trying to work off their time.
Okay. Well, the gang members that are in custody?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Some of them are trying to work off their time?
Some.
Okay, let's start with that. Have you ever experienced a situation where you're talking with a gang member or any defendant that's trying to work off his or her time and they're being deceptive with you in order to achieve some ulterior motive, like taking off their time?
If they're being deceptive, I don't want to talk to them.
Well, I know you don't want to.
Yeah.
But you judge whether they're being deceptive or not based upon stuff like their facial expressions?
Overall, who's board
when I interview people, I will give them baseline questions that I already have the answers to, things that I might already know about them. intimate details about their lives or people they associate with, other gang members, things about their specific gang. And if they're being deceptive in those questions that I already have the answers to, then my interview is basically over. Or I call them out on the fact that they're lying to me, and then see if they want to change to being honest. And then at that point, maybe we can reestablish a connection. But if they're lying right from the get-go, if I ask them a question about their affiliation or about someone they associate with who's a gang member, and they're lying, I usually don't want to keep talking to them because it doesn't benefit me to be working with someone that's going to lie to me.
I understood. But essentially what you're saying is your assessment of their credibility governs whether or not you pursue the interview, right?
Yeah, if I find that they are not lying to me, then I continue my interview, and then I continue to assess whether they're lying or not.
Right. And if they're lying to you and you think they're not, you're not saying that your assessment of somebody's credibility is bulletproof. You're not saying that.
No, I'm sorry.
Okay. Right. Now, the ones who are reformed gang members, are they themselves in danger when they just give out knowledge willy-nilly about their past lives?
I mean, based on the rules and bylaws and stuff like that they have written down on some of these major national gangs, you would think that it would be frowned upon. But like I stated, everyone wants to put everything on social media right now, and these founders of these organizations are giving all these intimate details about stuff they've already been convicted of, they've done time for, because they're probably trying to get views on YouTube, views on Instagram, they're trying to make money, and it's an incentive for them to tell true stories. So they're being interviewed by others in the same gang world, because it's usually, most of these interviews are, they'll put a couple guys that kind of came up in the same time that were founders of the organizations, co-founders, and they'll go back and forth.
Will you agree? I'm sorry, you're done?
Sure, sir.
Will you agree with me it's an incentive? Getting clicks on YouTube and making money that way is an incentive for them to tell stories. It's not necessarily an incentive for them to tell the truth. Because
sure,
nobody will. Okay. And some of your expertise you gained from watching YouTube videos?
No, sir. That just gives me a little insight into their world and into the gang mentality. It's rare when someone, a typical person doesn't brag about committing violence upon someone else on YouTube and how they had to crack someone's head open or shed blood so they can make it in this gang, right? That's not typical of a person to want to admit. It's incriminating against themselves, and why would anyone do that?
I understand. My question to you was, some of the body of knowledge that you obtain in order to hone and advance your expertise is from YouTube. Is that true or is it not?
Some of the knowledge came from interviews, yeah. Interviews that I watched with people that I found to be telling true stories because it's been corroborated based off written documents.
So that's a yes?
Sure.
Okay. And you were asked about your hands-on investigations, and I think your answer was suspects or special investigations. You remember that?
Correct.
And you said over 30 suspects you have engaged in investigations since 2022. You never gave us a number of your involvement in special investigations themselves. What's that?
The number 30 was a reference to just, I believe, the amount of blood gang members we've investigated this past year. The reason I separate investigations from suspects is because a lot of these investigations, if it's an investigation into a criminal organization, that's one investigation might involve 20 subjects. So it would be misleading for me to say I only did one investigation when it was really 20 separate investigations that are all linked together into one organization, charged as an organization.
Understood. Now, my question to you, however, was how many special investigations have you engaged in yourself?
Give me a second to think about it.
Please.
Thank you, sir. This is probably an accurate representation. I might be missing one or two. A couple.
What are you looking at?
About 18 gangs and about 30 different investigations.
So there, you 13 or 30?
30.
30.
Yes, sir.
So when you gave us the number of 30 suspects.
That was blood investigations.
Okay, that was blood only.
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right.
In the last year.
So this Florida Gang Investigation Association, can anybody get certification if they don't attend the criminal justice only part of the training?
I don't work for FGIA, sir, so I don't know what their rules are for that. I know I'm allowed to take the classes. I know I've seen prosecutors send those classes with me because I've had prosecutors come to the trainings with me. So I can't answer on behalf of FGIA.
Okay.
I apologize.
Okay. So you were thinking that non-law enforcement can get certified, but the only people that you've seen in there with you are prosecutors and other law enforcement.
Yeah, they're not law enforcement. Like, you mean cops or just people involved in the legal system?
People involved on your side of the legal system.
Okay, that's
overruled.
Yeah, that's different than law enforcement.
Okay. So when you're saying it wasn't only law enforcement, and you're talking about attorneys who represent people, victims of crimes.
No, we've had victim advocates at the trainings before.
Or at the trainings giving instruction?
No. Taking courses.
Okay. So it's not limited to certified law enforcement or retired law enforcement or probation, parole, corrections, juvenile justice, intelligence personnel, prosecuting attorneys, judges and crime analysts and intelligence analysts, evidence technicians for a law enforcement agency, or any other person deemed appropriate for membership.
Look, you're reading that from their website. That's perfect. I mean, like I said, I don't work for FGIA, so I don't know where their cutoff is. Okay. And I don't have access to the website at the moment.
So in fact, it may be just a law enforcement only organization for certification purposes.
I can't answer that question. I don't know.
Okay.
I believe I've met people there taking courses that are not law enforcement. So I'm speaking from personal experience. I'm not saying whether they're allowed to or not. I just know they've been there.
Okay.
Yo.
Do you work undercover?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you were saying some of the undercover members, you know, undercover law enforcement officers who are members of gangs.
In an undercover capacity.
Yeah. In an undercover. Are you?
I am not, sir.
You did. So you would agree that those undercover officers who went that step would probably know more about the intimacies than you would.
I was the case agent on that.
Okay. And
case agent being the person that leads the investigation and tells the undercover what to do and what evidence I need to gather, what evidence is beneficial to prove the gang, and I collect all the evidence, meaning knowledge, instructions from other gang members. So I direct the investigation, they're the undercovers.
Okay.
So when I'm the undercover, someone tells me what to do because it's their investigation.
okay, but in an undercover capacity, you never went to the step of getting inside a gang so you could be in the room where intimate gang activity was actually being discussed among gang members only.
It's recorded. I'm in the room.
Okay, so you're just in the room with them, but you are not a gang member, so they wouldn't be discussing stuff that only gang members discuss if you're not one.
So what I'm trying to explain is that undercover operations are recorded audio video. So the fact that I wasn't present doesn't mean I didn't see it.
Okay. So the gang Bibles that you spoke of, are those the same gang Bibles that you can download on the internet?
There's some incomplete ones on the internet. I haven't really found any great ones on the internet. But there are some that have been leaked. Some of the information is pretty accurate. Some of them are outdated. It's not the most recent ones. Like in this case, we found an updated one that was revamped in 2016 from the original 1996 version.
And you were saying to us, I think, that the rules of a gang in one location or locality don't necessarily translate into being the rules of a gang in another part of the country or part of the state, right?
Yeah, so basically, like any organization, the farther you get down in the structure of that organization, things are lost in translation. So the head of the snake can only control the tail so much.
So you're saying that the only reason there are different rules in different parts of the country of a gang is because they're lost in communication, or do different localities have different rules?
Both.
Okay, both. And you were saying that part of the information that you gather is by just walking up to somebody that you see and see if they'll talk to you and tell you all their intimate gang stuff?
I've done that before, yes.
And even when they don't speak to you, you said you look at the way they dress and the way they stand?
Sometimes.
What about the way they stand?
So specific to, let's say, the Bloods, they align, some of their symbology is specific to the right side. So they might stand and cross their arms a certain way with the right arm over the left arm. Or they might wear their hat to the right. They might put a bandana on their right, or put a different color bandana on the left to show disrespect. So those are little nuances that if you know you're talking to someone who is a member of that gang, it could mean something.
Okay.
If I just meet you and you happen to be wearing a red bandana in your right pocket, I know you're not a member of the Blood, sir. So I would not think this guy's a Blood.
I understand that.
You get what I'm saying?
But what I'm saying is, how are you learning? You might be learning whether the person you're speaking to fits the criteria of the gangs that you already have formed. You're not advancing your knowledge about gangs by looking at them and saying and identifying things that you already think apply, right? You understand the distinction I'm making?
No, please rephrase that.
Okay.
Interesting question.
And by the way, before I get to that question, you're saying that for example, Bloods are favor their right, so they might cross their arm right over left, right?
Yes.
When you say might, are you?
I never heard that.
Sometimes they cross it left over right.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm just saying.
So that's not really a rule, then, right?
Nothing's written in stone, sir.
Okay.
So that means Bloods typically wear red, right? It's one of their primary colors. They also wear green, which is on the East Coast a blood color. And new recruits within the Bloods are told to wear brown or tan with a white T-shirt. So there's different things. You can't just stick to one aspect and be like, oh man, that guy didn't cross out that B that one time, because you're supposed to cross out your B's.
I understand.
Or your C's, sorry. So just because you didn't do it one time doesn't eliminate what you are.
I understand. I'm just trying to get your testimony straight.
Sure.
You were saying sometimes they might wear their hat to the right. Sometimes they might wear it to the left, and sometimes they might wear it straight, and sometimes they might wear it in the back. Right?
Yes.
So that's another rule, that sometimes they do that.
These aren't rules. These are a rule is something that has to be followed. These are just things that they're known to do.
Okay.
Like wearing the color red. They don't always wear the color red. If they did, it'd be very easy to just find all your Bloods, or at least start looking for them.
And all of the 6 times that you testified as an expert were they in 2022 and 2023, or just in 2023?
I testified in federal court a couple months ago on the Zone Mafia family case as an expert. I testified last year sometime, I forgot when, on a 9 Gangster Bloods case, attempt homicide case. And I testified in a couple of sentencing hearings between that time and now.
Okay.
I don't know about that one, man.
Would it be fair to say your expertise is just kind of in its embryonic stage, since you weren't certified as an expert as of February of last year? You would agree with that?
I think my knowledge of the topic has grown over time. Obviously, that's why I do recurring training. But
And you said that you've attended every conference since 2016, right?
Yes, sir.
And your first conference, what conference was that in 2016?
The Florida Gang Investigators Association.
And how many
Conference.
times? I'm sorry.
The conference.
Okay. And you said every conference since then? Is it biannual, annual, every month? Annual?
Annual, and then they host additional trainings throughout the year. You wouldn't call them conferences. They don't call them conferences. They're just trainings, 2-day trainings, 3-day trainings on specific things, like outlaw motorcycle gangs, I believe was the last one I took.
Okay.
I think a 2-day training.
And you got your certification in 2016 then?
I'd have to look at my certificate. I think it took, I had taken 2 years before I got the advanced certificate.
Okay. All right, one last thing. You said that you have taught, like, at, I'm not sure I got that right, but was it like at-risk youth kind of seminars to just say no kind of thing?
I've spoken to the youth, both while I was working on the road, before I was in the Strategic Investigations Division, trying to help the youth not join gangs or leave the gangs that they're already in, trying to give them an opportunity. That's something that I do on my off time as well, when not for the sheriff's office. I volunteer, and I've taught at a victim advocacy conference for the Office of the Attorney General. And youth outreach is important to me.
Okay, and thank you for that. We need that. My question to you, however, is when you are speaking, and would you actually call it teaching, or is it speak?
It's teaching. They have questions. You're teaching them how to properly document gangs, because if it's done incorrectly, then you're gonna ruin the system. And it happens. We see it where.
I thought you were talking to kids. Are you talking to young youth? You're teaching them how to
I thought you were talking in general when I'm teaching.
Okay.
I'm sorry, sir. No, kids. Yeah, no. When you talk to the youth, you're talking about. It's a prevention thing. It's more of like, don't ruin your life, and explain the risk factors and what not to do, and try to help them understand that there's a life outside of that, because some of these kids come from families and neighborhoods, socioeconomic areas where they don't see a light, so they need to understand that there is a way out.
I agree with you. What I'm asking you is, when you do that, you are doing nothing that any other of these fine officers could do, or I could do.
I think I could relate with them a little bit.
All right, and I don't believe you.
I understand the gang mentality because I've interviewed so many gang members, so I understand where they're coming from.
Okay, but you have included references to motivational and just stay on the straight path speeches to you as among your teaching experience and your expertise.
Something to do, yeah. And you learn from those kids as well. You don't think you learn from kids that are involved in gangs?
Okay, thank you. One moment. I have nothing further.
So, Detective Pola, when you're talking about determining whether or not someone is or is not a gang member, do you go both ways?
I try to convince myself that they're not. I try to avoid confirmation bias. So someone tells me this guy's a blood, or is a mafia family, or GD or Crip or whatever, I'll start looking for things to tell me that they're not. Because the second I can convince myself that this person's not a gang member, it's probably true that they're not, and that maybe it's just not enough evidence to prove they are. But when I'm going in there looking for evidence against it, and all I can find is evidence to support it, that's when it shifts, and I'm like, okay, this guy has to be a member. And this happens frequently because, like I said,
man, he can cook.
I had taken 2 years before I got the advanced certificate.
Okay. All right, one last thing. You said that you have taught, like, I'm not sure I got that right, but was it like at-risk youth kind of seminars to just say no kind of thing?
I've spoken to the youth, both while I was working on the road, before I was in the strategic investigation.
My thing is, did you need a mask to talk to the youth?
That there can be multiple alliances. Can you give a definition of what it would mean to be behind the wall?
Behind the wall means in prison.
So are there different gangs that are behind the wall versus outside?
That's my thing. Hold on. Why did they all this?
Conference for the Office of the Attorney General. And youth outreach is important to me.
Okay, and thank you for that. We need that. My question to you, however, is when you are speaking, and would you actually call it teaching, or is it speak?
It's teaching. They have questions. You're teaching them how to properly document gangs, because if it's done incorrectly, then you're gonna ruin the system. And it happens. We see it where.
I thought you were talking to kids. Are you talking to young youth? You're teaching
Oh,
that kind of
I thought you were talking in general when I'm teaching.
Okay.
I'm sorry, sir. No, kids. Yeah, no. When you talk to the youth, you're talking about. It's a prevention thing. It's
Niggas
more
say
of, like,
undercover giving
don't ruin
speeches.
your
Yeah,
life.
okay.
Explain the risk factors and what not to do. And
Somebody
yes.
And so can you describe a little bit about how that is organized?
Oh, he's up to date. Oh yeah, he's up to date. That's my fault. But back over here.
G Shine or Gangster Killer Buds. Sometimes they go by different names. And there was, I think, a total of like 12, 13 different sets that were created. Each one of those sets, or each one of those gangs that fall under the United Blood Nation have a leader who they call the Godfather Head. Right? So that would be the top person in the organization, the Godfather Head of the GFH. From there, you have Godfathers underneath, and there's a couple more of those, and then they spread into different branches. And they have from there, from the Godfather, you have the highs, and you have the lows. That's the title of the rank. And sometimes they'll give those titles, the high and the low, they'll give it a separate title, so they might give it an associated title, like it could be anything. Whatever set could call it whatever they want for their group. You have the highs and lows, then you have the fifth floor. The fifth floor is a rank. They call it fifth floor or 5-star, or you're a 5-star general. Then the fourth floor, third floor, second floor, first floor. Then you have foot soldiers. And that doesn't mean there's one person per position. There could be hundreds of people in one position. And then a little bit less than the next one, a little bit less than the next one, until you get all the way to the top. Like most organizations, there's only one CEO, there's only one big boss, and then there's assistant managers and associate managers and supervisors, floor supervisors. It's the same thing. You can only run an organization a certain amount of one way.
So in terms of your experience in training and dealing with gangs, is there a financial component to those?
A huge financial component.
Could you describe a little bit more about that?
Other than protection inside the prison system, once they spread out into the streets, one of the main focuses of the gang is to financially support the gang. And to financially support the gang, you have to make money. To make money, you have to sometimes commit crimes. It could be, and they don't have a rule on how to get this money, right? You can, some of the Bibles say, get it how you live, right? So pick a trade, make money. If it's rapping, it's rapping. If it's selling drugs, it's selling drugs. If it's selling guns, it's selling guns. If it's killing, it's killing. If it's doing home invasions, it's doing home invasions. And then that money in most gangs that report back to a prison system, they pay dues. Not all gangs do it, but a lot of them do. They pay dues. These dues are collected at the very bottom. They're transferred over to the person in charge of collecting the money. That person in charge of collecting the money usually has a title. They might have a rank. They also have a title of treasurer. That person is then responsible for holding the money for the gang, so that if someone has legal troubles, they could pay for the attorney fees, or if someone needs, or if the organization inside the wall in prison needs food, commissary, shoes, anything, they can support their brothers behind the wall until they get out. That money is also used to get people back on their feet when they get out of prison. So that's the financial component. That's the money laundering component of the organizations.
So you talked a little bit about wiretaps and monitoring of specific phrases, spellings, things like that. How do you learn the phrases? Specific phrases, spellings, things like that. How do you learn the phraseology or specific slang used by any individual set or gang?
Sometimes it's, like, I'm not gonna lie, sometimes it's difficult. there's certain slang and symbols that we have yet to decipher, right? Because even if you have the dictionary, it might not even make sense because the slang, the answer or the definition of the slang term or the code word is another code word, and unless you knew what the previous Bible said, you never figure it out. But for the most part, you get this based off of context.
Okay. Can you describe, you've mentioned something about dropping a C or crossing out all the C's. How does that show up in the messages?
It's written in most, if we're speaking about bloods only, in the blood Bibles, it'll say you'll cross out all your C's and replace them with X's, B's, K's. Basically just replace all the C's. And the reason that you replace the C's is because historically, when the Bloods were created on the West Coast, California, they were created to defend themselves against the Crips. The Crips were an organized gang at the time in the early 70s. They were decimating the local neighborhood street gangs, and the local neighborhood street gangs banded together and said, let's unify and become one organization. Malpairu, that was one of the original sets. 5'9" Brim, one of the original sets. And all these neighborhood street gangs, like I stated, there's neighborhood street gangs, eventually sometimes evolve into large national gangs. That's how the Bloods were.
You know what I'm saying?
This anti-Crip language. That doesn't mean right now there's a war between Crips and Bloods, but they might still disrespect each other. If they get into an argument, they'll use derogatory language that they've created to diss each other, make fun of each other, and to show disrespect, either graffiti or messages on message boards. They'll cross out C's, or Crips will cross out B's. They'll call each other certain words like Crips. Bloods call Crips crabs. That's their derogatory term. Crips call Bloods slobs. That's their derogatory term for Bloods. Well, these are little things that they do, and it's not, like I said before, it doesn't mean every single time they write a message they're going to do it, but it happens pretty frequently.
So in terms of the term FYE, fire.
Yeah.
What would that be translated to?
A gun.
What about a stick or a pole?
A rifle or a shotgun, a long gun. It looks like a stick.
What about the term on the plate?
On the plate, or being greenlit, that means the gang has sanctioned your murder, basically. If you've been put on the plate, if you've been greenlit, or you've been labeled food, that means it's an on-site attack that needs to be done.
Gangs only use those terms. You know that, right? Because you can have a group of friends, y'all just on some gangster shit, and you be like, yo, man, he on the plate, man. He food. Like, you feel me? Like, that's just, I don't know, bro. I feel like that's just our culture. We just use different terms and shit. You feel me?
Just means claiming something that you're not. So saying you're a blood when you're not a blood, and saying you're a Crip when you're not a Crip, or claiming multiple gangs that you're not a part of.
So how, on that side note, how do these small neighborhood local sets of young kids, how do they wind up becoming actually real sanctioned sets with the Bloods?
To become sanctioned, so there's a lot of neighborhood street gangs that identify as Bloods. They'll call themselves Bloods. They identify as Bloods in terms of they've adopted all the signs, symbols, ideologies, clothing, all these things that the Bloods abide by. And they might have bits and pieces of knowledge that they've gotten from, friends or whoever, or the internet. And they try to follow this stuff. at some point, if you get a big enough neighborhood street gang that's claiming blood, they will probably get approached by a national set. And it could be any one of the national blood sets will approach these neighborhood street gangs and tell them, see, it's almost like a cease and desist order. You either fold and you come tap in with the bloods and become official bloods or sanctioned bloods, right? Fall under one of the national branches, or your entire gang is going to be put on the plate. Your entire gang is going to be wiped out.
And if you could explain, is the term real right?
So real right is in reference to a sanctioned blood, a blood that's tapping in, a blood that's associated to one of the national branches that's doing all the right things as blood. So if you're saying you're real right, that means you're a member of the bloods, like the sanctioned bloods, not a neighborhood street set.
And I think you've already described or defined lineup, but if you could just make sure that's clear, please.
Your lineup in a gang is your chain of chain of command. So who's your foot soldiers, then your first floor, second floor, third floor, all the way up to the top. That's your.
Was this still about Melly, bro?
Then your first floor, second floor, third floor, all the way up to the top. That's your lineup. So if you're a member of the, say a specific G-Shine Gangster Killer blood set, and they ask, and you're getting checked by another blood because they don't believe you're a blood, and they say, what's your lineup? You're going to tell them who you report to. And you would know, okay, my big homie, the person that brought me in to the gang, is so-and-so. His big homie.
My big homie, Whack 100, man.
The Godfather is so-and-so.
Just so y'all can know, my big homie, Whack 100.
The person quizzing you is a real blood. He's going to know that.
If Whack 100 my big homie, does that mean that I'm a...
Questions correctly, you're not going to know who the big homie is. You're not going to know who the boss is. You're not going to know anything because it's not publicly advertised for the world.
And so in terms of if someone asks, who do you walk with, what would be the appropriate answer?
With the bloods?
Yes.
Nigga teaching me.
State your set and who your homies, who your big homies are, basically. You'd have to identify who you report to.
When you say the term tapping in, I think you've used that.
Tap in, nigga.
Can you define that?
Tapping in is what all the unsanctioned blood sets are told to do. If you want to become a real blood, and by real blood, I don't mean unsanctioned sets are not real bloods. A gang is a gang. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, if you're not a real chat nigga, man, tap in, man. Tap in with the Discord. Real talk. If you claim you a chat nigga, you ain't tapping with the Discord, man. You in violation, man.
But the first thing they tell you to do is you need to tap in, which is you need to start reaching out to people that are real right, people that are real bloods, sanctioned bloods, and start learning the knowledge, start gaining the knowledge, start getting these documents and learning the way to operate under the national guidelines.
You've mentioned knowledge. Is there another term that's used interchangeably with that word?
Englewood.
Like the city in California?
Exactly.
Okay.
You're not really bringing down shit.
Just keep correcting, or not correcting, but mentioning it. But Gangster Killer Bloods created that term basically, and set tripping refers to a little history. So when the Gangster Killer Bloods were formed, they were formed as almost like an enforcement branch to straighten out all the bloods that weren't acting accordingly, following the rules. And you have to remember they were in prison. So the rules are a lot more strict in prison because there's nowhere to go. You break the rules here in South Florida, you can move to somewhere else and they might not find you. In prison, there's nowhere to go. You're in a cell block with 50 other bloods. You start breaking rules. Everyone knows. So set tripping is not acting accordingly. So
Which is G-Son.
if there happens to be a fight on the courtyard where someone needs to get slashed or someone needs to get beat and you didn't do what you were supposed to as a member of this gang, you're set tripping. And then now G-Shine, or GKB, Gangster Killer Bloods, they will come and they will enforce upon you the violence that you should have enforced on someone else. So there's a little controversy with G-Shine. People don't like the cops because we write people tickets. They're the police of the G-Shine, of the blood world, right? They're enforcing the rules. And
so, Detective Fuller, are you saying that they commit violence upon each other?
Yeah.
And what do you have to support that?
There's, as I mentioned earlier, there's plenty of videos online of people that either false repping or not even people false repping. There's just videos of Bloods that make mistakes and claim they are from one part of town when they burn it. And that was enough of a violation for them to get recorded live and live streamed getting beat for what they did. Everything doesn't arise to be put on a plate, everything doesn't arise to be killed, but you might have to take a violation.
So with regards to determining whether someone is or is not a gang member under Florida statutes, are there criteria that you have to look for?
Yeah, so the Florida statute that governs or that defines what a gang is and what gang members and gang associates are is 874.03, and there's different subsections. First subsection defines what a gang is, which is there's a group, whether formal or informal, of 3 or more people who have common identifiers, hand signs, colors, things in common, right? And as part of their primary activities, they commit crime. That's what makes them a gang, not the fact that they wear the same colors. And then after that, there's criteria that defines how you can determine if someone is a member or an associate. And these are, some of the criteria are adopts a style of dress, admits to gang membership, identified as a gang member by a parent or guardian, identified as a gang member by a confidential informant that's been proven to be trustworthy and reliable, identified as a gang member by a informant that hasn't been proven trustworthy and reliable, associating with a gang member 1 or more times, associating with gang members 4 or more times.
Okay, so maybe
Just like
for you. Yeah, A through K. Does that sound familiar? Okay. With regards to the involvement, does every gang member have to be involved in every single criminal activity?
No, like I said, they say get it how you live. So as long as you're bringing money in for the gang, then you're going to be in their good graces. So if your hustle is rapping and you're making money rapping, they're going to support you. They're going to bring you up and make sure that you're making more money and that you're doing what you're supposed to, and that you're supporting, in return, you're supporting the gang. And then you don't forget, you're not an individual, you're part of a collective.
So
you're supporting, in return, you're supporting the gang. And then you don't forget, you're not an individual, you're part of a collective.
So you mentioned kind of ranks. How do you get a promotion from one rank to the next?
Putting in work, so either completing what they call missions or just contributing to the gang, showing your loyalty. Someone above you would have to decide that you're worthy of moving up. A lot of the early steps are as foot soldiers. If you're a foot soldier and your job is rapping and you're doing good and you're making money and you're bringing in money to the gang, you're taking the gang to shows and you're supporting them, you're supporting the gang, not supporting yourself, supporting the collective, then you can start getting promotions.
Okay. Is every aim and goal of a criminal gang something related to crime?
No, a lot of these gangs, like I said, were initially racially formed for racial reasons, to defend, for the African Americans to defend themselves against Hispanics, or Hispanics to defend themselves against African Americans or white supremacists. So initially it started off as something racial to help bring up their own people, right? So the Hispanics created gangs to bring up the Hispanic culture. The African Americans did to bring up black culture and to help them get out of these areas and to support their neighborhoods and bring money back to their neighborhoods and make sure that there's success amongst not just the gang, but their culture. And that's the same for basically every gang, whether it's white supremacists, Hispanic gangs, Asian gangs, black gangs. It's just, that's what gang culture is.
Is there things about prioritizing education for gang members?
Yeah, it's written into their bylaws. They don't want dummies, right? They want smart guys. If you're out there committing reckless acts and bringing bad attention to your gang, no one's going to want you. You might be out there committing robberies and doing stuff. That's your job. But if you're doing it recklessly because you're not a smart guy, they're going to probably tighten up on you and start telling you, you need to do this a different way. We need to teach you the right way to do this. Or you might just be a skilled rapper. You might be very good at sports, or you might be just a very smart person and you just do really well in school. So they want you to succeed in school so that you can maybe become an attorney or something that can help them out.
So with regards to G-Shine in particular, were you able to document 3 or more members of that criminal enterprise?
Yes.
Approximately how many were you able to document?
In reference to this case?
In reference to this case.
Oh, I think I stopped at like 17 or 18.
Specifically in this case, can you talk about how you became involved in this investigation?
I was asked to analyze the case and determine whether there was a gang nexus to it, whether Mr. Demmons was a member of this gang, and if he was, to look into it further.
So in terms of the things that you were trying to look at under the statute, in terms of subsection A, admitting to criminal gang membership, were you able to show that and document with regards to this defendant?
Yeah, so admitting to gang membership is not just admitting it to a police officer. If you admit to gang membership on a video, it's the same thing. You've admitted to being a member of that gang. So yeah, there's multiple videos of Mr. Demmons claiming G-Shine or GKB as a gang that he belongs to.
What about adopting the style or dress of a criminal gang?
Yes, Mr. Demmons was observed multiple times, more times than I can count, wearing the colors red, the colors green, and like I stated, the foot soldiers are told to wear tan or brown, and colors green, and like I stated, the foot soldiers are told to wear tan or brown. And Mr. Demmons, there's a bunch of pictures of him wearing this tan trench coat that falls in line with the time where he would have been a foot soldier.
And so we'll come back to some of those pictures in a moment. So,
Mr. Demmons knows all the gang signs, and he does them very well. He can do them very quickly, a lot faster than I can.
Can you explain what stacking is?
Stacking is a form of communication.
So, because he wore a brown trench coat, that makes him a foot soldier? fuck?
Every set has their own specific hand signs that they might throw up. So there's universal hand signs for the UBN, the United Blood Nation. Those are just standard signs that all Bloods kind of are supposed to know. And then every set will have their own hand signs. And then apart from that, if you're part of a set that is part of a certain neighborhood, you might also add your neighborhood stack into it. So if you live on 27th Street or something like that, 27th Ave, you might throw in your street, especially if you're in an area that's populated by a lot of different blood sets. That way they know where you're from.
What about in terms of associating with one or more known criminal gang members?
Yeah, so the way I was able to identify these other G-Shine members or blood members was through contacts that he had on his phone and photographs that he had on his phone, social media, stuff that was publicly posted, stuff that was posted or that was privately inside his phone, not shared.
That's what I want to know. Does being in a gang mean guilty? Like you're just guilty just by being in a gang?
More known criminal gang members 4 or more times. Were you able to document that in this case?
Yes, there's hundreds of pictures of him with other Bloods.
What about if they are identified as a criminal gang member by physical evidence?
The physical evidence would be the videos of Mr. Demons throwing up hand signs, the videos of Mr. Demons saying the G-Shine oath, their motto, all the social media posts, references he makes in songs about being a Blood. That's all physical evidence.
Okay, so I want to
The
go.
Bible.
And so we'll get to that in just a moment. So Detective Polo, are you taking into consideration that this could be a character or an act that's put on for social media?
No, I don't believe this is an act or a character. This is, as I stated, G-Shine is one of the more violent character. This is, as I stated, G-Shine is one of the more violent Blood sets. They're the ones that are enforcing when other people are false repping, and that's what they're known for. So if a famous person were to false rep G-Shine, they would quickly get checked. That happened to those two kids, or I don't know how old they are, those two guys that were claiming sex money murder, the Island Boys.
Oh shit!
Fun haircut.
Okay.
Yeah. They
Clip this!
claim to be members of Sex Money Murder, which is a set of the Bloods, and they
Wait, what?
quickly got checked by almost every Blood that can find them on social media. They got branded, and they then had to recant and apologize.
Did you find any evidence whatsoever of any recanting or apologizing by Mr. Demons in the records that you reviewed?
There's no recanting, there's no apologizing, there's no one calling out Mr. Demons for being a fake Blood. There's all I could find is support for Mr. Demons for being a Blood by other Bloods.
Okay, in terms of the specific communications that you went through, were those on a cellular phone and email extraction? Or
Yes.
word?
Yes, it was on both.
Okay, I'm going to start. I'm going to make sure defense has a chance to see what's in the list. State triple U for identification purposes only. Detective Polo, showing it's been labeled as state triple U for identification purposes only. Do you recognize those documents?
Yes.
How do you recognize those documents?
It's the email chain forwarded to YNW Melly booking at gmail.com from
Boys? I know the Island Boys were repping blood at a point. Let me see. Island Boys blood. Let me see.
Who's trying to blackball you? Who has the power to do that?
Everyone. Okay, the attention that I got right now compared to every rapper, because there's a rapper called Jay Osama. I don't know if you knew who he was. Okay. He ended up getting killed or whatever the case might be. But
he had a baby. He had a baby
coming, which
and they still killed him.
They hated on him and they killed him. But
in our city,
he had a lot of people know who he was. He was probably gonna make it. You feel me? I kind of like. I got a lot of, I don't like to say, I got a lot of clout or a lot of fame. I don't really care about that. But a lot of people know who I am. You know what I'm saying? So, and then people just try to, brush, he's not, we don't claim him. We don't claim him.
Yeah.
He's not from Palm Beach. Oh, those twins, pussy. They make up stories that's not even true. Bro, we need someone like you to make it in this city, you feel me? And instead of doing that, you feel me, power me up like they do, and it really has to come from because I'm all tatted up. I'm not black. You feel me? I got face tattoos. They think I'm ignorant. You feel me?
And you talk your shit.
They think that I'm, whatever they want to think, culture, whatever the case might be or whatever. But man, I'm Cuban. I've been through it. I was in the water. I was in the mud. You dig what I'm saying?
Right.
So you feel me? But they just say they anything. It'll be anything. They just try to make me seem like something I'm not.
Is it part because you guys, I guess, in the past have claimed to be gang members and stuff?
It's got something to do Bro, even before that, but it's got something to do with we did some dirt in our city and stuff like that. But it's not to everyone. But get over it. Everyone knows each other and stuff like that. But we did some dirt and stuff like that. But
were you going around saying you were gang members before you were formally actually accepted by the gang, or the people who feel like you were false claiming what they're a part of?
What's it called? A lot of people think that that we false claim, but a lot of Bloods always fucked with us and stuff like that. I never really cared about gangbanging and stuff like that. You understand?
I never care about gangbanging.
Yeah, except for when I started becoming a rapper, I had a lot of Bloods hit me up.
Yeah,
and said, look, we want to initiate, we want to
put you a part of
it. So I'm gonna teach you the knowledge.
Right.
But you're how do I explain it? We're not beating you up. You feel me? But I'm gonna let you know everything to know if you were a Blood. You feel me? So I'm like, okay, so what that make me? He's like, oh, you Blood, you this, you that. You tell me this, that's your tag. You feel me? I'm like, okay. And then I was like, all right, whatever, you feel me? Because I already, I got blood tattoos. So I'm thinking, what do I got to be a Blood? You feel me? Because if I make it, I don't want people to be like, yo, why you got all this stuff? And you feel me?
By the way, blood tattoos is just having a 5-point crown. Is if you had a 3-point crown,
this is blood related. Yeah. Stars all over me.
It's
but
blood
really,
related.
they could just mean as a star. You feel me? But if a gang member thinks you look like a thug, you feel me? You're someone like a thug, they're gonna be like, so what is that? You tell them, you're like, nah, that's not.
These niggas look like real gangsters to me. Why niggas not jacking them?
Come on, I
fuck with the Island Boys.
Come on.
Under the cloak of anonymity in order to maintain his undercover status and also his area of expertise. What do we see here in court now? Is it a valid concern for this witness to want to be anonymous in this trial, or at least testify without his face being shown?
Absolutely. If he is, and I'm sure they did what we do here in New York called a Hinton hearing, where the prosecution would put forth some sort of evidence to demonstrate that if he was not being able to testify in disguise or anonymously, then his life would be in danger. And so he's probably still engaged in undercover work, which is why it's necessary for us to protect his life. This is very common, so long as the judge has explained to the jury that they should draw no negative inference, right? It's to make it look like this witness is afraid of the defendant or something to that effect, then it shouldn't be a problem.
Right, and Gene, the process of what we're seeing right now, the line of questioning, is this to establish this witness as an expert? And in your experience, what are some of the things that you're looking to draw out from a witness that you're ultimately going to offer as an expert in court?
Well, if I'm the prosecutor, I have to lay a foundation that says that this expert knows what the heck they're talking about. So you want to get the training, experience, years in office, conferences, but also how many times they've been certified by a state or federal court as an expert. That's the best foundation and the only foundation you should have for this type of expert.
Sure. And Aikeisha, I want to get the perspective from the defense side. Gene was talking about what you want to bring out from this witness as a prosecutor. What are you sort of aiming to do when you're looking to voir dire or question a proposed expert witness being offered by the other side?
Well, exactly what was just said, and I think that this defense attorney did a great job at that. And I don't know if you caught when he said, "So you're sort of at the embryonic stage." It was like, you're a baby investigator. You don't really do this. You're not a real teacher. You just go out and do lectures. You talk to kids about not joining gangs. You're not a professor or anything to that nature. So he's really just trying to undermine his expertise, quote unquote. And I think he did a good job there. Like, you just got here. You don't really know anything. I like that as a defense attorney.
All right, great analysis. We're going to take a quick break here at Law and Crime, but you stay tuned. We're going to come back more.
Specific person. He didn't.
Not Chico, that guy who kidnapped him?
No, I'm talking about a real blood.
Right.
Not whoever the fuck they be around. So that's what I'm saying when this shit, like, it's just tapped in for real. You know what I'm saying? Everyone knows each other. Everyone can get in contact. Real deal shit. That's how you figure out who ain't what they say they is. What I respected about Fly Soldier is he kept it honest. He said some stupid motherfucker from Atlanta blessed them in and whatever. He told me he wasn't real. I respect you for telling me that. That ain't your fault that you got misled, but I'm glad we on the same page. Just stop doing the red flags and all that shit and we straight. He got me on the phone with Lil Pyru, put him on the FaceTime. Lil Pyru was like, nah, he gonna screen record it, he gonna da-da-da. I'm like, bro, I'm not gonna do nothing. I'm in bed, bro. Like, I'm not gonna do nothing. I just wanna talk to you. So I get him on the phone. He the type to, like, boot up. Like, he just wants to yell over you. I'm like, bro, just answer the simple questions. You know what I'm saying? I did the video and I said it in the video. If anything is false in this video, have your big homie get in contact with me. I'll take everything down and do another video apologizing. If you really that. Of course he's not, you know, so he claiming the South Bronx, but the blood said he's claiming's out of Maryland and fucking, it's just a mess. He's someone that ain't mentally all the way there, tattooed some shit all over his fucking face. I've got the pictures of when he was going to college, how he looked beforehand. Would I smack him in person as much as I would want to initially? Nah, because I understand you like really fucked in the head. Like you like a psych case, you know what I mean? Now, if I viewed him and he's like, oh, yeah, look, Pyru, I might, yeah, all right, then fuck it. But it's just like, you know, it's just clearing shit up, bro. Because somebody like that, people will try to portray that shit with me. I tell you about my pain. I tell you about getting hit up. I tell you about how it feels to be locked up, not seeing your people, the fucked up side of things. That's the thing with me is like, when people were trying to mentor me on shit, you don't want to go down this path because you might go to prison and get raped. That didn't do it for me. I'm not scared of that shit. You know what I'm saying? Versus,
look at X face.
People are getting gutted in there. You're going to see people gurgling on their blood when they get hit in the neck and they laying there dying and you in a cage watching them die. It's fucking disgusting. You can smell the shit leaking out of their body. You know what I'm saying? When someone's getting fucked in an open bay dorm and they got a blanket, you smell shit in the air.
Yeesh.
This is how this really is. So when you talk to a teenager like that, then they're like, oh, I don't want to be in there. Yeah, no, it's different. But when you just give them a little run around, it doesn't do it. So when you see a little Pyru, next thing you know, you got little Zach, and little Zach wants to do the same shit, and then he ends up getting flipped, shot, whatever, ends up in prison because he was trying to portray some shit.
But do you ever worry with your channel, like, do you like to have a good mix of real gangster shit and then sort of like exposing fake ass gangster shit? Because I mean,
it's however it comes up, but at the end of the day, gangster shit is the key word. So either you faking it or you keeping it real, but it all falls in the same category.
Because if your whole channel was just like videos about situations like the little Pyru thing and the Island Boys, it might start to look a certain way, right?
Well, I mean, bro, y'all representing the shit that I put in pain by. Fuck you mean? You know what I'm saying? Like, if y'all came to prison doing that, we gonna get you. So it's different. Like, what's somebody gonna say? Oh, you made a YouTube video exposing him. That okay? We didn't open his fucking body up. You know how bad this shit could have got. Like, is he dead? Did he get shot? No, no one cut him. what are you complaining about? I'm doing very civilized shit right now, and I'm making money off of it.
Right.
I could get somebody stamped and do a video on the shit after the fact and make my money back after getting somebody stamped, but I'm not doing no shit like that.
How do you feel about the fact when people say that your channel is just kind of like highlighting negativity and you're really just sort of profiting off of other people's pain and all this murder and shit like?
Okay, all right, let me get back to this. What the fuck? I don't know, there's a countdown on this fucking thing right now. I don't know what's going on. Damn! Holy shit, people. People said something about El Chapo. What? It hit close to home. Now, I ain't gonna lie. I never seen 1090 Jake. Like I only talked to 1090 Jake on here. I never really watched all the videos. But yeah, sound like 1090 Jake was ready to smack a nigga, man. All right, let's see what's going on with this.
Basically,
YNW sack chaser, and Christopher Thomas Jr., also known as YNW Juvie. Together with co-defendant Cortland Henry, they were known as the YNW Collaborative. Henry is going to be tried separately from Melly. In day 7 of the trial, we are hearing testimony from Detective Danny Polo. We're going to take you live into court in Broward
Danny
County
Polo
right now.
ain't no real name.
A set, like a group, and I work a different branch of an organization.
So you mentioned some of the organizational system. Is there a recognized organizational system in place for example, the UBN?
Yes.
And so can you describe a little bit about how that is organized?
So the United Blood Nation was founded by a handful of leaders within Rikers Island. They created the first 3 original sets, Nitro Gangster Bloods, 183 Gangster Bloods, and G-Shine or Gangster Killer Bloods. Sometimes they go by different names. And there was, I think, a total of like 12, 13 different sets that were created. Each one of those sets, or each one of those gangs that fall under the United Blood Nation have a leader who they call the Godfather Head. Right, so that would be the top person in the organization, the Godfather Head of the GFH. From there, you have Godfathers underneath, and there's a couple more of those, and then they spread into different branches. Then they have from there, from the Godfather, you have the highs and you have the lows. That's the title of the rank. And sometimes they'll give those titles, the high and the low, they'll give it a separate title, so they might give it an associated title, like it could be anything. Whatever set could call it whatever they want for their group. You have the highs and lows, then you have the 5th floor. The 5th floor is a rank. They call it 5th floor or 5-star, or you're a 5-star general. Then the 4th floor, 3rd floor, 2nd floor, 1st floor, and you have foot soldiers. And that doesn't mean there's one person per position. There could be hundreds of people in one position, and then a little bit less than the next one, a little bit less than the next one, until you get all the way to the top. Like most organizations, there's only one CEO, there's only one big boss, and then there's assistant managers and associate managers and supervisors, floor supervisors. It's the same thing. You can only run an organization a certain amount, one way.
So in terms of your experience in training and dealing with gangs, is there a financial component to those?
A huge financial component.
Could you describe a little bit more about that?
Other than protection inside the prison system, once they spread out into the streets, one of the main focuses of the gang is to financially support the gang. And to financially support the gang, you have to make money. To make money, you have to sometimes commit crimes. It could be, and they don't have a rule on how to get this money, right? You can, some of the Bibles say, get it how you live, right? So pick a trade, make money. If it's rapping, it's rapping. If it's selling drugs, it's selling drugs. If it's selling guns, it's selling guns. If it's killing, it's killing. If it's doing home invasions, it's doing home invasions. And then that money in most gangs that report back to the prison system, they pay dues. Not all gangs do, but
Of the defendant.
Just call it the 9807 number.
Yeah.
Or suspect?
What did you say? Purported to be the defendant?
Yes.
We object to that.
Okay.
9807.
Just the phone number.
Sure.
Okay, can I just call up the phone?
Yes.
Please.
All right, we're all set?
Yes, Your Honor?
Let's bring the jury in.
You still have state triple U?
Sorry.
Okay.
Jury entering.
I'm gonna talk about it a little bit. I see what y'all talking about. Don't worry, I see what y'all talking about.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. Please be seated. Let the record once again reflect the presence of the defendants, defendants, his counsel, the assistant state attorneys, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, our witness remains on the stand. Councilwoman Roach, we're still on your direction foundation. Proceed. I sustain the last objection. Repeat your question, please.
Yes, Your Honor. So Detective Polo, the item that has been presented to you is straight state triple U. You recognize it?
Yes, ma'am.
How do you recognize it?
It is the email chain addressed to YNW Melly booking at gmail.com.
Is this the same email that is referenced in the 772-713-9807 phone extraction you reviewed?
Yes.
Is that the same or substantially same condition as when it was retrieved from Google via search warrant?
Yes.
Here at this time, the state would request that the state's triple U into evidence and published to the jury.
Any objection not previously raised?
We object to it coming in as toto, and we request that any.
Oh shit.
Everybody you meet is smiling and having fun.
The September 16th, 2018 sent date. Do you see that on there?
Yes.
Okay. Can you please say and read for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what is the
Counsel, one second, please.
Thank you. Sorry to disturb.
No.
Grab a chair.
trying to make it as big as possible as well. So the individual that is from on that, you could read that aloud for the jury.
My computer just Jaquan Burton at burtonjaquan@gmail.com.
And who is it addressed to?
YNW Melly booking at gmail.com.
And before we get into all of the attachments, in terms of how many times this email was forwarded, is that also reflected on this page?
Yes.
This third entry down, The Jaquan Burton again is the sender. Who is it going to?
The subject named Derek Dixon was identified as Gino.
Okay.
Street name Gino.
And we'll come back to Gino in just a little bit. Continuing on. Were you able to identify all of the individual email addresses and associate them with a known person?
So we went through some of them and were able to identify. Earlier on, there was a Jamon Mitchell. He's in a photograph with Mr. Demons. That was on the first page.
Okay. Is that the one here? Is that what you're talking about?
No, I think I have a copy. Was first page?
I'm sorry.
First page, the first one sent to mitchelljamon@gmail.com.
Oh. So going through, continuing to this last, the first forwarded one on this particular email chain. Can you read the from email?
Bang Bang is the name, and then the email is bangbangascari@gmail.com.
Does the term Ascari mean anything particular or special in relation to the G-Shine Bloods?
Ascari is a step above the foot soldier in G-Shine. It's like their second rank above a foot soldier.
Okay. So continuing on, the information that we're here, and I'm sorry I have to make it a little bit smaller to fit on the page. Is this some of the history you were talking about?
Yes.
In terms of the individuals that are listed and the dates and things like that. For example, if you look here, the 199BIX. Can you explain or translate that?
1996. They took the S out, put a B because Slav is a derogatory term towards blood, so they take out S's as well, put a B in it.
In terms of some of the individuals that are listed on the next line, Corey King, Shaquell, Hitman, Pimp, and Rob Lowe. Are those some of the individuals that you talked about that have posted on YouTube?
Yeah, OG, Corey King, he was the original Godfather head, he was one of the founders. There's a video of him in Tampa, from last year or the year before, during the G-Shine National Gathering. He was present, showing a video of him in Tampa, from last year or the year before, during the G-Shine National Gathering. He was present, showing live streaming for everyone, showing the big turnout. There weren't just G-Shine members, there was members from all blood sets, but it was a G-Shine event. OG Shaquell, he's the second one. He's a notorious G-Shine member, one of the original founders. He does a lot of videos online as well with Corey King, a lot separate, but some of the Corey King and some of these others' names, Hitman, Pimp, and Rob Lowe, they're referenced.
My apologies.
They're referenced in these historical accounts from Corey King and Shaquell and some of the other blood leaders that aren't listed here because they're not members of G-Shine.
Okay. There's a word here, DAMU. What is that?
Damu, blood.
Is that something that you see throughout these records?
Yeah. The Damu, or they call themselves Olas, OLA. It's just a way for them to, it's like saying bro or dude. Damu, you're saying you're a blood. I'm an Ola, I'm a blood. Any other blood would know exactly what you're talking about.
Okay. At the last line, 3 districts, there's 3 godfathers.
Mm-hmm.
Is that some of the hierarchy you were describing earlier to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
That was, yeah, that's how the original Jishan set was divided. It was divided into 3 temples. We call them temples. Be named after the leader. Sometimes they just give a name, like Nitro. So that's a common thing. Sometimes a lineup or a set will be named after YNW, Melly,
2. Yes, sir. So Detective Polo, the item that has been presented to you is straight states triple U. You recognize it?
Yes, ma'am.
How do you recognize it?
It is the email chain addressed to ynwmellybooking@gmail.com.
Is this the same email that is referenced in the 772-713-9807 phone extraction you reviewed?
Yes.
Is that the same or substantially same condition as when it was retrieved from Google via search warrant?
Yes.
Here at this time, the state would request that the state's triple U into evidence and published to the jury.
Any objection not previously raised?
We object to it coming in as coach.
2.
The subject name, they just give them names. So here you see some of the names. His name is Stretch, and Stretch has been documented as in multiple federal indictments as the leader of the 9/5 Killer Shine blood set.
Oh.
So that corroborated past investigations.
Okay.
Yeah, if Melly gets sentenced, man, it might just be only on emails.
Information will have kind of the translation. Is that what we're looking at here?
Yeah, so right here, this is a way of asking who you fall under and the response you're supposed to give. Then you have, a code and NBA. So if they just wrote, if you find some ledgers or mail in the jail where they write NBA, they're not talking about basketball. They're talking about the National Blood Association. And then here you have what they gave as the name to the ranking system. So GF is the godfather. They call him the general manager. And this is what I said. It changes from set to set because there might be a set that won't call it the general manager. They'll call him whatever. It could call him anything. It's up to each set to do it, and it could change. It's not written in stone. The high is the next step under that. We call him the head coach. In this specific Bible, the low is 5-star general, 4-star, 3-star, 2-star, and 1-star generals.
Okay. In terms of, is there then laws that are set out for the purposes of G-Shine?
Yeah, so the original laws were written.
Blood in, blood out,
G-Shine
jumping.
adopted the same
Well,
laws.
somebody commitment, put it in words.
Those are the original
What's
30
this
laws.
one? Oh.
Blood in, blood out. You get jumped in. Sometimes, and like I said, there's exceptions to every rule. Sometimes you get blessed in. So voted in by committee. You're putting in work. That's another way of getting in. No snitching. That's an important rule. No punking out. No backing down from a fight, basically. No homosexuality. It's very common in the gang world.
Can you translate? You made a comment.
I'm Javi, and I got Botox Cosmetic. There was a particular photograph. The lines were so...
Just saying, hey, this guy's gonna be one of us. They bring you in. You don't get jumped in. You don't get. You don't have to put in. You didn't put any work in. You didn't do anything. They just brought you in. They brought you home. That's terms that they would use. But the most commonly used term is blessing.
Okay. On some of them, like no flu wearing or yellow back.
I don't know. I have no idea.
So there are some things that even law enforcement has yet to decipher.
Yeah, there's certain. I said that I think earlier that there's certain codes that just don't make any sense to me. There's certain tattoos that don't make any sense. I just see them over and over and over again on bloods, and I know it means something to them. I just haven't figured out yet what it means, and sometimes they don't answer.
Number 11, that's indicated here, cross out all C's and replace with B's, K's, or X's. Did you see evidence of that in the phone belonging to the phone number 772-713-9807?
Yes.
Oh, was that in private communications?
Private communications and public posts that were posted from that phone.
Okay. And items number 16 and 17. Is that a common rule to basically don't admit anything?
This is what I was talking about, where the Bibles are held in secrecy, right? So that's why I send them through email, because typically you can't just find someone's email laying on the floor, right? That's not a thing. You can find documents laying on the floor at a search warrant, but to get an email, you would have to write a search warrant for Gmail or iCloud or whoever. So that's why they send out these Bibles a lot in email form.
Okay.
To keep it secret.
The last one on this page, never take another person's side over your homie. What is a homie?
Homie is a member of your set, a member of your blood set. So just because it wouldn't just be any blood, it would just be a blood within your organization, within your lineup, within your set.
Okay. Again, more of the laws 20 through 30. Okay. And number 27 on this list.
No black on black crimes unless someone violates your set, code, and colors. You gotta respect. That's like the biggest thing in the gang world is respect. With every gang, respect is. If you don't have respect, that's one of those things that could get you killed. And that's been documented over and over and over again.
Okay. And the next thing, it says oath/red alert. What is that?
The oath, it's one of the, most gangs have that create an oath. This will be one of those things that you have to memorize verbatim, and when you're being quizzed, you're going to be asked to recite these things. This is one of the things you'll be asked to recite.
Again, more of the laws 20 through 30. Okay.
Oh, shit.
And number 27 on this list.
No black on black crimes. They call it levels, so levels of knowledge. And if you assert that you're, let's say, at a certain level of knowledge, and you get tested up to that level of knowledge and you failed, then you're going to get violated. Now, if you say you're at a certain level of knowledge and they test you and you get quizzed and you answer everything correct, then you're doing just fine.
Okay, so you had mentioned that there were other different sections.
These gangs existed within the system, within the prison system. They just didn't have these names. Little by little, like it happened in California, where the neighborhood gangs started joining into the Bloods, they then changed their names for something that aligned with the Bloods. So these are the original sets. The dates, they're as accurate as I can tell based on not just interviews, but all the other documents that we've ever recovered have the dates are pretty consistent. These are things that you'll almost never get wrong unless you find a Bible from a jail, from a brand new member of the Bloods who's trying to learn, and he's just writing it down, trying to memorize his stuff, because the easiest way to memorize stuff is just keep writing it down, especially if you're sitting in jail.
In terms of, it says greeting and replies, are those some of the types of knowledge an individual could be quizzed on?
Yeah, you could, and you won't even know you're being quizzed on it. This is something that happened in one of our undercover cases. Our undercover was his first time being a Blood, so he didn't answer some of these greetings correctly.
Okay, so going down to almost the bottom of the page where it says on there, rise and shine. What is the proper response if someone says rise and shine?
I shine, you shine, we shine, G shine. It's a very popular G shine saying.
Okay.
And it doesn't have to be exact, right? So if you, it could be like variation of it, like right there, I shine, you shine, right? It's not exactly like the other one.
Okay. And in terms of, it says these are meanings, not replies. So if someone says this, is this kind of more the dictionary part of it?
Yeah, sometimes it doesn't make sense. Like some of these dictionaries, it just, the answers, or the definitions to the word, to the codes is other codes. And it's just, unless you have the person in front of you that wrote that, you probably won't be able to decipher it.
Okay. And this continues on in this with different
codes.
Okay. And reviewing these codes, are they consistent with some of the other gang knowledge that's been recovered and that you have learned about?
Yeah, except for some of the, obviously some of the codes are different because codes are updated periodically. For the most part, a lot of these have continued to be used.
Okay. And so there's some of the terms you've already defined, like set tripping. Is 1965 on that list. Is this something that they continue to evolve over the years?
The code?
Yes.
It could, if big indictments come down and a lot of people, if a big indictment comes down, like the recently sex money murder got indicted, and I think it was a lot of people got arrested on that indictment. We have an active investigation where we know they completely restructured everything. They're restructuring their Bibles. A lot of people got arrested on that indictment. We have an active investigation where we know they completely restructured everything. They're restructuring their Bibles, they're restructuring their chain of command, they're restructuring all the rules. So it's how they evolve.
And so
after
the
law enforcement has gotten hip to whatever is already out.
And so on the bottom of this, it says G slang. What is that translated to?
Speaking codes.
And continuing on to the next page. Do you have all of these memorized?
No.
Okay.
I've tried. Trust me, I've tried. Between this and all the other games, all the other games have the same thing going on. A couple hundred pages of that, it's impossible.
No. So that's the end of the first email, the forwarded email.
Maybe approach person. Yes.
I'm so sorry.
This is a sidebar again. You know that there's an arrest warrant out for Kodak Black. We're gonna talk about it, don't you worry. But let me just try to get this wrapped up because we be jumping back and forth a bit. If this continues, the sidebar continues too long, we'll just kind of we'll just we'll just kind of jump into a few other things. But it seems to be brief, and I know again. All right, here we go.
Back in the short bill,
It's in here.
Example returns, 3/15/2022. This was discussed in the second and third depots, and the third and fourth depots.
Just found it.
It's not in there, but that's the search warrant is in there. So you have that.
Counsel, yes, let the record reflect the jury stepped out. Counsel remain will defend. You're suggesting you don't have this record? I heard, that's what I heard you say. Now you want time to look for it, so you need some time to see if you have it or you don't?
Yes, sir.
All right, we're in recess.
Thank you, Judge. We'll see if you have enough, but you're going to give us a
I need a specific one.
Talk about the obvious. If you guys don't know, let's see. After catching a concussion during practice, by his own teammate, Jordan Poole he got snuffed by Draymond Green. It was pretty much impossible for him to be on that team with that nigga. You could tell he don't fuck with that nigga. You could tell he also got no squabbles because there's no get back in sight. So my man Jordan Poole kind of been in limbo. I think he is more valuable to the Warriors roster than Draymond Green. However, bro, it's clear there ain't no vet on a team that's gonna catch the fade for him. That gonna make him feel all right about getting punched out by Draymond. And essentially, after an unsuccessful season, they got beat up on by the Lakers. The Warriors are indeed trading Jordan Poole. Okay, they apparently traded Jordan Poole to the Wizards for a pack of Skittles and Chris Paul. Well, Chris Paul at this damn point in his career is a pack of Skittles. And essentially, the Warriors are sending Jordan Poole and 2 future draft picks. And future draft picks to the Wizards. And, of course, in return, they will get Jordan Poole, okay? They're saying that Golden State Warriors don't have any plans of waiving Chris Paul. Chris Paul was just traded from, the Suns. So people thought that, he's going to end up back on the Suns because everybody's going to waive him. But it looks like maybe he's going to be on the Warriors and he's going to have to run back up to Curry, obviously, okay? They say, according to somebody, the Warriors will also send Ryan Rollins. I don't even know who the fuck that is. That nigga on the team? And a second-round pick. Oh, it's a second-round pick last year to Washington. They'll be sending a protected 2030 rounder and a 2027 second-rounder, sources tell them, okay? Yeah. Essentially, I think everybody could kind of get what it is. Man, Jordan Poole not fucking with this shit, man. Feel good because I don't think nobody could really squabble with Draymond Green on a one-on-one on the team. Yeah, I didn't do it. Poole never felt aight the whole time. It felt like every time he got on, it was no pool party no more, nigga. That nigga felt like he was in the kiddie tub. And essentially, for him to get back to the pool party, he had to leave. Okay, if you can't beat him, leave him. Fuck it. So again, Draymond Green. I think Draymond Green's an unrestricted free agent. He opted out. I thought he was finna dip, but clearly he's going back now. Because the nigga he snuffed that they would be mad at him for is leaving the team. So, damn, I guess it's all good for everybody. By the way, Jordan Poole has signed a big-ass contract. They said he has a 4-year, $130 million extension. I think it kicks in this offseason, and he's getting traded. It just shows you that, bruh, there was a lot of tumultuous moments that, he made it work, right? They got through the season, but he basically probably told him, like, nigga, I ain't finna keep doing this shit because I'm not fucking with this nigga. That nigga dislocated my jaw. And in reality, unless y'all want me to be on some John Moran shit and bring a gun to shoot this nigga, y'all got to get one of us off the team. I got to imagine that's how the combo went, right? You know what I mean? Like, it don't look like Jordan Poole had the hand game, so he probably going to have to bring a pistol in like John Morant, shoot that nigga, and then it would probably went left anyway. So, you know, good thing it's kind of been resolved. Do I think this makes the Warriors better? Fuck no. Fuck no. You know what I mean? But again, a lot of people believe the Warriors are in rebuilding mode. They believe that they're trying to just rebuild and just trying to figure out some new shit. You know, obviously Curry's getting older, but if you watch him play, you can't tell that. You know, he's a finesse shooter. So he's a finesse type player and a shooter. You know, LeBron's more athletic and physical, so you could see it clearer with LeBron than I would imagine you would be able to see with Steph Curry going on. So it is what it is, man. Jordan Poole, hopefully the Wizards treat you how you should be treated. I think he's a young star. He has a really bright future ahead of him. And I'm gonna be honest too, man. If a nigga snuff me and then y'all leak the tape of him snuffing me and I'm on the team and I'm way more important in my mind than he is, either if I can't squabble him and I can't give him a leg eyes or some shit like that, you gotta trade me, dog. That's just what it is. So it is what it is. All right.
I would have used some brass knuckles. I'll get my lip back one way.
Warrant out for his rest. Kodak warranty, no warrant. And it's coming out of Broward County after Kodak supposedly missed a hearing he missed a drug test. So again, you know, Kodak has been really jacking publicly or whatever he speaks. He say he's drug free, this and third. So I'm not gonna automatically assume that he's back on that. You know what I mean? Whatever drugs he was on before. But if you don't know, that he was arrested last year after he got shot, and they charged him with trafficking OxyContin and possession of a controlled substance without a prescription. Essentially, his whole defense is, yo, why would y'all charge me with this? I just got shot. These are painkillers. I'm prescribed painkillers. Maybe I had a little bit more than, the law allows me to have, but shit, I was shot. Y'all are tweaking. And I kind of agree with him. Shit, the dude was shot in the leg, and I ain't gonna lie, he ain't missed a beat. He been performing, so I'm guessing he probably is on a lot of painkillers. But clearly, after he got bond, they're trying to make sure he's not on other drugs. Regardless, he had to take drug tests. They said the 26-year-old, damn, Kodak been locked up for so long. He's only 26 though. They say he had a court appearance scheduled for Monday, and also, hold on. He missed the drug test. Okay, yeah, so he missed the drug test. And that was part of the condition for And not only that, he had a court hearing for Monday. Not sure if he showed up, but I'm guessing he didn't show up if they're saying there's a warrant out for him, because they're probably thinking, all right, this nigga just not coming in, period. But he was ordered to rehab for 30 days early this year after missing
some issue. You didn't have the document. You found it or not, or what happened?
We're still checking.
Oh, you haven't resolved it?
We have not resolved it.
So it was pursuant to a search warrant that was signed on March 14th of 2022 by the Honorable Barbara Duffy. The information was provided to the defense counsel as once the return came in from Google.
And it was a mistake because his future does line the balance. Okay. The lawyer suggested during the hearing that the starstruck drug lab technician may have mixed up a sample. Yeah, because he did have another test that came back for positive for fentanyl. And I ain't gonna lie, his lawyer that he calls daddy did some genius shit where the guy who took the test basically just damn near admitted, yeah, I fucked up. Like, the guy admitted they fucked up. And Kodak pretty much got out. However, people usually think that when it comes to people like Kodak or people with a lot of money, when you have a lot of money and influence, you kind of evade law enforcement and the authorities, and laws don't apply to you. So I could see the judge kind of being a little tight at Kodak, like, yo, what the fuck are you doing, gang? What are you doing? We're trying not to send you to jail. By the way, the case ain't happened yet. So again, it's not about guilty or innocent. You're on bail, right? So you caught a charge, right? You're innocent until proven guilty, but you caught a charge. They're telling you the stipulation of your release, you shouldn't catch no more charges. This is going to be damn near, what is it, like maybe the second one? What I believe is going to happen from here on out is that there might be house arrest instituted, or let me not even say that, because his lawyer goes so hard. They're probably gonna just dismiss whatever this is. They're gonna have some good excuse. Yo, sure he'll turn himself in, or what'll probably happen, his lawyer is going to approach the court with probably a really good excuse for why he didn't comply with the court's orders. And if you ask me, they're probably going to hope that the court dismisses the warrant so he never gets locked up, and after that pretty much just allows him another chance to kind of get right, almost, right? So hopefully that's the case. We love Kodak Black. We don't want to hear like none of our artists or nobody that we like getting arrested. But Kodak, man, you got to get right, dog. Like, Kodak, you've had a lot of chances. Kodak is one of them people, I got to be honest, he's had a lot of chances at this thing called life. A lot of chances, my guy. Like, trust me, you've not had more chances than Kodak. A lot of these entertainers do. And it's crazy when a lot of times they're like, yo, they're mistreating me. And it's like, dog, to be honest, if you're getting mistreated, what's the regular person getting? Because y'all are getting every opportunity to stay out of jail. Y'all are coming back with a dirty piss test, and the person who administered the piss or the piss test is saying that they fucked up instead of you were motherfucking high. And you're getting off of these things, but you're taking them for granted because you're not learning, right? You get pardoned by the president of the United States. Dog, you get pardoned by the president of the motherfucking United States. Come on. We gotta we gotta start realizing that, at a point.
Yeah, that is crazy, dog.
Even like Meek Mill
Fucking Trump.
or shit, to a certain extent, NBA YoungBoy. There's a lot of people who ain't getting out on bail. There's people just sitting and stuck in jail. And a lot of times some of these artists, they take it for granted, right? They take it for granted. And then when the judge finally stands up to them as this rich, famous entertainer with powerful lawyers and says, you're playing in my face. You're fucking with me. You know what? You're going to go sit down. You know what they say? The judge is racist. And we love these guys' music so much. You're going to be like, oh my God, why would a judge do that to him? You catch a case and see what happens. Like, most of these guys that we really care about, they have incredible privilege. And I mean, from like, it goes from Kodak to even like Gunna and Thug. I know you might be like, oh, look at Thug, he's suffering. Come on. Thug had five bond hearings. Gunna had 4. Gunna had 4 bond hearings in 6 months. There's niggas who was locked up who get 1 bond hearing or get listened to for 1 motion for bond in a year or 2. Like, these guys got the best attorneys in the fucking world, so like they're making shit swing. I'm just saying that I wish they would not abuse the privilege that it looks like they're playing in the face of everybody else, because at a certain point a judge is gonna say, dog, you're not bigger than the program. You're not bigger than the justice system is tired of these motherfuckers. Because look at Boosie. Unless they have some other case going on with Boosie, man, they probably have looked at Boosie as somebody who has evaded a lot of the repercussions that the system comes with, and now they got him again, and they're like, yo, we're just gonna say some shit. He's a flight risk. He's this. He's that. So again, I'm we're gonna obviously assume that Kodak is innocent, but nevertheless, my nigga, like, bro, Why every 2 months they're saying they want to arrest you, dog? What's going on? Y'all ever been in a bad situation and y'all like start praying to God and you be like, yo, please God, you deliver me from this situation. I will never fuck up again. I would never do that. You get what I mean? And like it's how fortunate you are to get delivered. I would think that would be Kodak. After Kodak said he turned Muslim, he had to go rock with another gang. He basically said he read 53 Bibles. He said, oh, the people in jail were picking on him. He finally gets out of jail because the president pardons him. I would think that he's saying, thank you, God, you have delivered me. I will never do anything to even remotely get back there. But it is what it is. Listen, I'm not judging anyone's lifestyle. Kodak could do what he wants, but I just think that when you have so much to lose, don't play in the face of the people who could put you in jail. That's it. All right. Yeah, let's just keep it short and sweet with that one. All right. We still ain't back with this goddamn trial. I don't know what's going on with it. Still not back with the trial. Let me see what else is going on though on the net. Oh, this was tonight. Jake talking about the Island Boys. I think we kind of heard about that already. The people in the submarine, they dead. They dead. That's what we have heard. So even from the manufacturer and shit, even from the manufacturer of the ship, they're saying that they're believed to be dead, which now changes the dynamic of this whole thing. It's now no longer a rescue mission. It's probably a recovery mission in terms of, let's see if we can recover the bodies of these individuals. You know, obviously try to return them to their family. Obviously, you know, see how they die, whatever the case is, even though it's probably like, you know, asphyxiation, which is like almost like choking or just, I forgot the term when you die because of lack of oxygen. I don't know if it would be drowning unless like water like came into the cabin, but who knows? They said they found a debris field. We will figure out if that has any type of relevance. And also if they found any bodies, you know what I mean? Like I have no idea what animals or like what creatures will be down in that depths. Okay.
Miss Gonzilla.
Fuck is this? Freestyle? Jocelyn Hernandez is speaking on some bullshit. Oh shit, have y'all seen this? This was crazy. This was crazy. So if you ask me, I personally believe that Elon Musk, that Mark Zuckerberg don't like Elon Musk. He's sick of that motherfucker because he's looking at it like, yo, this dude, yeah, we're both billionaires, but this nigga, he wants to be the cool billionaire. And he's doing a lot of pandering rather than just doing the work. Mark always came across like a nigga, like that's kind of like a hybrid robot type of shit. He wears the same clothes every day. He's very simple, minimalistic. When he talks, he doesn't have too much pizzazz. It's not that he's boring by choice. It's just that what happened to be his job and how he got his wealth is just not the thing that kind of fosters great personalities.
I sent it over to you, Discovery, but now you're looking at it and you have it. Is that right or wrong?
Well, you can't find it, but they did show us a,
They showed us a paper.
they showed us a document that says it was sent to us. I can't dispute it at this moment. We can't locate it, but
This time you're not alleging do I need to do a Richardson
No.
here? Are you alleging there's a discovery violation?
no, I can't in good faith say that based upon this receipt. So,
I can say I don't have that email that told that receipt. I searched all three of my emails. There's one email that day at 11 a.m. regarding text messages from the deposition of one of the receivers. That is not in my email. It's not in the email for March 23rd. It says it was emailed to me at emails.
He get busy with that jiu-jitsu. He ain't playing. Mark Zuckerberg jiu-jitsu. He be getting busy, okay? Now,
Just you have to look at the deposition and what she was questioned about this specific document.
That would do it. So my suggestion is that she's not going to finish, or she's at this rate to finish her direct today. So we'll study this over the weekend.
But at this time, you're not alleging there's any discovery violation. I don't need to
No,
conduct
sir.
the Richardson hearing. Is that correct?
At this moment, no.
All right.
I can't.
So we're going to proceed with the testimony. Is
Yes,
that
sir.
correct?
Yes,
Yes. Everybody agrees?
Yes, Your Honor.
Can I bring the jury in now?
Yes, sir. I couldn't resist. I couldn't. Huh? I'm afraid he'll make me again.
Forget a verdict based on sin.
Jury entering. The record once again reflect the presence of the defendant, his counsel, the assistant state attorney. Ladies and gentlemen, the jury, witness remains on the stand. Counsel, I think you want to continue with your direct examination of the witness.
Yes, and continue publishing of State 68. So we've gone through the initial email, so now I want to go through each of the attachments. Are these, Detective Fuller, are these additional items of which an individual would be expected to memorize?
Yes.
Okay. When you talk about being promotions, is that also discussed in this particular 15 raised document?
Your Honor, I object to the manner in which this question is being done. It's leading.
Rephrase your question, counsel.
Detective, you talked about how
The principles of the game,
Oh.
specific things that meanings they gave to symbols that they have within the organization. So, like the 5-point star, they give meaning to each point of that star. Pyramid, what the pyramid means.
Tired of investing so much into your YouTube channel only to see your hard work go unnoticed? Yeah.
was that this is, so it's clear for the record, the second attachment on this email?
Yes. These are all rules you'd be expected to abide by.
Number 12, communicate with someone on the lineup. Is that the term you defined earlier?
Tapping in, yeah. You need to make sure to report to your up your chain.
Okay. Moving on to the third attachment, what is this one called?
5 ways of banging up. This is how acts and ways that you can move up within the ranks, ways that you're expected to participate and do things for your organization, for the gang.
Okay. In terms of going down to the bold names, so if you could read them out loud so it's clear for the record which particular document we're looking at.
Number one, physically. Physically, you want me to read the entire?
No, just the bold on that one. Number 2.
Mentally.
Number 3.
Spiritually.
Number 4.
Economically.
And number 5.
Socially.
Moving on to the next, the meaning of G-Shine. You had mentioned that sometimes there are specific colors that individuals are told to wear. Is that reflected in this document here that was found in the YNW Melly booking email?
Objection leading.
Sustained.
What does this say about the uniform or fashion statements?
It gives directions on the colors of the organization, what they mean, and as with other signs and symbols that they have, like the 5-point star, they gave each point of the star a specific meaning. They do the same thing with the colors. They'll come up with initialisms of what each letter of that color means and why it means something to them.
Okay. In terms of the colors that were identified in this G-Shine document, what were they?
The colors I already mentioned, red, green, brown, black. I mentioned about the red, green, and brown.
Okay.
I was about to say blue.
The next page here, what is it titled?
Meaning of G-Shine Ascari.
And then it says in here you've been, what does DMV mean? The Department of Motor Vehicles?
No. It would be the, like the council. I'm not sure exactly what that acronym is, but when you move up in the ranks, you would be reassessed by your higher ups, by your council.
Okay. Is there a specific uniform that you talked about previously that's mentioned in this document?
Yeah, wearing brown and with a white T-shirt underneath, untucked. So it says it in there to signify that you're always ready for battle.
In terms of the email address that we had looked at previously, the one, the Bang Bang Ascari, is that consistent with what was said to be done in this last paragraph?
Yes. That's typical with the gang name in general. A lot of members will just put the gang name at the end of their moniker, their Instagram handle, Facebook handle, whatever it is.
Okay. Going on to the next document in this. What is this titled?
The oath. That's one of the oaths you have to memorize.
Okay.
United Blood Nation oath.
And now, this photo here. What is this illustrating? I can make it a little bit bigger. I know it's.
This is when they restructured. They were talking about the grass has been cut low and the snake's heads have popped up. So when they restructured, it was for, like I said, when there's indictments, stuff like that, they need to restructure and change the rules up so that way they can weed out people that they might think are cooperating with law enforcement or just people who aren't being true to the organization. So this is talking about that basically.
There's a line that says it talks about a memo. Is that something you've seen in your training and experience, that there are memos that are issued to update policy?
Yeah, anytime it looks like a directive, anytime things are going to change within the organization, they usually will close the books. So no new members. They'll freeze everything. No movement, and they'll reassess what they have to do within the organization so that they can continue to reorganize and move forward.
Okay. In terms of, you said the books, what are the books?
Oh, to turn to mean literally the books, like the ledgers where they would write the members' names. So when the books are closed, you're not going to put new members into the books.
Okay.
Most well-organized games will have a national ledger where all the sets will be outlined with all the members and what ranks they currently hold.
Okay. And in terms of this last email here, an image, that's the close-up, or I'm sorry, the last image was a close-up of this email header. Who was this email sent to?
Isaiah Aberhart. He was identified as a subject named Goon on the phone. I forgot the phone number.
772-713-9807, that phone?
That phone.
Okay. And who was it sent to?
YNW Melly booking at Gmail.
So you mentioned a lot of the items in the phone that you've reviewed.
Yes.
I'm going to start out with what's been labeled as states triple V for identification purposes. Going to defense. Detective, do you recognize what's been labeled as states triple V?
Yes.
How do you recognize that?
This is a extraction report from the cell phone ending in 9807 of messages between that phone number and a contact saved as GF stretch with the C crossed out using an X instead of a C.
And does this really accurately depict the conversation that is on that cell phone?
Yes.
Here at this time, the state would request to move states triple V in and publish to the jury.
Same objection.
Objection's overruled. It'll be admitted.
States triple B will be marked state 69.
Okay, detective, on this particular phone and this messages, there's the term rise up and beloved. Is that something based on your training and experience you can offer an opinion on?
Yeah, it's mentioned throughout multiple G-Shine Bibles, the term rise up. Beloved's just a term of endearment that they're using between each other. On its own doesn't really mean anything, but knowing that these guys are members of G-Shine, it does.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Okay.
Raise your question.
So in terms of the term HURK, H-U-R-K, on this particular message, is that something you've seen before?
Yes.
And what does HURK mean?
HURK is a term used by members of G-Shine to refer to each other. It's like calling each other bro or dude, same thing. Members of G-Shine call each other HURK. That's one of the terms they use.
And on the December 1st, 2018, this particular message, is there another term that would indicate G-Shine affiliation?
The rank designation is Scary. He's addressing the person receiving that message as an Ascari.
Okay.
He's not just saying the word Ascari.
Understood. In terms of the last message here that looks like December 29th of 2018. If you could read that one aloud, please, and I can make it bigger.
You have many other hoods that have productive aspects in motion, and it's time for us to put a form of some businesses into existence so we can grow as a family. We are already established financially, so we want to combine with you in the form of growth and development and endure prosperous ventures as a collective.
Forget them for every place on the
Jury entering.
Oh, his ass way behind.
Music group.
Yes.
Why would they be talking about venues with someone who is identified as a godfather?
Because they would need to get
sustained.
So, Detective Paul, I want to back up and go into your training and education and experience on areas of control by specific areas under the blood gang hierarchy. You mentioned that there are different sets in different areas of the country.
Correct.
In terms of the various neighborhoods and various businesses within that neighborhood, do you have training and experience as to how access to those businesses are controlled?
So if you're in a neighborhood that is predominantly controlled by a specific gang, whether it be the Bloods, the Crips, whoever, and you are trying to go to that neighborhood, you need to have almost like an approval to be there. If not, you might, if you're in the wrong neighborhood, you might get approached, and the repercussions could be different for every person, but the point is you'll probably get confronted.
So I want to move on to some of the other messages that you've gone through, what's been marked as state W. It's been previously provided to Defense Counsel. I'm showing you states W. Prior to coming into court today, did you have an opportunity to review this document?
Yes.
Does that
It would be the like the
objection.
Suggestion.
That this witness is not in a position to attest to whether that accurately reflects conversations between two people that he was not a party to.
Sustained.
Does that accurately reflect the conversations that were captured on the 9807 cell phone extraction?
Yes.
In terms of, is there any additions or deletions from the cell phone extraction?
I don't believe so. I didn't see any in red. Usually when they're deleted.
Do they fairly and accurately depict the conversations on the 9807 cell phone?
Yes.
Now, at this time, the state would request to move state W in and publish to the jury.
I object, Your Honor. Improper foundation, insufficient foundation.
Thank you. Objection overruled. It'll be admitted.
No. States W.
States W will be marked states 70.
So, Detective, I want to go through and start with some of the pictures that are in this exhibit.
Reference the pages as you go if you don't.
Will do. So starting And going on, which is labeled as page 6, and this is a conversation that starts out with an individual named Fooley and the 9807 cell phone number.
Not Fooley. Julio? Oh, man.
There's a line that says it talks about a memo. Is that something you've seen in your training and experience, that there are memos that are issued to update policy?
Yeah, anytime, it looks like a directive, anytime things are going to change within the
So the record's clear, counsel. What's the exhibit number?
This is still the same exhibit. This is just the digital copy so that we can access the photos.
So exhibit 770.
Yes.
Thank you.
So in terms of the images that were sent, were you made familiar with Jamel Devins?
Yes.
Can you point him out in this particular photograph? I'm sorry, it's no longer a touch screen on that, I don't believe, because it's now on this.
The subject of wearing shoes, jumping.
In the center of the frame?
Yes.
Objection, Your Honor. May the record reflect that the state pointed to it and he identified the person to whom the state pointed.
So let's go to a different one. Do you see the defendant Jamel Devins in this photo?
Can I stand up, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you.
In terms of the hand gestures or signals that he is making, is that anything that you can comment on with your expertise?
It's an East Side sign, he's an East Side blood. That's a old blood sign, that's a blood sign.
You have to speak up.
I'm sorry, sir. One, oh, talking to you now.
And so you first said the east side one, is that being done with his left hand or right hand?
I don't know if I have pictures. East side is being pointed forward.
Okay.
And then the other hand is kind of crooked, so I can't tell if he's doing another east side or if he's doing this, which is a blood hand sign.
Those are both from page 6 of State 70. Going now to page 14. You indicated that some of the emails were identified as a specific individual. Who was that?
Derek Dixon in the emails was identified as Gino, and Gino, this phone number was identified as Derek Dixon. One and the same person.
In terms of the messages here on page 14 of State 70, the first message on September 16th of 2018, what does that say?
I'm sorry, say that again, which one?
The first
This one? Oh,
Sorry.
Gino locked me into love, and then took out the C and put an X.
Okay. Then the next message, the response from the 9807 phone number. What is that?
050, that's blood code. Later on in this text thread, he explains it.
Okay. Down to the next one from the number that's identified as Gino.
Mm-hmm.
And what message does that say?
Me and the Godfather, the GF, talked about you till we come into your show in Orlando.
Okay. Moving on to page 15.
Bro, this don't prove nothing though.
In this second message here on page 15. What are we looking at? The 050 means on point. Could you translate that, please?
Gino's, the subject saved as Gino is explaining what the code means, so that the recipient doesn't mess up when the Godfather questions him. It says it down below. Just a few things the Godfather might hit you with, I'm making sure you're on point. So it's saying 050 means on point, DL means I got you. And he proceeds to give other definitions. SL means shine love, greetings and responses are rise and shine, I shine, you shine, rise up and bop, and shine right, shine bright, I shine, plan Google. So these are all things that were written in that original document we went over.
And that original document, in terms of the date on that, do you recall for the set date?
September something. I think I have it here. September 16th, 2018.
September 16th. So in some of the responses from the 9807, again, that term perk.
Again, it's just a term used between members of G-Shine. He's just responding, recognizing, just using G-Shine terms.
Okay. Continuing on through the month of September on page 16. In terms of the message here from the 9807. So we can see, what does it say there?
Just checking in. The C is taken out and the B is put in its place.
And can you explain what, or translate the September 21st, 2018, 11:26 p.m. message from Gino?
Just asking if he's all right. If everything's good. He responds, everything's good. 050.
Can you explain what is a square?
It's reference to
Page 19.
A square is a narcotic slang for typically a kilogram of any type of narcotics, so cocaine, heroin, whatever.
Objection, Your Honor.
What's the objection?
404B, 403.
Watch from side.
Squares can use be as a cigarette too. Yo, I want a square.
It's been previously provided to defense counsel. I'm showing you states W. Prior to coming into court today, did you have an opportunity to review this document?
Yes.
Does that document fully and accurately depict 5 different chat conversations between the individual using the 9807 phone number and some of the individuals you talked about previously? Gino, Perk, Jaquan Burton, etc.
Objection. Conversations between two people that he was not a party to.
Does that accurately reflect the conversations that were captured on the 9807 cell phone extraction?
Yes.
In terms of, is there any additions or deletions from the cell phone extraction?
I don't believe so. I didn't see any in red. Usually when they've been deleted.
Do they fairly and accurately depict the conversations on the 9807 cell phone?
Yes.
Now, at this time, the state would request to move states W in and publish to the jury.
I object, Your Honor. Improper foundation, insufficient foundation.
Objection overruled. It'll be admitted.
No. States W.
States W marked states 70.
So, Detective go through and start with some of the pictures that are in this exhibit. Okay.
Reference the pages as you go if you don't.
Will do. So starting and going on, which is labeled as page 6, and this is a conversation that starts out with an individual named Foley and the 9807 cell phone number. Are there pictures that are sent back and forth between these individuals?
Yes.
So, and with your Honor's permission, I'm going to switch over so I can pull up the pictures from the digital version.
So the record's clear, counsel. What's the exhibit number?
This is still the same exhibit. This is just the digital copy so that we can access the photos.
So exhibit 702.
Yes.
Thank you.
So in terms of the images that were sent, were you made familiar with Jamel Demons?
Yes.
Can you point him out in this particular photograph? I'm sorry, it's no longer a touch screen on that, I don't believe, because it's now on this.
Oh, what's up?
He's got, sorry, he's gonna give you some baby. He's over the whole South Carolina.
When you talked about earlier about areas of influence, is that what you meant?
Yeah, so especially with the lineups that cross state boundaries, you would need to know where your higher ups are reporting from, because if you say
In terms of the hand gestures or signals that he is making, is that anything that you can comment on with your expertise?
it's an East Side sign, he's an East Side blood, and that's a whole blood sign, that's a blood sign.
You have to speak up.
I'm sorry, sir. One, oh, talking to you now.
And so you first said the east side one, is that being done with his left hand or right hand?
I don't know if the pictures. East side's being pointed forward.
Okay.
And then the other hand is kind of crooked, so I can't tell if he's doing another east side or if he's doing this, which is a blood hand sign.
Those are both from page 6 of State 70. Going now to page 14. You indicated that some of the emails were identified as a specific individual. Who was that?
Derek Dixon in the emails was identified as Gino, and Gino, this phone number was identified as Derek Dixon. One and the same person.
In terms of the messages here on page 14 of State 70, the first message on September 16th of 2018, what does that say?
I'm sorry, say that again, which one?
The first
This
one?
one? Oh,
Sorry.
Gino locked me into love, and then took out the C to put an X.
Okay. Then the next message, the response from the 9807.
us. Now that we've made travel so expensive, we have this hotel to ourselves. How'd you get here?
Kayak. They compared hundreds of travel sites to find a great deal on my flight, car, and hotel.
My name is Squidward, and I have my...
In terms of this message and anything, can you translate as to what it's talking about?
Looks like it's a picture of another phone, taken with a phone. Contact name Tall. The person holding the phone writes, "Did you ever skyline with him?" So did you ever connect with him or talk to him? He's dying to talk to you. Melly, that is. And then he says he's going to have to hit him up today.
That's why I didn't hear that.
He's going to have to hit him up today.
So then continue on to the DL line. Is that what?
Tell him he'll be expecting me.
Okay, and then the next response.
Want you to groom him, show them the meaning of the chain of command, safety and security, show dudes something different.
And the response?
I got you. I just know that by him talking to you.
Object to the hearsay. This is an image of a conversation between two other people.
Why don't you come for a second?
Bro, did he do it or not? Oh my lord. What the fuck?
September on page 16. In terms of the message here from the 9807.
Him being in the game don't prove that he killed his friends.
What, or translate the September 21st, 2018, 11:26 p.m. No?
Just asking if he's all right.
Can you explain what is a square?
It's reference to
Page 19.
a square is a narcotic slang for typically a kilogram of any type of narcotics, cocaine, heroin, whatever.
Objection, Your Honor.
What's the objection?
404B, 403.
Watch from side.
Continuing on to September 25th, 2018. Another message from on page 23 for Defense Counsel.
Thank you.
Is this again referring to the same image name from the previous?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know what the baby is?
I'll leave it with the brick.
Okay.
Small like a baby.
And the response?
Me.
Up in a minute. Right now, I need to take a short restroom break, so we're be in recess. Do not discuss the case. Don't form any opinion about the case. Don't allow anyone to discuss the case in presence. And no.
I'll be back. Right back.
Let the record reflect the jury stepped out. Counsel remain along with the defendant. Can we get a restroom break for Mr. Devins?
You got a couple more.
Can we talk about scheduling off the record? We don't need to be on the record.
Judge wants to discuss scheduling.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's not proving anything.
In terms of this message and thing, can you translate as to what it's talking about?
Looks like it's a picture of another phone, taken with a phone. Contact name tall. The person holding the phone writes, "Did you ever skyline with him?" So did you ever connect with him or talk to him? He's dying to talk to you. Melly, that is. And then he says he's going to have to have us.
In favor here is the psychology and the aspect and the way this testimony plays out in the mind of a juror. How do you think the jury is receiving this particular evidence in court that we see here?
Well, we know that attorneys, work with juries to get potential jurors struck to try to eliminate their biases, but we know that they all come with their biases, their own histories, preconceived notions, prejudices. So it's really going to depend on how they see this case, their own feelings about.
Why don't you come for a second? Between two parties, it's not being offered for the truth of the matter asserted in the conversation. It's being offered to show the effect on the listener. All right, that's the purpose of it. So we're going to pick it up in a minute. Right now, I need to take a short restroom break, so we're going to be in recess. Do not discuss. Thank you.
I swear they take more restroom. The day should be done pretty much soon.
Let the record reflect the jury stepped out. Counsel remain along with the defendant. Can we get a restroom break for Mr. Devins?
You got a couple more.
Can we talk about scheduling off the record? We don't need to be on the record.
Judge wants to discuss scheduling.
Oh, I'm sorry.
And so now you're introducing them to an element and an aspect that they aren't familiar with that undermines your case. And so I think that they have a problem here.
No, absolutely. I 100% agree, because what we just saw actually in that clip was sort of like a code of conduct there. And it doesn't seem nefarious. It doesn't seem violent. If anything, it's saying love your brother, your fellow gang member. That's going to possibly hurt.
Oh, shit. Yeah. I mean, it's not really telling nothing. It's not showing that he killed his friend. They making it more like, okay, he's in the gang. Okay, so it's like, and if you know what blood stand for, you feel me? You already know. You feel like it's just, oh man, I don't know, man. I don't know.
It's not a slam dunk. I think they still have a chance.
Great. And Dr. Bober, thank you for joining us today.
My pleasure.
Aikisha, I want to get you quickly for your attention. And very important fact and great point.
That's why they say the case is won or lost in jury selection.
Absolutely, absolutely. And Aikisha, you know that jury selection is so important here. And let's talk about the jury in terms of this testimony. Gang testimony regarding gangs tends to be riveting at times for a jury because it's just an intriguing set of facts and to hear about. This feels a little dry. How do you think the prosecution could have improved, not to be Monday morning quarterbacking this, but improve the presentation that we see here?
I think they should have allowed the jury to just know that he was in a gang, period. I think the fact that they're now trying to explain this some more hurts them because the average juror, which is why we have an expert, right? The average juror doesn't know this about gangs. They just think that gangs are violent. They don't know that there are laws. They don't know that they're instructing you to love each other and to read and to go to school and not to be homosexual and to make sure your hygiene is good and to...
Yo.
They don't know this about gangs. And so now you're introducing them to an element and an aspect that they aren't familiar with that undermines your case. And so I think that they have a problem here.
No, absolutely. I 100% agree because what we just saw actually in that clip was sort of like a code of conduct there. And it doesn't seem nefarious. It doesn't seem violent. If anything, it's saying love your brother, your fellow gang member. That's going to possibly hurt the prosecution. So great point there. Before we close out the show, Dr. Bober, I want to get your take, quick 10-second take. Do you think the prosecution is going to get their conviction? Or right now, as it stands, do you think the defense has a chance to get an acquittal?
I don't think this is a slam dunk by any means. I think the defense definitely has some inroads in there, and there's some reasonable doubt for sure. So I think it's not a slam dunk. I think they still have a chance.
Great. And Dr. Bober, thank you for joining us today.
My pleasure.
Akeisha, I want to get you quickly for your 10-second take. Do you think the prosecution have a conviction or an acquittal possibly in the making here?
Acquittal in the making, and I'll tell you why really quickly. Jurors are serious about murder cases, more so than any other type of case.
Is it over? I don't know.
Referred to as the Murder on My Mind rapper, the timeline of his music. This will be enough for Melly to be sentenced to death. There is, okay. And they...
He's going to have to...
Thank you.
I'm trying to get where he's talking.
The day should be done pretty much soon. If those two things are being
Judge wants to discuss it.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry.
There are laws. They don't know that they're instructing you to love each other and to read.
Okay, what the fuck? Fuck is she going on about? All right. Yeah, the day of trial should be almost over. Again, this guy, I believe he's on the stand to kind of decipher certain type of well, he's there for the death penalty, honest. So the reason why this guy is there with the mask, he's there to make the death penalty happen. Without him...
Hold on 1 second, DJ. Damn it. Go on, be silent. All right, we back. Yeah. What DJ Academics all about?
There is okay. The prosecutor believes they're proving their case already that Melly did it. Now, for the death penalty happen, it's not only that he did it, is that he did it in furtherance of him being in some type of gang. So they're trying to decipher that this was all a gang thing, regardless, and that the death was part of maybe even furthering the status in the gang or handling the gang issue, whatever that is. That's what the prosecutors are trying to put forth in the air with this guy with the mask on. And by putting him on the stand, they're hoping that the jury is going to believe that, and also believe that the death of these guys Melly did. If those two things are being believed, Melly gets sentenced to death. So you're going to see a very long, drawn out analysis of boring conversations, because if this person convinces the judge that Melly is a G Shine Blood, I believe that's what it is, G Shine Blood, that's what it is, and they successfully then argue that he was doing things like, for example, whatever with this, like killing these guys to kind of further his reputation, or doing it because it was a gang issue or a gang beef, this will be enough for Melly to be sentenced to death. Okay, the death penalty in Florida requires that to be one of the electives when you're going for that, right? That's not the only elective. Obviously, if it's such a heinous crime, and, like, if you're a school shooter, it don't matter if you're in a gang, whatever. But in the affidavit they filed to say he should die, they filed that not only was a heinous crime, that this person committed this heinous crime for the furtherance of a gang. So we'll see how it goes, man. It's gonna be a long, drawn out kind of situation.
Oh,
Somebody said thank you for breaking it down.
But even if they was paying attention about the
first
rules,
one right now is not gonna tell you anything about is Melly innocent or not. You get me? There's no confession, so I don't know if you guys thought there is no confession here. There's no snitches here. It's only forensic evidence and circumstantial evidence versus Melly. However, they are in belief that Melly did it, and because they're going for the death penalty, they're introducing this factor of him being a gang. Now, it was previously agreed upon that they're not going to be touching certain type of subjects. For example, his music, right? So Murder on My Mind will not be played in court. He will not be referred to as the Murder on My Mind rapper. The timeline of his music creation after or before the murder that could possibly allude to maybe say he did it being premeditated, or that he was bragging about it. Those things will not be included at all in this trial. So he gets a break with that, but his gang affiliation and all that stacking shit he used to do will definitely be considered, and they think is very pertinent to try to figure out what the fuck the outcome of this whole case is going to be. All right, what else is going on in hip-hop while we kind of wait? I don't even know if this is coming back. They didn't dismiss the jury officially yet, but it's pushing 5 o'clock, and usually around 4:30, they usually let people finish their last thought,
I mean,
it doesn't seem nefarious. It doesn't seem violent. If anything,
for the truth of
now I wish we took a look at the jurors so I could see how they, like, you feel me? But the one girl, she sound like she could be a Melly fan, bro. That one girl who came up there, it was like, the dude with the mask, she could be a Melly fan.
for a jury, because it's just an intriguing set of.
I'm trying to go back to
Verdict in your favor here is the psychology and the aspect and the way this testimony plays out in the mind of a juror. How do you think the jury is receiving this particular evidence in court that we see here?
Well, we know that attorneys, work with juries to get potential jurors struck to try to eliminate their biases, but we know that they all come with their biases, their own histories, preconceived notions, prejudices. So it's really going to depend on how they see this case, their own feelings about gang violence, for example, their own feelings about loyalty, about betrayal. So all this plays into it, and it's something that's definitely weighing on their minds.
Yeah, I would imagine so. And I would imagine during the voir dire process, jury selection process, both attorneys, both sides really question these jurors about their preconceived notions about gangs or gang violence. And very important fact and great point.
That's why they say the case is won or lost in jury selection.
Absolutely, absolutely. And Aikisha, you know that jury selection is so important here. And let's talk about the jury in terms of this testimony. Gang testimony regarding gangs tends to be riveting at times for a jury because it's just an intriguing set of facts and to hear about. This feels a little dry. How do you think the prosecution could have improved, not to be Monday morning quarterbacking this, but improve the presentation that we see here?
I think they should have allowed the jury to just know that he was in a gang, period. I think the fact that they're now trying to explain this some more hurts them because the average juror, which is why we have an expert, right? The average juror doesn't know this about gangs. They just think that gangs are violent. They don't know that there are laws. They don't know that they're instructing you to love each other and to read and to go to school and not to be homosexual and to make sure your hygiene is good. They don't know this about gangs. And so now you're introducing them to an element and an aspect that they aren't familiar with that undermines your case. And so I think that they have a problem here.
No, absolutely. I 100% agree because what we just saw actually in that clip was sort of like a code of conduct there. And it doesn't seem nefarious. It doesn't seem violent. If anything, it's saying love your brother, your fellow gang member. That's going to possibly hurt the prosecution. So great point there. Before we close out the show, Dr. Bober, I want to get your take quick.
I think it's over.
I have actually been a customer of BetterHelp for a little over 2 years now, and I was able to get matched up with a therapist in like
Oh, it looks like it's over. Thank y'all, man. Thank y'all. I appreciate y'all, man. Over. Yeah, I'm not. If they doing this tomorrow, I might not be. You know, because they was giving us a gang what's them calling? Now let me see. Usually a bitch pop up. Oh, wait. All right. That one dude I watched. Excuse me. Let's just put. Hey, I don't know the dude's name. I wish I knew his name. There's a certain lawyer, yo. It's still alive though. Still alive.
Okay. I've noticed the texts are SMS. Can they pull up texts like this even though they're iMessage and they don't have access to either phones? Yeah. I mean, they have the phones. That's how they're able to get these messages, though. I don't play games. Mine. Did you cover Travis Rudolph case? No, not yet. In A Days Goes, black women you had on the last pod is what a lot of black men want. Soft and feminine. What was your opinion on her? I think you mean the girl that sat next to me. Yeah, she was cool. The girls on the panel yesterday were cool. Guts goes, people like Melly need to be put to rest. They romanticize murder too much and bring nothing but destruction to the community. Yeah, it is what it is. I mean, I don't know if he needs to be put to death, but obviously, if you guys look at the crime scene photos, they're pretty bad. They're pretty bad. He should be put on the stand so he can dry snitch like all these other rappers. Homie literally made a song that aided to him being a suspect. Yeah, the murder on my mind. Damn.
I mean, none of that shit still. He said that it's bad. No, it's not. That shit wasn't bad, bro. What the fuck they put up? Show me what they put up that was so bad. None of that shit was. You know what I'm saying? They don't have no evidence, no DNA, no nothing of this man. They putting up bullshit. Like, and the only way they can either get him is the gang violence, the gang affiliation. But they doing so much of a gang history, it's kind of gonna hurt them, like the girl said, because at the end of the day, yeah, my bad. But yeah, at the end of the day, that shit. Oh, I didn't know that about gangs. Dang, they love your brother. I mean, that's the whole. If you know the definition of blood is brotherly love overrides oppression and destruction. If I'm correct on that shit, you're. Look, you're not doing the meaning though. They're saying what it is, meaning. See? Because the jury can go home and say, well, what's the definition of a blood? Brotherly love overrides. They read this, if they know about this, you feel me? And what he put up, it wasn't bad. Like this dude saying it's bad. How is it bad? You know? Oh, they back up?
Just so let's bring this up to speed. So yes, guys, there was a discovery violation. I want to say it was either yesterday or the day before. What ended up happening, guys? So let me explain what discovery is. Discovery, guys, is the process where the prosecutor gives the defense all of the evidence, all of the information on the case on their client, on the defense's client, right? And the reason for this is so that both parties have access to other evidence and are able to argue their points, whether it's the prosecution arguing this evidence ties an individual too, and the defense defends against the arguments that says, well, you know, there's plausible deniability here. It wasn't really my client that did X, Y, Z, blah, blah. But the point is that both parties need to have the discovery. The prosecutor didn't have portions of her case put together for the defense and tried to bring it out during the trial. And the judge didn't like that and sanctioned her for it. What does that mean? Some of that evidence didn't come in. Okay. And he got a little frustrated with her and told her, hey, does she have everything that you have? Oh, yeah, she has some of the paper. No, go get the shit. Go print it, blah, blah, blah. So they made a recess for that so she could go print out all the printouts and give it to the defense. And obviously that makes the prosecutor look bad, not prepared, etc. So that didn't look too good. But she did get the stuff in. They ended up sanctioning her and not using some of the stuff. Does that mean that, oh, she's going to get fired, she's going to get in trouble? No, it just means the evidence doesn't come in. The jury wasn't there. But when it comes to discovery, it's a very important process, guys. And if you mess it up, right, from a more egregious fashion, like not turning over everything, then it could be a problem pre-trial. But for them to have a trial and, you know, it's been damn near 5 years that Melly's been in and they don't have all their ducks in a row, etc. It's not good. And you could tell that the prosecutor, I'm actually surprised. She's pretty much there by herself. I haven't seen her with another prosecutor. Normally with a case this big, you would want 2 or 3 prosecutors on the case. Looks like there's only one, which is strange to me. Meanwhile, you look at the Melly's table, he has 3 defense attorneys. He has the female, the white guy, and that black male, all on his defense team, and the prosecutor's pretty much by herself. I see like someone next to her, maybe that's like a legal aid or some shit like that, but I doubt that's a prosecutor. That's all she has. So yeah, the DA's office is probably like low on people or something, but basically that's what the discovery issue was. There was some documents that the defense didn't have that came from the testimony from the phone information with that FBI agent that I told y'all about a couple days ago, and that's what ended up having some discovery problems.
But then there was also a question of, and that's what it was, right? It was the question of you can't do a surprise ambush on the defense by bringing in evidence that they didn't see, that you retested current evidence for a new result. And the judge said at one point there was a discovery violation. What'd you think of that?
Well, yeah, the judge, ruled that you can't surprise the other side by evidence that you've just unearthed. He said clearly, you can continue to investigate a case, and if you find exculpatory evidence, you have to turn that over to the defense, and it could change your view of prosecuting this case. But inculpatory evidence that you discovered after the trial, after the discovery has been completed and the trial has begun, you can't use that. Even if it impacts the case, you can't use it because you can't surprise the other side. You can't surprise the defense. You can't ambush them by bringing up evidence that they've never had any chance to look into themselves. And the judge was adamant about that.
Yep.
Yeah, that's a big discovery violation. Anything that you're going to use for evidentiary purposes, the defense needs to have as well. They need to have a mirror image of everything you have.
That's a good point. Let's take a break. When we come back, we're going to see what is happening in court. And if we're not back live, we still have so much more to talk about in the YNW Melly murder trial. We'll be back.
Okay.
Oh, you looking at that boy.
How about in the state of Florida?
All right. Here I was talking about.
Hey, how's it going? Sean Cannell here from Think Media. If you want to get an unfair advantage in a very
nigga from Fit, nigga,
it's the same guy that tested.
Hold on. Who is that? Is it Fit or whatever? One of them two. Man, fuck him. He don't know what he's
Do
talking
you
about,
think
man.
this is relevant or admissible going to come in, or is she doing this for the cameras?
He then asks his mother to buy him a Glock ASAP and telling her, like, go now. So she then responds, okay, what's wrong? She says, I got your 45. Then his response, I just don't want no illegal gun. Well, that's not illegal. Continuing on, but I'd rather have a Glock 40 or.
And we know, at least we heard, there are certain shell casings that would match a Glock 40 that we're going to be hearing about. So if this comes out, I do think it is pretty damning.
19. She says, okay. His response is, I'll pay you when you get down here. She then says, okay. Then,
Your Honor, I object to this. Is she going to read the entire phone? This does not go to the heart of our objection. This is being done for the cameras.
Counsel, I asked her to put on a proper what she.
So he objects and says, Judge, is she going to read the whole phone? This doesn't even answer the question that we're asking. So she's just doing this for the camera.
This is what she's telling me and how it's relevant. Go ahead.
continuing on, there's been discussions about other witnesses. I'm waiting on track to cash at me the $1,000. And then she asks, is someone threatening you? To which he replies, no, ma.
So again, nobody's threatening him. So how does this connect to a drive-by? It's tough. I see some more gifted memberships out there from our generous members. So now I'm going to jump ahead about 20 minutes. Like I said, bear with me as I jump here because it's a little bit more difficult. We're going to go to where the judge talks to the juror who had an issue with this undercover officer wearing a mask.
Conversations, which
it's Boscov's greatest one-day sale this Saturday.
Also,
my bad, y'all. My bad. Yes.
Here we go.
Two messages.
By the way, the volume is not the best because the juror doesn't have a mic, but we can hear what they say.
During the last witness's testimony, and the first one said, I don't feel comfortable. Why does he get to see us, but we can't see him?
She doesn't feel comfortable. Why does he get to see us, but we don't get to see him?
What's your message to me? And second,
I mean, listen, anybody in the chat, okay? No, this is not a COVID mask. This is like a mask that covers his entire face except for his eyes. Kind of like a robber mask. But question for you guys. Fair was the question. I don't know if John is online. If you're there, John, create a poll. Is it fair for the undercover gang expert to wear a mask while he testifies? Post that as the poll because I want to know what you guys think. She says it's not fair. He testifies he's actively undercover, threats against him, $50,000. So is it fair that he protects his identity to continue working to try to stop gangs? Or is it fair for the juror to question and say, no, that's not fair. I got to be able to see your eyes or I got to be able to see your face? Because I've got some thoughts on it. So hopefully we get that poll posted. Let me know if the poll gets posted.
was I need a moment. I can't listen properly. When I was a child, I seen someone get robbed and having an anxiety attack. Yeah.
So additionally, she said her anxiety is triggered. Okay, the poll is live, John said. Her anxiety is triggered because she saw a robbery when she was younger. And I believe that is, again, connected to the mask. Because if it's connected to like guns or violence or drive-bys or shootings, she should not be on this jury. And the defense said she already passed all those hurdles, so it can't be that. It's got to be about the mask.
I guess my concern is, are you able to sit as a juror, or you think this is too much for you? I'm trying to figure out, and that's why we took a little extended lunch break to figure out whether you feel comfortable and you're up to it.
Yes, I feel comfortable, but I just don't think it was appropriate for someone to be masked up like that. And plus, you guys.
He said, or she said, I'm comfortable. I can keep going. I just don't think it's fair that somebody should be masked up like that. Definitely seems adverse to this witness. Like she's not going to like this witness. It's kind of what I'm saying. If I'm the prosecutor, I'm like, crap. Does not seem like she's going to like my gang expert because he's wearing a mask. Like he has something to hide.
Doesn't even tell us. Like you don't know what people have been through. So.
By the way, I meant to relate it back to a case that I had one time where it was an undercover FBI agent in federal court, and he not only had a hat, a mask, and something covering his face. They also had the screen around him, so nobody could see him except for the jury. They tried to say including us, but then we as the defense attorneys, me and my dad, were able to see him. So that was a pretty wild run there. Tori, it's crazy the world we live in that we have to have a gang expert. When I was a kid, all we needed to remember was to say nope to dope and how I could prevent forest fires. I mean, gangs have been around a long time. They just, they're ever changing, right? And the mob was bad back in the day, controlling streets. They still are. Cartels, things like that. Brian, the state chose this guy as an expert. They had to have known he was still working undercover, and he knew he would have to testify in open court. Total BS. He gets to wear a mask. Okay, this is fair, but I'm glad this is up while the poll is live because I do want to hear what the poll results are. Here's what I will say. He did say he was the only gang expert in the Broward Sheriff's Office. There are others in the state. And as you saw from the judge, we may disagree sometimes, right? We in the chat, me, myself, the defense, but the judge is going to make the call. So the state chose him and the judge made the call to allow it. So technically at this point, legally, the state is right and they did something that was well within their right. Now, that doesn't mean we have to agree with it. Throw up the poll results, John, or give me the poll results here. Heather, how long till the defense gets to call witnesses? Until the prosecution's done with their case. And I got to be honest with you, it has to be going slower than they expected. This case is moving at a snail's pace. You the man, Peter. Thank you. Anytime, Alfred. And Heather is a new member. Let's listen to more of this exchange between the judge and the juror.
So it just it's shocking. So
it is shocking to her that he's wearing a mask.
Yeah, but I do feel like I can do it. That just wasn't appropriate.
I'm sorry?
I said I don't believe that was appropriate.
Well, some things I make certain decisions about things, and then we go forward with it. And I instruct jurors. And are you think you'll be able to follow those instructions and you pay attention to the evidence, or do you think that you're concerned about the masking that's going to affect your ability to follow the instruction and follow the evidence?
Yes, I can listen and follow the evidence now that I know he's gonna have a mask.
And the anxiety issue, we're past that, you're okay?
Yeah, I took my medication.
Thank you.
All right. And the judge allows him to continue to testify with the mask on. Whitsitt gets it. He was walking around court without a mask on. I agree. That's the biggest problem for me. So 63% say yes, he should be able to wear the mask. 37% say no.
I'm about to say no.
I think on this one, I kind of lean in favor of yes.
I'm about to say no.
Lean in favor
because
of yes, that he should be allowed to wear. But I totally understand the argument from the other side.
But I'm saying like
63-37 is kind of how I'm feeling about it.
I'm like, you already was walking around without the mask. How can you still like? That's weird, bro.
Okay, what I'm saying is the state's position is that Melly and the co-defendant potentially staged the drive-by. I'm not saying Melly said there was a drive-by. I'm not saying anything. I'm just talking about the arguments and things we've heard in court that there was this fake stage drive-by. I'm associating with Melly because he's the one sitting in the defendant's chair in this trial. So if there was a drive-by, then it wasn't Melly. If there wasn't a drive-by, I think that helps the state in their attempt to prove it was Melly. So if I said that Melly said that, I apologize. We have not heard that evidence yet. Isgul, what about the voice? Will that be changed too? No, it does not seem like the voice has changed, which is, again, a little wild to me. It is a little wild to me.
Because anybody could be like, yo, that's so-and-so, bro.
They're
like
showing his body on the stream. I would have been like, you can't point a camera anywhere near him. I mean, I would think if that's what we're trying to do is protect this guy. All right, so about another 20 minutes in, we start to, I did want to play this real quick where the defense takes kind of a jet. Like, I can tell a lot about him with this view, just in my opinion. I hope nobody does, obviously, but so
if you can, they can.
The quick jab that the defense attorney takes about how he becomes a gang expert.
Taking off their time. You judge whether they're being deceptive or not based upon stuff like their facial expression.
I already have the answers to, and things that I deal with that I already have the answers to.
You go train or get instructed with the Florida gang of
close to 100 hours, maybe more. It's an estimate.
Okay. So it could be less than 100, you're saying?
It's around 100.
Okay.
And the other, you said there was a certification that you have from some academy of some sort?
And that's called, that's put on by a company called the National Gang Academy Training Company.
And the National Gang Academy Training Company?
It's called the National Gang Academy. It's a training company.
I'll slow it down when we get to the point I want to make.
Training.
Okay, and the National Gang Academy Training Company, who are the people who give instruction? What is their?
The person that runs the academy, I have to look at his bio. I don't remember exactly what his experience was.
The point of what defense is doing here is showing that this is kind of like not junk science because it's not science, but it's like he's an expert, but he's like a self-proclaimed expert. He's not an expert in the same way that a doctor who goes to medical school and performs surgeries and is a medical examiner for 30 years is an expert. This is a very different expert. And I've literally dealt with this and we've done Daubert hearings, which in Florida is how you can challenge experts. And I got at one time in federal court, and this terrorist expert that I was cross-examining in one of my dad's cases in a Daubert hearing, I got his entire report thrown out because he said the peer review of his determinations on his books that he wrote and articles that he wrote was when he was in college, which does not meet the standard for peer review. So they do try to, the state does try to come up with these, so-called experts that are very different than most experts you would think of in cases. Not to say this guy is one, but it does happen.
But usually the people that run these organizations have 20, 30 plus years teaching in gangs. I know the Florida Gang Investigators Association, their president is one of the gang detectives in the state of Florida.
Give instructions.
It's because obviously, bro, you really don't. Let me not pause it, but
I don't recall.
you don't even need to be like a gang expert to know about gangs. You can look it up. That's like I looked up meaning of blood. You know what I'm saying? I mean, come on.
There's interactive portions of the class where you have to call the instructor and discuss what you've been doing in your game training. So it's an 8-week interactive course.
Okay, eight weeks, you said?
8 weeks.
Okay. And you said that some of the knowledge that you gleaned in order to deem yourself an expert is from gang members that were in custody trying to work off their time?
Some of the interviews are gang members in custody.
So like gang members are teaching him about gang culture to try to get good time served basically and lessen their sentence.
Are gang members not in custody?
Okay.
Deceptive, I don't want to talk.
Or not, based upon stuff like their facial expression?
Exactly. Then my interview to me, a question about their affiliation or about someone associated with this.
Thing is, your assessment of their credibility governs whether or not you pursue the interview, right?
Yeah, if I find that they are not lying to me, then I continue my interview, and then I continue to assess whether they're lying or not.
And if they're lying to you and you think they're not, you're not saying that your assessment of somebody's credibility is bulletproof. You're not saying that.
No.
All right, so you kind of get the gist. I missed the part I wanted to do because, again, I can't do these specific timestamps while it's still running live. But GM said this witness watched Boys in the Hood 250 times, considered a gang expert. Literally, the defense expert or the defense attorney got out during these questionings. And why the defense attorney is questioning right now is you can voir dire an expert witness to attack his expertise in front of the jury even. And so the state offered him as a gang expert. The defense gets to get up and talk about why he's not a gang expert. And even if you lose, like they did in this case, where the judge allows him to testify as a gang expert, the defense can still plant the seed of doubt in the jurors' minds, especially that juror that's like, I don't like that he's masked up. I don't think it's fair he can look at me and I can't look at him. So, yeah, John, send me that. Email it to me. So that's exactly what the defense is doing here. And the part that I didn't get to play in front of you that did happen today is the defense attorney was like, you even got some of your expertise from watching YouTube videos, right? And he kind of quibbled with him a little bit. And then he was like, yeah, I watched some gang members on YouTube and whatever. It's like, they don't even have to be real gang members on YouTube.
They don't.
Right?
Right.
They could just say they're a gang. I could say I was in a gang and tell you what gang signs mean and whatever, right?
And you can look it up.
Literally, I think there's some pretty good arguments as far as whether or not this guy's expertise
And this is the person.
legit.
Yeah, this is the person we need to be watching. Not fucking. I mean, DJ Academics is okay. He's better than fucking whoever the other guy from Fit and whatever. You feel me? No disrespect to them or nothing. You feel me? Yeah.
With the mask on, so you can see exactly what the mask looks like. Sonia, Peter, if this gang expert is relevant, shouldn't he be an expert in the gang that Melly is alleged to be a member of? Do you think he was a strong witness? I don't think he's been a bad witness, but they are kind of generalized experts. They're not just experts on one gang, because sometimes they have to discuss how the gangs interact. And as we get through his testimony, a lot of it is gang culture, gang verbiage, gang signs, gang colors, gang hierarchy, chain of command, loyalty, how you move up, loyalty to the boss, basically, and how Melly exhibited these signs and colors and in text messages said things that definitely show he's in a gang. And I think he kind of did a good job as far as that goes to show that to this jury, maybe he was in a gang. And here is the here's the picture of him with the mask on. So that's what he looks like. And again, you can glean a lot from that, in my opinion. Clever. So watching you doesn't make some of us lawyer experts. I feel like you're joking, but like that's kind of what it sounds like, right? That's kind of what it sounds like. It's like I watched a lawyer on YouTube, therefore I'm a lawyer expert. It's like, no, that's not really how it works.
That's what I'm saying.
I can't be a medical examiner because I've watched medical examiners on YouTube. That's just blatantly not how it works. Susan LeBlanc. So I am confused. Does he use a phony name? People will know who he is by his name. Yes, he uses a phony name. And again, people are trying to figure out what his name is, who he is, where he lives. There's a bounty of $50,000 on his head. I don't want to downplay that or joke about that. That's very serious. And that's why I would lean towards yes. Let's just go ahead and take this down. I want this guy to stay protected. I want him to keep doing his job. I don't want anything to happen to him or his family or anything because he's doing as much as he can to help clean up the streets. Oh, I forgot. Yes, I do need to wrap this up by 5:40 to get to the Ocean Gate case. So here, final thoughts about what he's testifying about. Right now, he is trying to connect Melly to the game. Why that's to the gang? Why that's important is because that's the state's theory, and that's what they're trying to go to as motive. Wits it, gets it. It doesn't even work to establish motive, in my opinion, because gang initiation does not require you to kill your own gang members. It just to taint Melly. Boom. I agree. They're trying to connect it to motive, but they're not saying that they are. And it's clear because the defense is still saying they have no motive. They have no argument for motive. And if they have no argument for motive, then what does this gang stuff actually prove? They're trying to prove Melly's a bad guy or a dangerous guy, or he had a Glock 40. How many people have Glock 40s? So I agree. I do think it's kind of potentially irrelevant. It doesn't show motive. And if it's not showing motive, what exactly is it showing here? And so that's kind of the issue that I have is what are we really proving with this gang expert?
That's what I'm saying.
So there's going to be more from him. I'm really interested on Cross for them to show exactly how this is connected to this case. But I'm going to sign off from this live because I want you to jump on and check out our video on Ocean Gate because it's kind of new and different. I haven't heard anybody talk about it. I am going to be on News Nation tonight, 9 p.m. Eastern with Dan Abrams. If you want to check that out, I know people have their feelings about News Nation, but we're talking about liability and stuff about this Ocean Gate case. So if you want to check me out on there, join us. If not, that's cool too. But hit the like button on the way out and make sure you subscribe to our channel if you haven't already. Appreciate you all being here. That's all I got. Thanks for watching another episode of The Lawyer You Know. If you enjoyed the episode, please hit the thumbs up and share with your friends who may.
All right. I know another lawyer I'll be watching. You feel me? But the other bull, if I can find this shit again, I don't know if I can find it. Maybe I can find it on history, maybe.
And that's your best friend. This is not for social media.
And
Sorry,
then,
hold on one second.
you sure?
Can you repeat that, please?
Of course.
Too fast.
Sure. So if you go through this whole conversation here, starting.
This don't prove nothing. You know, it really don't. But it's another lawyer. You know, I like that lawyer. I fuck. I don't know if he, posted, but if he did, we're gonna talk about it. If he didn't, that's old, and I already looked at that. It's kind of old. I mean, one day ago, but I don't know what they doing. Oh yeah, they over. I think Melly still, you feel me? Because it really ain't had no proof, man. They a gang expert, you feel me? And it's not. He's showing rules and all that shit. It don't even make it seem like I said. If you go and say what blood means, and these people don't know what gang life means or nothing like that. So, it's just a little plot hole because they think they eating. And you look at those pictures, it's not no violent pictures. They look like they lit and they having fun. So, I mean, I don't know when they're going to end this shit. I might not even live stream tomorrow because I got stuff to do. I'm going to be watching. I can sit here and go live and go back and watch the whole thing for y'all. You feel me? And break it down. Talk about it. Look at other people's shit. But, yeah, man. I'll see y'all in the next live video. You heard?